Right, good morning, everybody. It is a few moments before 10 o'clock, I think, according to my computer, but since the clocks in the room say it is 10 o'clock, we'll go off those because we'll probably be relying on those to come back at the right time. Okay, good morning, everybody. The inquiry is now open. My name is Malcolm Rivet. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Transport Planner. And I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to determine the appeal by DHL Real Estate Solutions, and that's against the refusal of planning permission by West Northamptonshire Council for a hybrid proposal for employment development and associated infrastructure, and that's on land north of Bell Plantation, Watling Street, Towcester. Now, there's a number of matters I need to deal with in my opening announcements, and then I'll set out the procedure and programme for the inquiry. Firstly, can everybody hear me okay? Great, okay, thank you very much. If anybody can't at any time, do let me know. We are going to be using the microphones, so if I can encourage everybody to use those, but also most importantly to remember to switch them off when you're not talking, thank you. And if I could ask everybody to ensure that their phones and other devices are either switched off or on silent mode, please. Just like to remind everybody also that the inquiry is being live streamed by the council to its YouTube channel. And can I also ask that if there's anybody else who wishes to record or video in some way the inquiry, please do so without causing any interruption to it. And also, please ensure that you comply with the law in terms of any publication or distribution of that recording. And just so that you're aware, anybody who speaks at the inquiry, their name will appear in writing in my written decision. Now, I understand that there isn't a fire drill proposed today. I think that's this week, but certainly not today. So if the alarm does go off, it is an emergency and we will need to leave the building. The council officers will escort us and we need to congregate by the mound. I think it's that direction, isn't it? I've lost my bearings slightly since coming in the room. Okay, in terms then of appearances, need to establish who wishes to speak at the inquiry. Now, for the main parties, I'm anticipating this is as set out in the programme, but just for clarity, just ensure that. So we'll start with the appellant.
Thank you, sir. So hopefully you should have on your desk a list of appearances we've committed to writing, and I'm afraid, sir, I've committed the cardinal error, which I've just spotted. There is a spelling mistake, and I'll correct that instantly, which is the spelling of Mr. Guthrie's firm is with an O, not an A. I'm not entirely sure how that's gone missing. So, sir, my name is Paul Tucker, King's Counsel. I appear in this matter together with my learned friend, Mr. Piers Riley-Smith, who sits behind me. I'm formally instructed under the Licensed Access Scheme by Mr. James Guthrie, who's a director at Quad. With an O, not an A.
Mine has an O, so obviously you've got an old version. Or a new one.
Not entirely sure how that's happened. We'll be having words behind the scenes. So in due course, I will be calling 4 witnesses. In terms of planning, Mr. Guthrie. In terms of market need, Mr. Brook, who's a director and head of economics at Savills. In relation to landscape, Mr. Hammond, who's an associate landscape architect at EDLA. And in relation to highways and transport, Mr. Ewan Anderson, who's an associate transport planner at SAJ Transport Consultants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And for the council.
So I do. My name is Saira Kabir Sheikh, King's Counsel. So I can spell that for you unless you've got it written somewhere.
I think I've got it written somewhere. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I'm instructed by West Northamptonshire Council. And I have 3 witnesses, Mr. Paul Reynolds, who is for landscape, Ms. Jennifer Baker, who will be dealing with highways matters, and Ms. Sandra Ford, who will be dealing with planning matters.
Okay, thank you. And for Save Towcester now.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm Daniel Stedman-Jones of Council, and I'm instructed on a public access basis by Save Towcester Now. And in due course, I will be calling Mr. Adam Wood in respect of employment matters. Mr. Jonathan Weeks is going to be called on our for Safe Toaster now in relation to two matters. So, firstly, for LVIA matters, and secondly, for planning. And then, in terms of transport, sustainability, highways matters, we will be calling Mr. Mike Wood and Miss Anne Gray.
Okay, thank you very much. And just to say, I've got copies of the proofs of evidence from all those witnesses and the summaries. So we will take those as read.
Sir, just a brief point on that. We hadn't produced summaries, but we now have summaries. So perhaps I can circulate those electronically at some stage.
I thought I'd seen
that there are for Mr. Weeks's
right,
evidence, but not for the others. But we've now produced those, so I'll share those at some point later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so I understand that there's a number of other people, interested parties who wish to speak at the inquiry. So if I can just check that those people are here, or there's arrangements for them. Firstly, Sarah Boole MP, who I think we're going to have a short video from. Is that correct? Is the council able to show the video? Is that all set up to go? Right, okay, thank you. I've then got Ms. Illingworth of Parish Council. Okay, it is Parish, is it? Right, okay, thank you. Mr. Mark Bishop. Okay, thank you. Councillor Maggie Clubley. Thank you. Mr. Graham Forbes. Thank you. Dr. Christine Walker. Thank you. Mr. Graham Meller. Thank you. Ms. Rosie Harrison. No. Okay. Mr. James Dineen. Thank you. Mr. Mark Black. Thank you. Mr. Chris Bomer. Thank you. Ms. Penny German. Thank you. Mr. Robert Gibbons. Okay, thank you. Mr. Nicholas Lowe. Okay, and Mr. James Mullin. Okay. Right. Thank you. Right, I'm keen to hear what you've all got to say about the proposal. However, to make efficient use of a limited inquiry time, I must restrict each person to a maximum of 10 minutes. I think you've already all been advised of that. Also, and I do say a maximum, also encourage people to avoid repeating at length points that other people have made. So a good point made once doesn't need to be repeated at length to be a good point. So don't need points to be repeated at length. If people have already said the things you want to say, you can just say, I agree with Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, or the points that have already been made. Also, just to bring to your attention, this isn't an opportunity to bring before the inquiry any significant new factual evidence. So I'm not anticipating any documents that the council or the appellant or Safe Toaster now haven't seen previously, or I've not seen previously. So it's just for you to present your views. And after you've spoken, I will also ask if you're willing to answer any questions from Mr. Tucker on behalf of the appellant. Okay. We will, well, I'll come to the programme shortly, but I intend to hear from all those people, interested parties, later on this morning. So, all the written evidence is on the inquiry website, and that includes the proofs of evidence and the appendices and a range of court documents. If anybody doesn't know the inquiry website, I suggest you contact somebody at the council. Can you perhaps put your hand up, somebody at the council who can just direct somebody to the, yes, the lady there. Can I perhaps have your name just so I contact Ms. Scave if you've any queries about how to access the inquiry website. As previously indicated, I consider the main issues of this appeal to be, firstly, whether the proposed development accords with the development plan in terms of the nature of the employment development proposed, the effect of the proposal on the landscape and character of the area, including on the setting of Toaster, and thirdly, access to the development by sustainable modes of transport and the proposal's effect on the operation of the highway network. However, that doesn't prevent other issues being raised. Just to let, I think, mostly the interested parties know, we held, as is normal, a case management conference for this inquiry back in January, where we just discussed the procedural arrangements. There is a note of that on the website. The inquiry will proceed in line with the approach and procedures set out at that case management conference. In terms of notification letters, just thank you to the council for submitting those. I've got copies of the letters from the council notifying interested parties of the appeal and also of the details of the inquiry and the relevant site notices. Thank you. And then in terms of representations, I've got copies of the large number of representations that were made in response to the planning application. The council has submitted and forwarded those. And I've also got those that were made directly to the planning inspectorate in respect of the appeal. And just to let you know that a small number of those were submitted late, and I used my discretion to exceptionally accept those late representations. But as I made clear at the time, I'm not anticipating accepting any further representations from this point on. Okay, turning to the plans. Right, I've got a list of the plans and the core documents have all the plans. However, what I haven't been able to find easily or readily is a list of the plans on which the council based its decision and the extent to which these plans that I've got here are different. Now, I recall from the case management conference that there might be some minor changes to the plans, but that nobody thought that was going to be controversial. Does that continue to be the case?
Yes, sir. And indeed, I think there was a subsequent message just to identify what those changes were, which essentially ones of notation.
Right, I'm not sure I've seen that, but it may have got lost somewhere.
So I'm told it went to the council rather than to the.
Right, that's why I don't know then. What could I ask? I mean, as I understand, I don't think there's anything controversial here at all. Could I ask though for a list of a schedule of all the plans, the plan numbers on which the council made its decision, and a list of do I understand they aren't quite identical and there are some minor changes? Is that right? And a list of the plans on which you are agreed I should determine the appeal, and if you could just highlight any changes, that would be helpful.
Yeah, so we can do that. I mean, I have seen that document as well, and it's not controversial, so we can provide that.
I didn't think it was. It's just I need to know amongst all the plans which ones exactly it is.
Absolutely, so understood, and we'll produce that document for you.
Okay, right. I haven't anything else on plans. Conditions and planning obligations. Towards the end of the inquiry, we'll need to have a discussion on the conditions and planning obligations which would be necessary were I to allow the appeal. Emphasise to everybody, this doesn't mean that I've made up my mind. It's just that we need to discuss the conditions that would be applicable if I were to allow the appeal. So the council's suggested list of conditions is set out in the planning statements common ground, and that's got the appellant's comments on it, and there's been an addendum to that which I've got. As I understand it, there's a relatively small number of conditions that aren't agreed, which obviously we will need to discuss in detail when we come to that. And I've also got a copy of the latest version of the proposed Section 106 agreement. Is there anything else to add on conditions or obligations at this stage?
I think just one point of clarification. So I think there's only one condition where there's any disagreement between the council and my client, and that's only in relation to the timing of a trigger. That's all. So I think we're down to a relatively minor issue between us.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Statements of common ground. I've seen the planning statement of common ground already referred to and the addendum, and I saw, I think late on Friday, a landscape statement of common ground, which doesn't appear to have a huge amount of common ground in there. Okay. Other than facts, we are in Toaster. We won't even get into the pronunciation of that either, because that will not be agreed on. There was talk of a highway statement of common ground. Do I assume that there isn't? That's not forthcoming.
Highway statement of common ground has been completed and it's on the core documents.
Oh, right. Is that...
It was done at the same time as the proof of evidence is submitted at the same point.
So it should be in the core documents.
So
Oh,
I
right.
think it's core document 90.10.
10, yes.
Ah, right.
90%,
Okay,
yes.
fair enough. My apologies. That hadn't been...
Yes, sir. 28th of January.
So it's it's in the CD9 appeal documents tab,
Right.
and then it's 90.10.
So it is. Okay,
Yep.
well, my apologies. Good time, good job. We've got a few days for me to have a quick look at that before I need to know what's in it. Okay. In terms of other documents, as I've already said, all the written evidence have been previously submitted and be on the inquiry website. And I'm not anticipating accepting anything more unless it's in relation to things I'm going to specifically ask for. So whilst I'm not inviting any other written evidence, if anybody has any written evidence, now is the time to raise it, and I will consider whether or not I shall exceptionally accept it. So is there any written evidence that anybody wishes to rely on that's not already present?
So the smallest of small points. Mr. Brooks has identified a couple of spelling issues in his proof of evidence and has produced an errata sheet with commendable enthusiasm,
Okay.
rather than testing your pen during examination, Chief. So in due course, I'll ask for that to be circulated, but it's 7 issues.
Right. I presume it's nothing, there's nothing I probably wouldn't have worked out anyway.
I'd be astonished if you hadn't done so.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The lady there. So the illustrations of... So illustrations of, when you say illustrations, is this photographs?
So I would advise that no section, so advise between handouts with hard copies.
Right. Have you got, could I just have a look, and have you got copies for, in particular for Mr. Tucker? Okay, thank you. If you could perhaps give Mr. Tucker and Ms. Shake and Mr. Goodman-Jones. Right. Okay, fine. I mean, and presumably what you say, this will help me understand. Yeah. Okay. Right. Unless, Mr. Tucker, you've got any major objection to this, I haven't got any problem accepting it.
I cannot see that.
It's just...
I cannot see a reason why I'd object, sir, but
Yeah.
obviously reserve my position once I've spoken to Mr. Anderson about it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? No. Okay. Right. The inquiry procedure, for those people who haven't been to an inquiry before, I will be undertaking the inquiry in line with the 2000 inquiry procedure rules and as agreed at the case management conference. In brief, it will be as follows. Following my opening announcements, we'll have brief opening statements by each main party. We'll then, as I say, hear from the other interested parties here. We'll then hear the main presentation of evidence, and that will be done on a topic basis. So firstly, the nature of the employment development proposed, the landscape effects, and then highways and transport effects, and then overarching planning balance matters. And for each of those topics, we'll hear first the evidence of the council, and then save toaster now, and then from the appellant, and each side will have an opportunity to present their evidence and then it to be tested by cross-examination by the opposing side. We'll then have a roundtable discussion of the conditions and the proposed Section 106 agreement. All this is likely to be well into next week. And we'll then have, which probably won't be next week, and will be virtually, closing submissions from each main party before I close the inquiry. And before closing the inquiry, I will ask if any party wishes to make an application for costs, and if they do, I propose that we deal with that in writing. Okay. Just so everybody is aware of the ground rules as it is, as it were, from the outset, I did see some of the recording of the relevant committee meeting for this, I think back in September it was, and saw quite a bit of clapping when people heard things that they liked. That, just to let you know now, that isn't an appropriate sort of response to evidence that's heard here. All evidence is heard just politely and quietly, so we don't have clapping, and we certainly don't have booing when you hear something that you don't like. So just to make that clear from the outset. Okay. Turning then finally, in effect, to the inquiry programme. So this was circulated early last week, and as the important notes on it indicate, the maximum timings from each of the parties exceeded the total time that we have available, and I'd already extended the time the parties that originally indicated were likely to be necessary for the inquiry at the case management conference. And those timings, although they're the maximum, they don't include times for mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, or for any questions I've got, or for re-examination. So if those maximums were all to be, or mostly to be run to, we will not be finishing the inquiry in the next two, or all the inquiry apart from the closing submissions. We will not be finishing that in the next 2 weeks, which I imagine is going to cause significant problems. However, having reviewed all the written evidence, I'm confident that with the assistance and cooperation of everybody, the time we do have available for the inquiry will be sufficient for me to understand each party's case and to secure the information I need on the appeal. And that doesn't mean sitting excess hours, either starting very, very early in the morning or sitting materially beyond 5 o'clock at night. But that does rely on everybody being concise and doing everything to expedite the inquiry efficiently. I thought it was, in terms of how that might be achieved, I thought it's particularly worth mentioning landscape. And whilst I recognise the value of evidence in chief cross-examination in highlighting and testing overarching points of difference between the parties on landscape matters, in the light of all the written evidence and the visits to the site and various viewpoints which I have and will in due course undertake, I do question whether more than 10 hours of verbal evidence on this topic is likely to be of particular use to me. And I do envisage, with the assistance of a document that I am going to, an additional document that I am going to ask for, I imagine that with the assistance of that document, much of that time would be better spent by me visiting the viewpoints and seeing what people, what the parties and local residents are saying about that. That document is, which I don't think already exists, we've got the LVIA produced by the appellant with a number of viewpoints, and then on top of that we've got additional viewpoints prepared by the council. And Save Toast now, I got a bit confused when I started looking at the council's additional viewpoints as to whether there were any further additional viewpoints or whether it was just commenting on those. Wasn't quite sure about that, but it doesn't really matter for the moment. But basically what I would like is a list basically of all the viewpoints which have been referred to, and each party's assessment of the 15-year impact at that stage. So basically, you know, 4 columns, viewpoint, and then the view from each party. So I've got all of those and I'm clear, and it would help if there was a map to show me where those all are. Now, is that something that is achievable by, say, a week today?
Well, certainly you've got the.
We've got most of it. It's mostly there.
Yeah, in my witnesses landscape rebuttal, you've got the substance of that in any event. So I don't doubt that adding in Save Toaster's comments would be a matter of just tabulating that in a separate document. So yes, I would have thought that could be easily done. If not next week, then this week, hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, by the end of this week would be great, but
Yeah, so I don't envisage any problem. I think there's been some sort of document being in the process of being put together, which doesn't quite do what you were saying, but in a different form does. So I'm sure it can be put into the form that you'd prefer,
right,
without much difficulty.
Okay.
There are different dots for different colours relating to different parties.
Have you got a document there that if there's something already in progress, I don't want it to be redone if it's actually something that might be as much use or if not more use to me, or is that?
Well, this doesn't have the 15-year impact
Right, okay.
put together, so that can be added to this, and
Right.
we'll put something together.
I'm not entirely sure my little friend's holding up, but I think it may be the draft site visit plan.
Yeah.
And if it's the draft site visit plan, I think the plan for that was to identify all the viewpoints as you've intimated,
Yeah.
and then to go on to identify which ones you can visit on an unaccompanied basis and an accompanied basis. So if that's the one that my learned friend's got, then yes, that's very much along the same lines, obviously.
Right. Okay. Well, let's because we need to come on to talk about the site visit in a second. So let's just park that for a moment, and we'll come back to that. Going back then to the programme, having regard to everything I've just said, is there anybody here, the main parties, who thinks it is unlikely that? I mean, it's not individuals working alone, I know, it's everybody working together, but unlikely to be able to complete the main evidence apart from closings by 1 o'clock a week on Friday?
I think it should be, I think it's feasible. We had a short discussion earlier. We ought to be able to finish the evidence.
Right, because that means,
Yeah.
I keep on saying the point, that means if you all run to your maximums or anywhere near your maximums, we will not be complete.
Yes, I appreciate
And
that. Yeah.
I just want to emphasise that
Yes.
point, because it's all very nice thinking, oh, it'll be lovely, we'll all be fine. But those numbers
Yes.
add up to more time than we've got.
Well, they do. I mean, landscape is the area you've identified, so which I think could be refined.
Okay. Because if we aren't going to get all the evidence done, then we need to know now and decide how we're going to deal with this.
So can I throw my 2 pennyworth in? So my stance is that whilst there may be a lot of areas that are picked in dispute between the 3 principal parties, is to focus upon the areas which are primarily in dispute. It's not to pick up each and every area where there may be a difference. It's the areas which frankly go to the determination of the appeal. So that's the first point. My estimates are outer limits, and having now got to the point where my cross-examination has been prepared, then so I can certainly say my estimates are very much maxima. And sometimes one has direct answers to direct questions. So I'm sure that the issue in terms of concision applies equally to witnesses as well as advocates. The second point is where you've got two principal parties who are essentially on the same side, albeit running slightly different cases. As I was taught a long time ago, points don't get better by repetition, nor do they get worse. So you won't hear repetitious cross-examination, nor indeed examination in chief from my side. And I suspect my learner friends will be exactly the same in relation to that. Sometimes one thinks repetition is a way to stress points. That's the point for closing submission. And then in relation to the issue of landscape, I have long taken the view that asking what somebody can see on a photograph is nothing like as good as going on site and having a look. Indeed, I think that was part and parcel of the Rosewell reforms to intend to avoid that sort of thing taking place at inquiry, particularly after the many weeks many of us have spent in the round robins on the wind farm inquiries 20 years ago. So, sir, in terms of what you can see from views, that's essentially a matter that certainly will be taking the position that's best resolved on site.
Okay.
Sir, obviously, I agree with all those points that have been made, and I'll certainly be very conscious of any points that have already been picked up by my learned friend here in terms of cross-examination and so on, and not seek to repeat them again if they've already been made. So, in any event, the timings that we've put forward are lower than the main parties, as would be expected. So hopefully we can cooperate all together to get through.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I will intervene where I find that any evidence isn't being of particular use to me. So I will intervene, because knowing that sometimes it's not worth bothering because it takes longer to hear why it is. It is important for me to hear it. It's sometimes easier just to sit and hear it. But this time I will have to be very strict on that, because otherwise, as I keep on emphasising, those times exceed. Now, I don't know whether people had thought about that when they put the timings in, but those times well exceed the time we've got available. Okay, well, we'll leave that for the moment. Just to go on to the site visit then. So I saw the site yesterday. I parked up at the Bell Plantation car park, looked over it from there. I then did the loop around the road up towards Tiffield and across to Caldercote or Caldcote? Caldcote, stopped there a few times, looked across and then down, and also went to Mill Lane on the road towards Greens Norton and looked over from there. So I've got a good feel for the general location of the site. On Friday morning this week, we will do an accompanied site visit. So that's accompanied to go on to the site. Are you able to say what you talked about, things that you think we need to do accompanied and things not? Are you able to briefly describe that?
Well, so this is the document that was being put together, which has, I think if you were to do all the viewpoints, it's going to take days, I think. So there was a suggestion that you do certain viewpoints that are agreed by the parties to be critical for you to look at. Then we're hoping to feed in with Save Toaster now as well. And that's going to take, I'm told, about 4 hours to do.
It's 4 hours in progress. So what we were hoping is we'll try and get the plan finished for you in the next 24 hours. And then what might be helpful is you can then mark on it when you hear maybe the landscape evidence, the ones where you feel it's beneficial to have the company visit, and then the others you can have.
Right. And in terms of obviously to go on the site and need to be accompanied, in terms of the benefit of us trailing around together, I mean, not the benefit of me trailing around. I definitely will be trailing around, and I anticipate that I will be trailing around next Thursday. But in terms of the benefit of us all trailing around a large number of viewpoints, is the significant benefit in that, or am I just going to be able to work it out for myself anyway?
I suppose the ones that were envisaged for you to trail around with others were the ones that were disputed or controversial. But I'm not sure what what is thought about that by the landscape witnesses, whether?
People. So I think what maybe the way to go is if we get you the plan for the landscape, if there are any points beneficial.
Right.
How to do it. Certainly, as I understand that access to the site has been around for Friday, so maybe just the site and the immediate surroundings.
Yeah. Obviously the site, and I would be happy, I think it might be useful to go to say one other of the more distant viewpoints in a group, just so that the issue and potentially one with the photo montage, so we can look at it and people can say whether or not you know how they think, why they think it's this site is this view is significant impact or not, or whatever. I think that would be useful to do it at one, but then to go and that would give me a feel for where you are on that. But to go around them all doing that is just madness. I will go myself, but it would take for hours for us all to get there and all pile out and pile in. And
So can I say that the viewpoints which are identified are by and large publicly accessible locations. You've got photographs, you've got plans, you can turn up in terms of micro viewpoints or micro positioning or whatever landscape architects call it. That's something that I'm certainly sure that we can happily rely upon an experienced inspector to work out on site. I'll take instructions, but my instinct is the vast majority of the views, as you rightly observed, can be done on an unaccompanied basis. And much as it is joyous to go for a walk in company, that's not really the purpose of this. And I'm sure, sir, that our position would be the site definitely accompanied. One or two principal views where there are principal areas which perhaps Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Hammond can identify where the one or 2 points are that might be illustrative of wider points. May be useful to go to, but beyond that, sir, I suspect our position will be to entirely concur with what you've said.
okay, thank you.
So sorry to deprive you of company on your walk, sir.
Sir, can I just say on that, I appreciate what my learned friend to the left just said about our input. We haven't had input yet, and our landscape witness is not here today. He will be here tomorrow, obviously, for the evidence. So just to say that obviously we do want to input, and when he's here tomorrow morning, perhaps we'll make sure that we get together with the other parties to make sure we've got our,
Right.
we've said what we need to say about it,
Yeah.
if anything. But it sounds like the general principles being discussed are reasonable.
Yeah, okay, in which case, I mean, what I envisaged that Friday we would do the site and maybe one or maybe two of the more distant ones, just as a sort of an example basis as to what people's thoughts on impact are on the Friday. So hopefully that shouldn't take more than hour and a half, couple of hours at most. And then I would propose doing all the others on the following Thursday, because we can't have evidence next Thursday, a week on Thursday, can we? So I would propose doing them. Then that gives me a whole day to do them, rather than trying to do them and then get home to come back on Monday morning, well, Monday afternoon. Yeah. Okay, right. I think that's. Okay, good point. Point well made. I think once we get into the main evidence, it shouldn't be so bad because people won't be just chipping in as much. But yes, point well made. If you are speaking, please use your microphones. Right. I think that's it. Are there any procedural questions before I ask each party to make its opening submission?
So I've got one, which is really an update. So we were told yesterday, you'll recall in relation to the remainder of allocation AL1 that was subject to a separate refusal, and it's intimated in the papers that there's an appeal that's ongoing. So we were told the date of that, which my understanding is it's
June.
June, and that's now been scheduled. But you obviously
Case
know that
management
anyway.
conference on the 1st of April, is it? Something of like that of April.
You're already aware, therefore, sir. I need to say no more.
Okay, thank you. Right, if there's no procedural questions, then in which case, turn over to you, Mr. Tucker, and if you could, your opening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and I'll stick to text unless I intimate otherwise. Sir, as you know, this appeal concerns the refusal of permission by the council on last December for the proposed development you've already described. That refusal, sir, followed a lengthy application process and was in the teeth of a very clear and balanced officer's recommendation for approval. The site is about 32 hectares of arable land northeast of Tove Roundabout, located within a wider area of land allocated for development in AL1 within the Part 2 local plan. Sits within flood zone 1, has no protected trees, there's no heritage assets within or adjoining the site. It is a typical, unremarkable greenfield agricultural site. The wider context of the site is it sits within a cluster of major allocations for employment within the adopted development plan, all of which are proposed to be carried forward in the emerging local plan. To the immediate south of the site is the remainder of the AL1 allocation known as Bell Plantation, which, as I've intimated, has been actively promoted for employment used by the operators of the garden centre. To the east is AL3, promoted by IM Properties, and the west is AL2, promoted by Lord Hesketh. This cluster of employment allocations, all reflecting the immediate proximity of the site and the wider allocations to the A5 and the A43, which both are part of the strategic road network. Further south, below or to the south of the A43 is the settlement of Toaster. AL3 was granted permission in June 22 for over 1.1 million square feet of employment development. The appeal scheme, sir, is a hybrid application. The full permission element will deliver what we say is an oven-ready B8 life sciences enabled warehouse, Unit 1, along with the required access roundabout, plateauing of the wider site, and critically all site-wide structural landscaping in order to ensure the prompt establishment and maximum realisation of the visual and amenity benefits that provides. If consented, then Unit 1 is due to be operated by the DHL supply chain, which is one of the world's leading logistics companies, who have made it clear throughout the process that it was designed by DHL to meet an immediate, and we would say pressing need. The outline element, with all matters reserved, will be for the delivery of zones 2 to 4 of about 980,000 square feet of predominantly B8 warehouses, although with flexibility within zone 4 for B2 to meet market demand, all of which will be no higher than 21.5 metres. It will also provide footpath and cycle path connections into the southern part of AL1 and the neighbouring AL3 employment allocation. And critically, it will gift free of charge 6 hectares of land with access and utilities to allow for Toaster Town Football Club to deliver a new facility, including up to 3 full-size football pitches alongside a clubhouse and car parking, supporting their consolidation from a current spread across 6 different locations. The appeal scheme, sir, as I said, was recommended for approval by officers who, in a detailed and lengthy report, considered that the scheme would generally accord with the development plan taken as a whole, and despite there being some inevitable landscape and visual effects, found that those would be outweighed by the significant benefits of delivering the major employment scheme for which the site's been allocated. Officers noted there were no outstanding objections from any statutory consultees. But contrary to that, sir, as you know, members resolved to refuse permission. And so I set out in full the 2 reasons for refusal, but I'm not going to read them. They are landscape and highways. So I'm also not going to read out the main issues. They're just there for convenience. Importantly, the first, that's accordance with the development plan, and in terms of the nature of the employment development proposed, is an issue raised only by the Rule 6 party and not the council. That appears in part because of the misapprehension that the supporting text to policy can somehow import additional policy requirements. As a matter of law, it's very well established that it can't, and it's the policy wording itself which counts. And in respect of the third issue, sir, that's the highway network. Sir, whilst it's noted that your issue is drafted in wide terms, in fact, the second reason for refusal is tightly drawn and relates only to the effect of the appeal proposals on the strategic road network at a future point in time when judged together with other as yet unbuilt and for the most part unconsented development. This is despite National Highways as the body responsible for the management of the strategic road network confirming that the appeal scheme is acceptable. And so you will, of course, also need to consider the overall planning balance of whether the scheme accords with the development plan taken as a whole. Overview of our case. So the first issue is a critical one, and it's a matter which the council and the Rule 6 party appear to have failed to properly recognise and address throughout their resistance to this appeal. This is an appeal scheme which is entirely in line, we say, with an allocation made in the local plan, and so is one which carries in principle acceptability under the statutory test. As will be set out by Mr Guthrie, the appeal scheme, by providing development zones accommodating units of over 100,000 square feet or more, and also space for smaller units, directly responds to the requirements of policy AL1 in terms of the nature of employment development that can be accommodated. It ensures, as AL1 and MPPF requires, that the need for diversity and resilience to support growth and productivity in the economy is met. The wider context for AL1, again explained by Mr Guthrie, is consistent with national policy, the imperative for building a strong and competitive economy associated with the location of this site within the Midlands Logistics Golden Triangle, which has one of the largest concentrations of major logistics for distribution operations within Europe. The final key element of this context is then the need picture. As is set out by Mr Brook, there are two sides to the appellant's need case. The first is showing that there is a severe lack of strategic warehousing across West Northamptonshire, which is only expected to worsen. Mr Brook's modelling shows there's only a 1.9 year supply, with significant deficits occurring in the short, medium and long term. This does not appear to be seriously challenged in evidence by anyone. The second point is then setting out the market evidence proportion of B uses, Class B uses as they used to be, proposed at the site as envisaged by policy AL1. As Mr Brook will say later, the proposed mix of units by size on the site reflects the take-up of units within the local property market area and more widely accords with both the 2021 and 2024 market reports produced in support of this application, as well as the size of the site, allowing for the accommodation of larger units. Together, this context enforces the weight and importance of permitting schemes which are in accordance with employment allocations and highlights the stark failure of the council to have done so. As set out by Mr Guthrie, the council have failed entirely to deliver any of their employment allocations thus far through a mix of delay and refusal. This is despite the fact the local plan was adopted in 2020 and the majority of applications to deliver employment allocations being made by the end of 2021. And even the single outline approval for AL3 is still awaiting its reserved matters approval. The appellant will submit that this reflects the council's members having failed to grasp the reality that their local plan sets them. The allocations in the local plan are locations which must deliver much needed Class B employment use, and any application must be assessed and considered against that inevitability. That has a bearing on the second and third issues. In relation to the second issue concerning site sizing, scale and design, we address that through the evidence of Mr Hammond and Mr Guthrie. Mr Hammond will set out how the design process has ensured that robust design measures are included in the appeal scheme and have mitigated the inevitable landscape and visual effects that would occur with the delivery of any allocated employment scheme on this site. The earthworks and detailed planting scheme, which will be delivered by the first detail permission, will, once established, reduce the perceived scale and mass of buildings from public views and ensure any impacts on landscape character and views are acceptable. And overall, he will explain to you, sir, how the appeal scheme will function well with coordinated and unified approach to buildings, a new planting scheme and recreational facilities that will provide a welcome and distinct place to work both in the short and long term. We say that the appeal scheme will be visually attractive development for what it is, with a truly designed landscape-led approach which is sympathetic to the surrounding built environment. Those measures are delivered at Unit 1 and will be controlled for the remainder of the scheme via a design code. Mr Guthrie, sir, then will turn to explain how Mr Hammond's findings support his view that the proposal would accord with Policy 10.1, SS2B and National Planning Policy Framework. It would also accord with the aspirations of the South Northamptonshire Employment Site Allocations Development Brief, SPD, although it's important that that document is treated with some caution by the inquiry, given that it's not part of the development plan and has obviously not been tested for soundness. And in relation to the third issue, highways, that's dealt with by Mr Anderson. His evidence will set out how the appeal scheme will offer a genuine choice of sustainable transport modes through a vision-led approach by providing new footways, cycleways, bus contributions, EV charging facilities, all of which will allow the site to be well accessed by sustainable transport modes. Those sustainable transport modes will then be actively promoted by the package of initiatives within the framework travel plan, such as the 1 month free bus travel for all staff to further encourage their uptake. Mr Anderson will set out also how his AIMSUN travel modelling, that's the name of the computer programme, agreed as being robust and reliable by both National Highways as the key highway authority, given the site's connections to the strategic road network, and the council. That shows how the appeal scheme will result in significant net betterment to the future operation of the road network in both 2025 and 2031 future years, whilst the modelling does forecast that there will be wider deterioration to the performance of the road network by 2031 as a future year. The effect of the appeal proposals against any realistic baseline at that time will be a substantial net positive, I add, if you compare the right comparators. The deterioration that's been modelled arises only because of other allocation sites who are not currently proposing any mitigations to the road network. But given that those other allocation sites, say AL3, are currently undetermined, then it's both possible and likely that they will bring appropriate mitigation to those sites to address their concerns as they come forward. Then set out NPPF paragraph 116, sir, which you'll be well familiar with, so I'm not reading it out. So highway safety impacts aren't alleged by the council, nor is it suggested there will be a severe impact on the road network as a result of the solus, or the independent effect, of the appeal scheme together with other commitments, by which I mean consented schemes. Instead, the issue appears to be whether a local planning authority who has not sought to engage in finding a cumulative highway solution to accommodate all traffic from its own allocations, despite my client's best efforts, are now able to say that permission should be withheld because the development isn't delivering an unknown road scheme to accommodate impacts that it doesn't cause from as yet unconsented development, which would each only be consented if each could show that its effects on the road network were also not severe. Given the latter requirement, it is difficult to see how that comprises a reasonable future scenario, which was inferentially also the view of the local highway authority and National Highways. Critically, Mr. Anderson will set out how the traffic modelling conclusively demonstrates that traffic from the proposed development will neither cause nor contribute towards any residual cumulative impacts on the future operation of the road network, which are significantly adverse on the basis of all reasonable future scenarios. That's a conclusion shared by National Highways in relation to cumulative impacts on the SRN and the Council in relation to the lack of severe impacts on the local road network. So having addressed your three issues, sir, we'll obviously go on to evidence why we say that the appeal scheme accords with the development plan taken as a whole and the weighted material considerations of NPPF recently updated to strengthen the need to deliver a modern economy for the country via supply chain, freight and logistics, and that there are no material considerations that justify refusing permission. So whilst, of course, the inquiry will naturally be upon areas of dispute between the parties, it's important not to overlook two things. The first is the extent of agreement between the council and the appellant, setting aside the complete agreement between the appellant, statutory consultees and the council's professional officers. As set out in the statement of common ground, there are no technical reasons to dismiss the appeal. Instead, the reasons for refusal are differences of opinion, it would seem, and the council recognises that this is a scheme which will provide employment opportunities, supported by the council's internal economic growth team, and would deliver a BREEAM excellent standard, and that's the nature of the built form, sir. And the second is not to lose sight of the fact that this is an allocated site whose delivery has been delayed by the council's refusal to recognise the reality and implications of it being allocated. The reason the site was allocated because it was recognised by the local planning inspector that it was well placed with others to take advantage of its location within the Golden Triangle to deliver opportunity-driven, much-needed logistics distribution development in a manner that ensures the character of the area was reflected and providing the additional benefit of supporting the football club through the provision of a new 6-hectare base, also delayed by the decisions of the council. The frustration in delivering an allocated employment site carries real-world practical consequences and risks. Currently, the appellant, who is part of a world-leading third-party logistics company specialising in design and developing efficient supply chain facilities, purchased the land post the allocation and is looking to make major investments for the business at this site, seeking to deliver a best-in-class campus-style facility to meet identified needs of future occupiers, including those immediately who operate in the life sciences sector. As I've intimated, sir, we say the detailed proposals include a bespoke high specification unit enabled for that sector intended to fill the space in late 2026. But if this appeal is dismissed, then this need, along with the significant investment in this council, will have to be met elsewhere and so lost locally. If the 1,200 to 1,600 full-time equivalent jobs which this scheme will generate are not secured at a time when Toaster's residential stock is poised to significantly increase, the effect to do so will be to exacerbate the out-commuting issues the council and local plan inspector highlighted. Delay has prevented the long overdue investments to the football club and provided them widely needed mitigation to the local transport network via the Tove roundabout scheme that this scheme delivers. In a proper plan-led system, these risks should not exist when considering proposals for a policy-compliant development on an allocated site. So overall, sir, you'll hear that we say this is a much-needed economically beneficial scheme, which will deliver the aspirations and aims of the local plan via the employment allocation by meeting that significant need and delivering economic growth. The scheme has been through a robust design process to ensure it's a truly designed landscape approach, which is sympathetic to its surroundings, and we say it's on all fours with the development plan and accords with it. And finally, sir, we noted with interest that 2 weeks ago, an award-winning business journalist who lives locally, a Mr. Orton Jones, took time to write into the inquiry. He didn't do so to object because change in his local area was unwelcome, but rather to add a dose of realism to these proceedings. His representation, sir, bears reading since it has the form of well-informed common sense. This scheme will have some adverse landscape and visual impacts as anticipated by the local plan inspector, but its effects on the highways have been properly assessed by those charged with the job of assessing them, including National Highways, and the economic benefits that arise will not be the oddly narrow question raised by the Rule 6 party of whether the 500 presently unemployed in Toaster will be employed in this development, but rather that in 2025, the UK desperately needs economic growth. And as a result of structural change in the economy, that includes logistics in the right time and the right place. And that isn't just a need for distant businesses in a region, it's a need for anyone and everyone who has an economically active life and who personally and or professionally depends upon a delivery network that works efficiently and sustainably. Mr. Orton Jones' unsolicited, articulate representation should, we think, sir, be front and centre of your consideration of this appeal. It is therefore for all of these reasons that at the close of the inquiry, sir, we will respectfully request that you find the council's professional officers were right and that this is an entirely appropriate scheme and one which is in accordance with the development plan taken as a whole. And on that basis, sir, in due course, we will invite you to allow the appeal and grant permission. So unless we can assist you further, those are our submissions in opening.
Just one very quick query on paragraph 25. I think I understand what's meant. It says, this is right at the end of it, it says, given the latter requirement, it's difficult to see how that comprises a reasonable future scenario. And it then says, which was inferentially, that's an interesting word, which was inferentially the view of the LHANH. Is that saying that you infer that they didn't see it as a reasonable scenario?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Yes, sir.
That was also the view of them. Right, okay, that's fine, thank you. I thought it was.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Ms. Shake.
Did you give the inspector one?
Do I get one? Thank you.
I thought I missed that. So we've just left some at the back there for the local community if they want to pick them up. So this then is the opening statement on behalf of the council. So this appeal should be dismissed. The scheme before this inquiry is contrary to the council's development plan in material respects. It causes significant landscape and visual harm and takes an unreal and flawed approach to the impact of the proposal on the highway network. The council's commitment to economic growth cannot be doubted. That is plainly why the council made substantial allocations for employment development on agricultural land just north of the settlement. However, it is trite that a site allocation does not give carte blanche to shoehorn oversized commercial operations into small communities that cannot support them. Nor is it a license to disregard oppressive visual impacts or unsustainable strains placed on transport infrastructure, or to proceed heedless of clear and important national and local policy. That simple truth is at the heart of the council's two reasons for refusal. It remains the core of the council's case before this inquiry. The reality is that this proposal conflicts with key policies and therefore does not accord with the development plan. It will contribute to severe cumulative traffic impacts and will cause very significant landscape harms. It is the Council's firm view that the severity of the policy conflicts identified in the reasons for refusal require the appeal to be dismissed. The Council remains committed to delivering commercial development on this allocated site, but it cannot shut its eyes and ears to an inappropriate development simply because it is commercial. It is also worth noting at the outset that while much appears to be made of the officer's recommendation to approve the scheme, and so you heard that in opening as well, this was by no means a ringing endorsement of the proposal. It was made in view of the fact that West Northamptonshire Council Highways had felt obliged to withdraw their opposition to the scheme despite their serious concerns. Furthermore, the officer reported significant adverse effects on landscape and visual impacts. Ultimately, members decided that they could not turn a blind eye to these issues and exercised their role in the democratic process to reject the scheme in the public interest based on substantive objections to the proposal. They reached the proper outcome in light of the glaring harm arising from the scheme before this inquiry. So it's also telling that this proposal has attracted over 1,000 objections. This is not a matter to be lightly dismissed. It is a further barometer of the objectionable nature of this scheme. The proposal will have harmful consequences for those in this community who will have to bear the impacts on a day-to-day basis. So the Council's case, therefore, proceeds along the two reasons for refusal. Reason for refusal: 1, the proposal will result in unacceptable harms to the landscape and to visual receptors. The Rule 6 party have also raised issues in respect of serious heritage harms, in respect of which a further statutory duty arises. There are substantial disputes between the Council and the appellant as to the scale and nature of the effect of the proposed development on the landscape character of the site and surrounding area and on visual receptors. Sir Mr. Reynolds' evidence will make clear that the size, siting, scale and design of the proposed employment buildings will result in unacceptable significant adverse impacts on local landscape character, views and visual amenity, especially to the east, north and west of the site. The site itself was formerly agricultural, now scrubland, and is bounded by hedgerows, trees, and a small stream. The village of Caldecott, which contains listed buildings, is just 250 metres northeast, and a number of heritage assets associated with the Grade 2-star Eastern Neston Park and Gardens are around 500 metres away. The landscape undulates, meaning in some places the Zone 1 plateau sits 5 metres above ground level. The plateaus in zones 2 to 5 are elevated by up to 5 metres, and the structures on zones 2 to 3 are capable of having a ridge height of 21.5 metres. Importantly, it's common ground that in the Year 15 scenario, the perimeter planting will not be capable of fully screening the proposed development, which will be taller than the theoretical maximum height of the proposed vegetation. The appellant prepared an LVIA, Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which they rely on in this appeal. The Council takes issue both with the approach taken in the LVIA and the judgment calls contended for by the appellant. With regard to methodology, an independent chartered landscape architect, Mr. Max Askew, undertook a review of the LVIA on behalf of the Council at various stages of the planning process and concluded that the actual significant adverse effects were likely to be greater than was set out in the LVIA conclusion. As the evidence of Mr. Reynolds makes clear, that criticism reflects the fact that this LVIA is marred by a series of fundamental methodological problems. First, it sets a narrow study area of 3 kilometres, despite the proposed buildings being up to 18.5 metres in height, for which a study area of 7.5 kilometres would be more appropriate. Mr. Reynolds tests this and indeed identifies potential visibility of up to 7.5 kilometres away. Worse still, that 3-kilometre study area does not even appear to have been applied in practice, as the assessments range from 1.5 kilometres in the north and south to 2.5 kilometres in the east and west. No mention is made at all of the Tove Special Landscape Area, which is just 1 kilometre from the site. And then, so the LLCAs identified and analysed are too broad and too generic, failing to reflect crucial nuances in the landscape and obscuring major harms, and consequently the proposals will be much more conspicuous than the LVIA indicates. Receptors are assessed in combination when they ought to be assessed distinctly due to differing sensitivities, and the example given is of motorists and pedestrians or residents and recreationalists all being assessed together. An impact on the Grade 2 park and gardens at Eastern Neston was not taken into account, and Mr. Reynolds highlights that Historic England were not consulted on that harm. And then 7, the cumulative impacts do not clearly account for the AL2 or AL3 allocations. For those reasons, sir, the council will be maintaining that the conclusions drawn by the appellant's LVIA cannot be relied upon. They're bound to be substantial understatements, and whatever the legitimate differences in professional opinion, that means that adverse effects are considerably worse than the appellant's evidence describes. With regard to the substantive conclusions, Mr. Reynolds' evidence will demonstrate a catalogue of significant impacts which inform his firm conclusion that the proposal will result in unacceptable impacts on local landscape character, views, and visual amenity. These include a much wider set of identified significant harms to visual receptors at year 15, with the total number of significant adverse effects in year 15 at 17 out of 26 receptors, compared to the original LVI finding of only 4 out of 26 receptors. There are also a wider set of identified LLCAs that suffer significant harms and more realistic assessments of significant harms to nearby settlements, including Caldecott, which is just 250 metres away. So the council will also be making clear that full weight should be given to the Employment Sites Allocation Development Brief, the SPD, adopted in October 2022, which this oversized proposal conflicts with. The SPD provides clear guidance as to the kinds of development that ought to come forward on the allocated sites. It seeks small and medium-sized proposals which are more consistent with the area's character and will not result in overdevelopment. Ultimately, sir, taking the policies and the first reason for refusal in turn, the council case is that the proposal conflicts with policy S10i of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy. It fails to protect and conserve the natural environment or built heritage, and certainly does nothing to enhance those assets. Policy SS2B of the Part 2 local plan, because it fails to use a design-led approach, it focuses instead on maximizing commercial volume and simply does not demonstrate compatibility or integration with its surroundings and the distinctive local character of the area. The SPD itself, because the buildings are oversized. The framework, paragraph 135 A, B, and C, because it will not add to the quality of the area over the lifetime of the development, is not visually attractive or effectively landscaped, and is unsympathetic to the local landscape. And the framework, paragraph 139, because it's not well designed and therefore ought to be refused. The proposal conflicts also with a number of other policies relating to visual landscape and heritage impact, as outlined in Mr. Reynolds' proof, which weigh against it further. So the second reason for refusal identifies a severe residual cumulative impact on the strategic road network, with specific reference to the future year's cumulative impact in 2031, which is the only future year that was modelled, resulting in unacceptable queues and journey times for traffic approaching the Tove roundabout, to the detriment of the operation of the highway network. An interlinked failure and policy conflict identified in the evidence of Ms. Baker is that the proposal is not vision-led and will encourage unsustainable modes of transport, which weighs against the scheme further. The proposal is for a cavernous industrial warehouse which will operate 24/7 as a logistics hub for various major commercial enterprises, along with associated entry roundabout ancillary structures, roads and parking provision needed to support such a significant commercial operation. Outline permission is sought for 3 further associated commercial buildings of similar dimensions. The transportation needs required for both the very large number of employees and LGV and HGV traffic associated with the proposal's nature will be undoubtedly substantial. With regards to the development's impacts on traffic and congestion on the SRN, Strategic Road Network, there is in fact limited dispute between the parties. The applicant or appellant acknowledges that the status quo is a congested SRN with substantial waiting times and queuing, particularly at the Tove roundabout pinch point and its approaches. That this proposal will contribute to a cumulative impact along with the other allocated sites and will create significant strain on the SRN and make the existing poor situation substantially worse in 2031. That in determining whether to object to this proposal, National Highways accepts, but simply did not take into account the residual cumulative traffic impacts in 2031, which is the period that the Council's reason for refusal substantially relates to. And that there is a reasonable degree of certainty that the proposals on site allocations AL1, 2, and 4 will be brought forward by June 2026. Where the Council and the applicant substantively disagree is whether in striking the planning balance, it is appropriate for the council to take account of residual cumulative traffic impacts and problems that will emerge over the next 6 years to 2031 or just in 2025, and whether those impacts can properly be described as severe in policy terms. The council's case on the appropriate date of assessment is that in determining traffic impacts on the local area, so you should focus on real-world impacts. That is to say, the assessment should consider a realistic opening date for the proposal and consider cumulative impacts arising from around the time the proposal is likely to be brought forward in light of the delivery of nearby schemes, which are also expected to be in place around that time. So the appellant, by contrast, advocates for an artificial approach focused on the hypothetical traffic impact in a fictional world where this proposal is somehow brought forward in 2025, which is impossible given this inquiry is taking place in February 2025. A number of recent and relevant appeal decisions will be cited by Ms. Baker, which shows inspectors taking the council's real-world approach and assessing cumulative impacts over the coming years, rather than just immediately and before likely further developments are brought forward. In the real world, this phased scheme is likely to be completed at or close to 2031, given, amongst other things, this inquiry is being held in February 2025. And in the real world, the proposal will be delivered on one of 5 allocated sites for employment land, which are all the subject of live planning applications or appeals, one of which has been approved. These will all be served by the same sections of the SRN, and the cumulative impacts on the SRM must therefore be taken into account. So the council's position on whether the impacts are properly described as severe is similarly rooted in the real-world impacts this proposal will have on local people. In determining this appeal, so you'll have to review the undisputed data, which shows surging waiting times, delays, and flow issues on the SRN serving the site and wider Towcester, to view the model simulation, which shows a roundabout and associated highways choked with long queues and unmanageable traffic, so unwieldy that it leads to a lengthy virtual queue of cars waiting to enter the network. And to keep in mind that all of the above problems are in addition to what the appellant acknowledges are existing queues with delays and congestion on the surrounding SRN. So you'll have to consider whether leaving the highways in this unacceptable state is compatible with policy, or even more fundamentally, compatible with the council's aspirations to deliver sustainable growth in Towcester, while retaining a good quality of life for its locals. And so the council will be asking you to make those findings in the negative. A number of recent and relevant appeal decisions will also be cited by Ms. Baker, which show other inspectors identifying comparable traffic impacts as reaching the policy threshold of severe. The council will also demonstrate that the appellant's vague proposals for a pooled contribution scheme to alleviate those cumulative impacts and their attempts to blame the council for not making improvements to the SRN, which in any case are in the jurisdiction of National Highways, do nothing to make the severe traffic impacts of this scheme acceptable. The reality is that the appellant's proposal occupies half of just one of 5 employment site allocations, but by their own estimates will disproportionately contribute to nearly a full third of additional traffic on the SRN generated by the allocated sites. It's for the applicant or appellant to demonstrate that their proposal will not cause unacceptable harms to the local area and not the other way round. In short, the appellant is shutting its eyes to the risks of severe cumulative impacts arising from the delivery of the employment sites, and so is asking you to do the same. As they put it themselves, the appellant does not intend to present any evidence specific to Bell Plantation or any of the other allocated WNC employment sites, AL 2, 3, 4 or 5 in West Northamptonshire Council. Each application and or appeal must be considered independently and on their own merits. So the council is left mystified as to how cumulative impacts could be properly assessed under such a narrow approach to the evidence. This is yet another undue narrowing of the scope required to present this scheme as oven-ready. Whilst the appellant makes much of National Highways' lack of objection, National Highways has not taken a formal position on whether the 2031 cumulative impacts would be severe and unacceptable. Rather like the appellant, National Highways has focused its assessment on what they deem the opening year, that being 2025, despite that being a year in which it is guaranteed that this development will not be completed. The difference between the council and the National Highways is therefore merely one of scope, not substance. Similarly, WNC Highways felt obliged, despite their serious concerns, to defer to National Highways on SRN impacts, given that it is NH's jurisdiction. WNC Highway's lack of objection therefore also says nothing about the merits or demerits of the application or the severity of impacts on the SRN. Relatedly, the appellant scheme is not guided by a vision-led transport proposal, and it conflicts with important national policies in this regard. A vision-led transport plan means designing a proposal with a particular outcome in mind, that being modal shift in the community from unsustainable transport, for example, that is private cars, to sustainable transport like cycling, walking, and public transportation. It is obvious the design of the scheme was not anchored to such a vision. Instead, the framework travel plan targets a modal shift of just 7.8% away from single occupancy private car use. It is not easily accessible on foot. Public transport is limited to hourly buses, which operate during the day and therefore cannot serve this 24/7 operation suitably. And by its nature, the proposal will generate substantial increases in LGV and HGV traffic. And despite this, there is no operational management plan to streamline HGV or LGV use. Strikingly, the limited provision promised for cycle paths has literally been rolled back and whittled down by the appellant, making cycling to work uncomfortable, difficult, and unattractive. In short, this proposal will lock in a large amount of additional private car use in Towcester and fails to encourage modal shift. That does not comply with transport policy, it's not vision-led, and it will exacerbate strain on the SRN. In all the circumstances, the proposal does not accord with the development plan as a whole. There are a number of significant conflicts with very important policies resulting from the fact that this oversized proposal will cause significant visual and landscape harm to the local area, and given the severe cumulative impacts it will have on the SRN. As a result, sir, the presumption is to determine this appeal in accordance with the development plan and refuse the development. There are obviously benefits associated with this proposal, primarily relating to the economic and employment benefits it is said to occasion. However, these do not go close to displacing the presumption to refuse in this case. Any proposal on this land which is allocated for employment use and which is consistent with the development plan and policy would deliver substantial economic benefits. The purpose of the plan-led system is not to treat employment land site allocations as licenses to recklessly disregard local and national planning policy. This proposal ought to be refused without delay to make way for commercial development that delivers economic growth, that meets the proper standards of design and placemaking, and which does not result in unmitigated severe impacts on the highway network. So in due course, we'll be inviting you to dismiss this appeal.
Okay, thank you. Just one query, which reminds me of a point that when I was reading the evidence, I was slightly confused about. There's reference to here and also in much of the written evidence, WNC Highways, almost as if it is some sort of separate body. But am I right in understanding West Northamptonshire Council is it's a unitary authority?
So yes.
So as a council, it is the same.
It is the council.
Authority is Highway Authority and Planning Authority.
Yes, sir.
So this is really WNC Highways
officers, yes.
Right, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to be clear on that.
Just a throwback for when it wasn't a unitary authority, but yes, absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you. And for Safe Towcester now. Thank you.
I've put some copies over here if anyone in the audience wants to grab one. In a plan-led system, the most remarkable feature in this appeal is that DHL Real Estate Solutions, the appellant, present to you, sir, with a proposal for a strategic warehouse site servicing a national or regional market as an application to provide for the needs of a local rural service centre at Towcester. The appellant's approach flies in the face of the allocation under the South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2, Policy AL1. West Northamptonshire Council's spatial strategy, its design and sustainability principles, and national transport policy. Policy AL1 aims to deliver a mix of employment development which will reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy. The proposed development instead seeks to provide an unwarranted distribution centre that will do nothing to provide for the employment needs of the local community in and around Towcester. Save Towcester Now represent that community in this appeal, acting on behalf of more than 6,000 residents who signed Save Towcester Now's petition against the application, and 17 parish councils who objected to the development. Save Towcester Now supports the local planning authority's refusal of planning permission and the strong case that's been put forward by the local planning authority in this appeal. But Save Towcester Now submits that beyond the reasons for refusal given, the appeal scheme should be dismissed because it doesn't accord with the development plan and there are no material considerations sufficient to outweigh that conflict. So, sir, that's your main issue 1. The consequence of the proposal, contrary to development plan policy, would be to change the character of Towcester and its local landscape, such that the historic market town becomes dominated, as the local planning authority have rightly recognised in its refusal of planning permission, by an inappropriately large logistics development. The scheme's size prevents the robust mitigation which the appellant claims for it, and the effect is to significantly harm the landscape character due to its impact on the undulating character of local landscape character area 6, a fact that's recognised by all the parties in this appeal. It harms the views and visual amenity of the surrounding areas, particularly to the east, north and west of the appeal site, as the local planning authority underlined in its first reason for refusal. Instead of delivering a mix of small and medium-sized buildings to service the needs of a diverse group of small and medium-sized businesses to help balance the local economy, the appellant has sought to cram the appeal site with the largest scale of development possible. This approach is not rescued by the design and landscape strategy, which cannot compensate for the ill-conceived scale of the buildings involved. Moreover, the application for the proposed development is accompanied by inadequate modelling, unduly suppressed by COVID effects, which underplay the short to medium term transport and traffic impacts of the scheme. There's no clarity on in the appellant's assessment sufficient to reassure you, sir, that the effects from reasonable future scenarios have been properly considered. These flaws are therefore compounded by an inability, again recognised by all parties to this appeal, to mitigate for severe residual impacts by 2031. In fact, as both the local planning authority and Save Towcester Now both contend, those severe residual effects are likely to arise sooner due to the inability of the appellant to provide suitable mitigation when the cumulative impacts of the other employment allocations are factored in, as they must be under national policy. The cumulative impact of the AL allocations are plainly reasonable future scenarios for the purposes of paragraph 116 of the MPPF, and they should therefore have been properly considered and addressed through mitigation, but they have not been. The result is that the local planning authority was right to refuse permission for this development, and Save Towcester Now will in due course invite you, sir, to dismiss the appeal. So at the CMC, you set out the main issues in this appeal, the first being accordance with the development plan in terms of nature of the employment development proposed, the second main issue being the effect of the proposal on the landscape and character of the area, including the setting of Towcester, and the third being access to the development by sustainable modes of transport and the proposal's effect on the operation of the highway network. Save Towcester Now's case on each of these issues is addressed briefly in these opening submissions. In summary, sir, Save Towcester Now's case is that firstly, the appeal scheme and the nature of the employment development proposed does not accord with the development plan. Secondly, that the appeal scheme would have a significantly harmful impact on the character of the local landscape and the setting of Towcester. And thirdly, the appeal scheme doesn't adequately provide for sustainable modes of transport and will result in a severe residual cumulative impact on the strategic road network. So Save Toaster Now's planning and landscape and visual evidence will be provided by Mr. Jonathan Weeks and supports its case under the first main issue above, and supports the council's case under the second main issue, point B above. Mr. Adam Wood's evidence further amplifies Save Toaster Now's case on development plan conflict under point A, or the first main issue. Save Toaster Now's evidence on point C will be provided by Mr. Mike Wood and Miss Anne Gray. They are lay witnesses who have presented detailed analysis of the appellant's transport and sustainability strategy and proposals. Mr. Wood will give evidence in relation to modelling issues, and Miss Gray will provide Save Toaster Now's evidence in relation to transport sustainability and road safety matters. So then turning to each of the main issues, which I'll address by way of opening as follows. Firstly, the main issue 1, accordance with the development plan. Save Toaster Now, sir, is a local residents group formed to campaign for appropriate plan-led development at the AL sites. Its objectives are the following. Firstly, a binding commitment from the local planning authority to review and honour the South Northamptonshire local plan. Secondly, to ensure that all the AL sites, or AL1 to AL4 developers, respect and adhere to the requirements of the local plan too. And thirdly, to campaign against the applications coming forward for the AL sites until they reflect the above two objectives. So the first objective was achieved with the adoption by the local planning authority of local plan 2. Save Toaster Now is working to win the current appeal in order to achieve the second and third of its objectives. By way of summary, Save Toaster Now's evidence make the following key points. Firstly, development plan policy reflected in the joint core strategy, the local plan 2 and the employment allocations SPD seek a diverse range of business uses in the employment allocations, of which AL1 is one, and the subject of this appeal. This is in order to foster a balanced economy that provides for the needs of Toaster as a rural service centre settlement within the wider spatial strategy. In particular, when read objectively and in context, development plan policy seeks small and medium-sized commercial buildings across AL1 in order to facilitate small and medium-sized businesses that will better match the local skills and employment profile in Toaster and its surrounds in order to reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy. There is a clear objective of reducing out commuting and increasing sustainable forms of transport so as to encourage a modal shift in the area. Secondly, the appeals scheme provides none of this. While the appellant claims to be delivering the allocation promised through AL1, it is instead packing the site full of very large storage and distribution facilities which development plan policy envisages should be located elsewhere within the plan area. Unfortunately, the proposal is therefore a development-led scheme rather than a plan-led scheme. It ignores the specifics of the policy intentions and instead seeks to deliver something else entirely. Thirdly, Save Toaster Now acknowledges the need for and the benefit of economic growth to the region. However, the allocations within the development plan were intended to deliver growth in sectors that would provide for the needs of Toaster. They were not intended to make further provision for logistics in an unsuitable location, one in which, as the constraints and further development plan conflicts addressed under the main issues 2 and 3 illustrate, is not well suited to the type of strategic warehousing development put forward in this appeal. The present scheme, seen against this development plan policy context, therefore, sadly represents a missed opportunity. It does not comply with the allocation under the policy AL1 and should be refused accordingly. Turning then, sir, to the second main issue, local landscape character and visual impacts. The issue of the level of landscape and visual harm which will be caused by the appeals scheme. Local Plan Policy, Local Plan 2 Policy SS2 tells us that planning permission for proposals seeking to deliver the AL1 allocation will be granted where they use a design-led approach to demonstrate compatibility and integration with its surroundings and the distinctive local character of the area in terms of type, scale, massing, siting, form, design, materials and details. These policy requirements underpin the local planning authority's reason for refusal 1, a reason which is supported by Save Toaster Now. Firstly, sir, as noted earlier, the appellant has come forward with proposals for massive buildings which are impossible to mitigate effectively, let alone robustly, in the context of the sensitive receptors to the north, east and west of the appeal site. They will result in significant harm to the setting of Toaster as a historic market town, and they change the prevailing character from an undulating landscape to one that will be dominated by huge logistics warehouses. Secondly, the scale of the buildings proposed necessitates a cut and fill strategy to construct vast development plateau, which increase the height and massing of the buildings and the way that they will be experienced in the landscape. This is further detrimental to the landscape character and reflects the inappropriate scale of the development. Instead of seeking a mix of smaller and medium-sized buildings which could better align with the topography of the site less harmfully, the appellant has gone with the option that causes the most planning harm. This should not be acceptable given the policy objectives already outlined. Thirdly, the appeal scheme would cause significant adverse visual impacts. It will harm views of the site from nearby public rights-of-way receptors. It will interrupt important views across the undulating features of local landscape area 6. It will obscure views of the Greens Norton Church spire from Caldercut, from footpath SB1 and Donkey Lane. It will introduce vast and generic logistics built form into what is currently a pleasant and varied rural landscape. Whilst it is true that some adverse impact is to be expected from the local plan allocations, the appeal scheme proposes some of the most insensitive kind of employment development imaginable within LLC A6. In sum, the total effect of what is described euphemistically by the appellant as a high-quality design is a development of inappropriate size and scale, which is cited to maximise the development potential of the site, rather than achieve the development plan objectives or conserve the valued local landscape character as much as possible. Turning then, sir, to the third main issue, transport and sustainability matters. MPPF paragraph 16, sir, you'll be familiar with, is the policy test in relation to severe residual impacts. The appeal scheme fails to satisfy either element of this important national transport policy, either on safety grounds or residual impacts grounds. Firstly, as the local planning authority also points out in its evidence to the inquiry, the appellant's modelling has presented a wholly unrealistic set of scenarios based on a 2025 commencement. This modelling, if it ever was appropriate, has been superseded by known events, not least the timeline of the application and this appeal. As such, the proper policy compliant and realistic starting point should be the 2031 scenarios, which on the appellant's own evidence indicate a severe residual cumulative impact on the strategic road network once the other AL allocations are accounted for. Secondly, and in any event, the appellant's modelling has not followed DFT guidance regarding important modelling principles. It did not treat COVID effects with appropriate caution in its assessment methodology, with the consequence that impacts have been underplayed. Its models were based on 60% build-out rates for significant local development already on stream and proceeding, such as the southern urban extension to Toaster. The appellant has not presented its data with appropriate clarity in accordance with relevant policy and guidance. Its chosen study area excludes consideration of modelling of important queuing arteries, such as the stretch of the A5 flowing back from the Stony Stratford roundabout. From the perspective of local resident users of the road network, this presents a significant oversight. Thirdly, the appeal scheme does not provide for the modal shift to more sustainable forms of transport encouraged in both local and national planning policy. It does not seek to deliver appropriate and safe space for cyclists and pedestrians using key locations such as adjacent to or crossing the A5 and A43 and the Tove roundabout. The applicant's modal shift target of 7.8% falls well short of the 20% joint core strategy policy requirement. The appeal scheme itself is not likely to reduce out-commuting, but rather will of its nature encourage in-commuting. Finally, it is acknowledged by both National Highways and the Local Highways Authority that the severe residual cumulative impacts on the strategic road network will require strategic mitigation to address. There is none in prospect, and while this omission is not due to the appellant, the Inspector, Sir Yu, should not allow this appeal in circumstances where there is no prospect that such severe residual harm can be properly mitigated as required in national policy. Reasonable future scenarios point to a certainty that these or similar impacts will arise, but how or whether they can be appropriately addressed is simply unknown. As National Highways accept, no commitments for the A43 are set out in National Highways Road Investment Strategy, despite a requirement in DFT guidance that there is a need to future-proof the strategic road network. Cumulatively, these flaws underline the lack of a vision-led transport strategy for the appeal scheme, which would prioritise sustainable transport opportunities ahead of capacity enhancements and new connections on the strategic road network. The failure to design the appeal scheme around this vision is once again indicative of the development-led strategy adopted by the appellant. So, in conclusion, and for all these summary reasons and those that will be explored in more detail in the evidence to be heard at this inquiry, Save Toaster now will in due course invite you, sir, to dismiss this appeal.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We'll take a short comfort break shortly before we hear from the interested parties. There was just one point, though, I thought I would raise, and I will probably do this on the other main issues as we come to them. But what's, well, I was thinking about anyway, but it's coming to that, and this come out of the opening submissions. To my mind, I wonder whether there's a bit of a dichotomy or potential dichotomy in policy AL1, which that's what I would particularly like focused on in the evidence on the accordance of the employment type with the policy. In terms of point 1 of AL1 says a variety of employment types will be resort to reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy, right? And then 3, the land use is an independently assessed market evidence proportion of B1, B2, B8 units. Now, that's not an inevitable dichotomy in there, but it seems to me that there's a dichotomy that has come here out of the evidence. So I would like particularly focusing on that, because there are each Safe Toaster now and the appellant have highlighted the bits of this policy that inevitably suit them. There's 2 there. So that's a key point, I think, for that. And that's what I would find most useful in the evidence on that. So I thought I would mention that now to give you time to think about that before we get there. But let's break now. It's, well, it's 11:37 according to that one. So I suggest we return at just a short break, well, we'll say 10 to 12. Okay, so we'll adjourn until 10 to 12, and then we'll hear, well, first of all, from Ms. Bull via video conference. Okay, thank you. Right, okay, we will make a start, and I think the council, well, first speaker as such is Sarah Bull MP. I think the council's
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Just before we get going with the interested parties, I've been told that I think there are 3 or 4 perhaps people who wanted to speak who weren't in your list of people that you read out in the your
Okay,
opening
had
remarks.
they let us know in advance as the
I think I don't know if they have. I'm not sure. I've just been told that they've
Right,
come
okay.
along today.
Well,
There are not many, but there are a few who weren't in your list who would like to say something. But
subject to
possible.
time, I mean, I appreciate the strength of feeling, but as I said this morning, a point made well once doesn't need to be repeated.
No, indeed, of course.
So,
I don't know what they're going to say, so I
yeah.
don't.
Subject to time, I would be willing to hear them, but to avoid this, we specifically set out at the and I think the letter from the council, notification letter from the council said if you wanted to speak, then you should let us know in advance. But if there is the opportunity, I will. But as we know, we are limited amount of time in this inquiry, and we need to get to some into some key evidence on it. But
yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Let's proceed on with Ms. Bull then, please.
I started my petition against this application last.
I think it's just been put up to the loudest volume.
This direct quote from South Northamptonshire Local Plan Part 2 must be at the forefront of the inspectorate's mind when considering this appeal. I speak for literally thousands of residents when I express my opposition to this development due to the breaches of policy and objectives. The reasons for refusal are correct and should be upheld. Coaster, or Lacte Dorum, is, as the local plan states, the oldest town in Northamptonshire. Policy SS2A and B states that planning permission can only be granted where the proposed development maintains the individual identity of towns and integrates with its local surroundings. Indeed, when describing AL1 and AL2, the Supplementary Planning Document, SPD, states, I quote, "This northern gateway acts as a key arrival point into the historic settlement, and its function should be considered relative to the quality of proposals at AL1 and AL2, as well as scale and massing." End of quote. The visual impact of such a development is deeply concerning. The SPD states, in regard to AL1, that, quote, "There is a need for greater sensitivity in developing areas along the north and northeastern edges of the site due to the rising topography and rural character of the land, making this part of the site sensitive to receptors from the north, east and west, across the countryside from several public rights of way, country roads and villages." End of quote. Now, the units here would essentially reach around 28 metres above the existing ground level, quite significantly taller than the SPD's suggested top height of 16 metres from existing ground level. Combine this with a 24-hour lighting across the whole site, and the development is extremely visible. But extensive large funds have to be installed to mask the ground level changes for the appeal scheme and to increase the height of tree planting just reinforces that this is not an appropriate development. The loss of agricultural fields and mature vegetation to a large warehouse, hard surfaces and associated activity, i.e. being served by a consistent 24-hour flow of bright yellow vans and lorries, clearly shows that this application fails to demonstrate compatibility or integration with our most historic town and this area of fields and beauty. In addition, how a warehouse delivery unit placed there can conserve the tranquility of the natural and built environment that Objective 9 seeks to achieve cannot be answered. Now, on warehousing, this type of BA warehousing is not in keeping with the spirit of the local plan and SPD. nor with the existing belt plantation. This proposal is not the type of small and medium-sized commercial building the local plan intended. Now, DHL argued that there was a need for strategic warehousing and that WNC have failed to deliver this since the local plan Part 2 was adopted. But might I gently suggest to DHL that perhaps this may indeed be a recognition that additional warehousing of size, scale and siting is not deemed strategic in this location, given the abundance of warehousing across Northamptonshire and in other more appropriate sites, which are also currently sitting vacant. I do not believe that there is a need for a large floor plate V8 development. Now, on employment, paragraph 13.2.1 of the local plan states that there is no specific identified need for the additional employment to meet the needs of the town. Objectives 1 and 2 of the local plan relate to job creation. However, a large-scale set of warehousing does not create the type of jobs required, given the plan identifies the resident workforce is highly skilled and professional. DHL, in their appeal, try to suggest significant economic benefits and argue it would create around 1,200 to 1,500 full-time equivalent jobs for South Northamptonshire residents. However, let us be clear, the majority of roles in such a warehouse would be process plant and machinery operatives, which sits in contrast to the localised workforce skill set. It will not service the potential local workforce of South Northamptonshire, but will require workers being transported in. The jobs on offer, as noted in paragraph 13.1.4 of the local plan part 2, will not match the skills of the local people. This isn't the employment ambrosia they suggest. Now, the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, JCS, emphasises that this is to be a rural service centre with the intent to grow local businesses relating to home working environment and being part of a high technology corridor. The focus needs to be on renewal and regeneration of existing employment areas. Now, the nature of the DHL warehouse application is not the small-scale units and is more akin to the nature of a warehouse in a logistics park or rail-linked allocation, and so conflicts with the intentions of the employment policy in the development plan. Now, turning to traffic, it is incredibly important that we put this DHL application in its wider context. There is an undeniable background growth of traffic across this area. And National Highways has acknowledged to me that even without this development, congestion in Towcester will worsen in the years to come. This will only be exacerbated by this development. Now, DHL suggests that they will deliver a substantial highway improvement scheme that will fully mitigate, I quote, the traffic impact of the proposed development. But how can they guarantee this? Some of my concerns. Firstly, DHL's modelling looks at their 2025 and 2031 years. The base of their modelling was data from the COVID 2021 period when traffic was naturally down. Secondly, the workforce here are unlikely to be truly South Northamptonshire or even Towcester locals. And so walking, cycling or using public transport is unlikely to be the case for the majority of future employees. And finally, given the work patterns likely at the site being shift work, not all workers will be able to use public transport, even if enhanced, which will encourage car use and thus further exacerbate existing traffic congestion. Ultimately, the already congested Tove roundabout will see excess traffic being forced along not only the Towcester Relief Road, but also throughout the surrounding villages. We must think of the detrimental effect on Greens Norton, Piffield, Dunkirk, Caldicot, Rimscote, Tattershall, Coldheim and Ascot, to name but a few. We have to consider the cumulative impact of these decisions and its legacy for our community. Now, on the playground, or perhaps the recreational land, I would just also note that DHL are trying to justify this development by promoting a socio-economic benefit, being the offer of land for football pitches delivered by Towcester Town Football Club. Now, however well-intentioned these pitches may be, I do have severe concerns for the safety of children trying to access this site. They're going to have to walk from the other side of town and across the incredibly busy A43 and walk alongside thundering lorries. Overall, for the reasons I have stated before, combined with the evidence provided in this appeal, I firmly believe that this development neither meets the demands for small and medium-sized units nor contributes to reducing the level of outcommute, both of which are central to the local plan. This planning application fails to satisfy policy grounds set out in the local plan and SPD on visual impact, employment, traffic, and compatibility with the identity of the area. The reasons for refusal are supported and withstand scrutiny. DHL, quite frankly, entered into a bad commercial deal. They acquired a freehold to a site without it being conditional on planning and are trying to force through an inappropriate development. I would urge the inspectorate to listen to the voices of concern, as well as the emphatic refusal by the Strategic Planning Committee, and reject this appeal. The DHL warehouse development is not justified to be located at Toaster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trigger, I would normally ask you whether you wanted to ask any questions, but that's obviously not going to be possible, but you can ask away, you won't get any answers.
It'd be fantastic to try, sir, but obviously I don't have any questions, sir. And just in terms of the next period of questioning, so unless I intimate otherwise, my intention is very rarely to cross-examine third parties or ask questions. It's really just questions which are helpful to the process. So, sir, I'll keep quiet unless indicated otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, right. Ms. Illingworth, if you'd like to come up to the table and put the microphone on.
Thank you. It's Councillor Iris Illingworth, and I represent Parish Council and the villages, 3 villages and 3 hamlets of our parish of 1,600 people. Parish Council does not support this development and have strongly objected to it over the past 3 years. The parish is just over 2 miles north of the application site, adjoining the northern boundary of Toaster. It lies alongside the A5, as does the site. Toaster is the nearest town for shopping, medical and leisure facilities for the residents, having none of these facilities in the villages. It is the site of the secondary school attended by children in the parish, and many residents use the A5 South as a route to other venues of work. Increased traffic hold-ups will have an impact on people's businesses and employment. A huge concern for our residents is the scale and nature of the development, which will result in a significant visual impact on the rural Tove Valley. This cannot be adequately mitigated through landscaping or other means. It will be visible from the parish footpaths. It is totally unacceptable to have this proposed collection of mega warehouses in the open countryside on the north edge of this historic town. Driving into Toaster will become like driving through the start of an urban area. If approved, the warehouse may well become automated in a few years as technology around warehousing improves and companies need more up-to-date facilities. It would leave another vacant warehouse complex and an unsightly backdrop to the area, not employing any people, but just being automated. The site is not adjacent to the motorway system and will use the A5 and the A43 for access. Increased traffic turning into this site will cause further backup of vehicles on the A5 in both directions. It will also lead to increased traffic on local minor roads. The A5 is used as an alternative to the M1 when there are accidents or roadworks on the motorway. A major concern for the people in this area is the A5 Banbury Lane crossroads within 2 miles of the site. It is a known accident spot. It has been closed several times in the past year due to accidents and has been the scene of several fatalities. A very recent survey in July 2024 at this junction by Northamptonshire Police Safer Roads recorded almost 200,000 vehicles per week travelling northbound, with 80,000 vehicles travelling south towards Towcester. Pattishall Parish Council and its residents strongly urge you to reject this appeal for the proposed development, which contravenes the letter and spirit of South Northants local plan and the West Northants joint core strategy. On behalf of the residents and Pattishall Parish Council, thank you, sir, for listening to this.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your brevity there. You might as well leave the microphone on. Mr. Bishop.
My name is Mark Bishop. I'm a local resident and retired acoustic consultant of 35 years experience. Shall I start again?
Yeah.
My name is Mark Bishop. I'm a local resident and retired acoustic consultant of 35 years experience. I wish to talk about the issue of potential noise disturbance from the proposed development. Whilst I recognise this was not presented as one of the reasons for refusal of the initial planning application, I believe the issue is nevertheless significant and requires consideration when determining this appeal. I have issued 2 independent noise assessment documents during the planning process and wish to draw the inspector's attention to my main argument as to why the developer significantly underestimates the potential noise impact on the local community around the development site. DHL's noise impact assessment has been made with reference to the relevant PPG on noise, which provides subjective guidance as to what constitutes various observable adverse effect levels. They've chosen to assign absolute noise level limits based upon general guidance when determining what constitutes the lowest observed adverse effect level. Whilst this may be an appropriate assessment technique when bringing new residential development to an existing noise source, I believe it's inappropriate when bringing in a new industrial or commercial noise source to an existing residential area. I believe the correct assessment procedure, as set out in my reports, is a relative one in relation only to prevailing background noise levels. When the site activity noise levels predicted by the developer are compared to the prevailing background noise levels, I believe I've shown there are likely to be notable exceedances. The table in my report issued as part of this appeal process sets out these exceedances in detail. My analysis indicates the predicted site noise levels are likely to have a noticeable effect due to general vehicle movement around the site, but in particular due to reversing beepers and in particular during the night. The noise impact assessment argues that reversing beeper noise should be compared to pre-existing maximum noise events, which I believe is inappropriate as reversing beeper noise is specifically designed to attract attention to itself and is not comparable to other normal rural maximum noise events. Instead, it is my view that reversing beeper noise should be compared to the general background noise levels. In this respect, I would ask you to consider the case of a resident of Caldicott who is trying to sleep at 2 a.m. on a warm summer's night with their windows open. What peace they were enjoying, despite the level of vehicle movement noise from the site, would very definitely be interrupted by the sound of reversing beepers at regular intervals. It would be of no consolation to the resident that they ought to find this noise acceptable, as it is comparable with other rural maximum noise events, such as, for example, wind gust noise in trees or owls screeching. Nor would they be reassured that the noise they were listening to would be deemed acceptable if it was time weighted over the standard 15-minute nighttime assessment period. It can be expected the noise levels I've predicted, based upon the developer's own data, would likely lead to sleep disturbance and the need to keep windows closed. These are characteristics that correspond to the PPG noise category description for a significant observed adverse effect level, where the recommended action is to avoid development. I believe the predictions are also incompatible with paragraph 198A of the latest version of the MPPF. In DHL's response to my latest report, it has been argued that, and I quote, should there be a marginal exceedance of the conditioned limits resulting from the overall development that results in complaints, DHL would have the opportunity to vary operations or apply further mitigation or restrictions to reduce noise emissions at that point, end quote. However, once completed, I can think of no realistic means of reducing activity noise that would not significantly impact upon site operations or require construction of unfeasibly tall noise barriers around the site. Nor is it likely DHL could rely upon the use of white noise reversing beepers unless they own and operate every vehicle which accesses the site, which I do not believe will be the case. The only feasible means of noise control is to prevent the development as a whole. In conclusion, if the development is allowed to proceed, West Northants Council have provided a proposed planning condition in their report to committee, i.e. condition 28. This requires site noise to be no more than 5 dB above background. My first point here is that this does not go far enough. As to fully protect the immunity of residents, there ought to be no increase in background noise level. Nevertheless, even before addition of any of the corrections I believe are necessary, DHL's own predictions show that they cannot meet the proposed planning condition. It might reasonably be argued, therefore, that if the proposed development cannot comply with even a relaxed planning condition regarding noise limits, with no realistic opportunity to apply operational noise control measures, then planning permission ought not to be granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Maggie Clubley.
Thank you. I'm councillor for Toaster and Road Ward, addressing the inquiry on behalf of local residents and villages in my ward, which include Road, Tiffield, Stoke Bruin and Shetlanger. The people of Toaster and surrounding villages should not be penalised for a defective local plan which allowed DHL to apply for a B8 monstrous warehouse. The councillors who signed off the plan would never have signed this plan had they have known this type of application could be made. We are not NIMBYs. There are 4 allocated sites, all of which were intended for small to medium sized businesses, for semi to professional businesses, to align with those in Silverstone Park and surrounding areas, and to fit the profile of local residents. The local plan SS2 A and B clearly states that planning permission can only be granted where the proposed development maintains the individual identity of towns and integrates into the local surrounding. This proposed monstrosity would most definitely not maintain the identity of Toaster or integrate into the local surroundings. We are a rural area with a historic market town, with the surrounding area being 88% agricultural. West Northants Council have provided more than sufficient warehouse spaces along the M1 corridor through Northamptonshire with Segro, Panetone Park, those at Junction 15A and Dreft Appet Daventry. The warehousing proposed by DHL is not in keeping with the area or the local plan and strategic planning guidance. The visual impact of this warehouse would change our town forever and will be visible from many local housing estates, harming their previous uninterrupted view. Additionally, further applications are sitting behind this one, which, if this application is granted, would make Toaster a logistics park. There is no employment need. The employment rate in the area, West Northants, is 2.9%, one of the lowest in the country. We are an area of semi-skilled and professional workers. We have Spon School is rated outstanding by Ofsted, and the majority of those children go on to full-time education or university. There is no employment need in Towcester or the surrounding areas. In any event, jobs available through DHL do not even pay enough to rent a house in Towcester. We are one of the highest areas for rent and property purchase. I would dispute the amount of unemployed people in Towcester raised by DHL. It is therefore disputed that there is sufficient workforce in the area. But even if workforce could be hired, there are insufficient bus services, and even with the proposed funding from DHL, the bus service would still be inadequate for shifts proposed by DHL. It can also be ascertained that a number of the warehouse developments along the M1 corridor provided by West Northants Council are suffering from a lack of staff and are having to bus staff in from various towns some miles away. You will be hearing much evidence on the congestion faced constantly through Towcester, and that local residents have no confidence in national highways. I would like to make just one point on this because you will be hearing plenty of evidence on traffic. The planning officer in his initial report stated that a condition of the planning should be that DHL use the new relief road when open. The residents of Towcester have been waiting approximately 50 years for a relief road, and this road is for them, not DHL. The relief road is going to be running through a development of 3,750 new homes, and we do not want to see a parade of DHL trucks running through that housing estate. The application by DHL is misfounded. It does not comply with the meaning or intention of the local plan or the strategic planning guidance. DHL, in their arrogance, have bought a piece of land without planning permission in a quiet rural area simply because it was cheaper than purchasing along the M1 corridor. There is a magnitude of warehousing along that corridor that they could use. The visual impacts would be grotesque. It is not suitable and there is no employment need. This is a wonderful place to live and work, and on behalf of all the residents in Towcester and surrounding villages, please dismiss this application for the reasons above. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I just ask a quick question about the Towcester Relief Road?
Yeah.
Which, just so I'm clear, this is to the south of the town, part of new development, and would go from what's the existing A5 across to the
A43.
A43. And is that anticipated that would be the A5 up to?
Yeah, if I may, it's not anticipated to become the A5, but National Highways are intending to for that route to be used for the it's intended for that route to primarily be used by HGVs with weight restrictions implemented on the existing route of the A5 through Towcester Town Centre. So there's, alongside the relief road, National Highways are working on a separate but conjoined package of road improvements for the A5 section through Towcester Town Centre, so that traffic is encouraged, particularly HGVs, to use the relief road instead. But the relief road won't be classified as the A5 or become part of the strategic road network. That road will be adopted by the council.
Oh, right. So the strategic road, the trunk road in old terms, will remain the A5 through the middle of Towcester? Yes, with weight restrictions and traffic calming measures, etc. Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Forbes.
Good afternoon. I'm Graham Forbes, head teacher at Spon Secondary School, which is the only secondary school serving Towcester, its surrounding villages and parishes. I think the point of traffic has been very well made, but what I'd like to point out is the impact on, I believe, the traffic would have on the well-being, welfare and education of our students of Spon School. Currently, around 40% of our students are bused into the school from the surrounding villages. And the impact already with the traffic we have in its current state is quite challenging. Quite regularly, these buses are late. We even have a late bus that is used purely to try and combat traffic issues that regularly happen within the community. Of late, there's also been the roadworks up at the A43. This has had a huge impact on our students, leading to some students not arriving to school till 9:30 in the morning. Bearing in mind our lessons start at 8:45, that's a significant amount of learning lost on what at the moment is a regular basis, with no real plan to try and resolve that. It's probably very well known that the impact of the COVID pandemic had a huge issue with children's attendance at schools. As a result, the government has brought in new measures to combat that and put a lot more pressure on schools to make sure that children are attending. As a result, schools now have to send their daily absences and punctuality reports to the government. This is done before 11 o'clock in the morning, and any students that are late, immediately that's on their record, and we're not at a point where we can change that or challenge it. This then will lead to referrals to local authority, which could also impact our parents in terms of issuing of fines for lack of attendance on punctuality. This would be unfair on parents if they were to be impacted on this new development, the increase of traffic, and therefore their children being late of no fault of their own. Around 60% of our children walk to school or are getting any lifts with cars from their parents. What we've also noticed in my short tenure as head teacher at Spawn is the impact of traffic on Brackley Road outside the school. This does present quite a significant health and safety risk. And as a result, I'm regularly not regularly seen, every morning at 8 o'clock to 8:30, I'm outside on Brackley Road on that crossing to try and make sure I can oversee the health and safety and well-being of our students. Particularly with the roadworks at present at the moment, the traffic is at best abhorrent. This is then reflected at the end of the day at 3:10 when 1,400 students leave the building all at the same time. As you can imagine, with the 10 buses that leave and the 60% of students that leave on foot, this again presents quite a significant health and safety risk. It is my belief that if the warehouse was to go ahead and the impact increase on traffic, this would have quite a significant impact on our children's health and safety risk, but more importantly, their education and their well-being. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask you, Spawn School, is that a comprehensive school?
Yes, it is.
Right, okay, thanks. I only asked that because I just wanted to know whether it was all the children in the area. You said all the children in the area go there, but I just...
Yeah, it's a comprehensive state school, 1,428 children.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Christine Walker.
Could I ask you to refer
Yeah.
to the illustration? Thank you. I live in the village of Greens Norton, the village closest to the Tove roundabout and the DHL site. The traffic modelling for 2021 the data for it bears no resemblance to my daily reality of getting to and from Towcester, which is the local centre for shopping, healthcare, work and school. We have no choice but to use the Tove or Apthorpe roundabouts to reach the town. At busy times, it's extremely difficult and at times terrifying to enter the Tove roundabout from the Towcester Road when heading into Towcester, which is the direction that most village traffic wishes to take. And the second point, interactive sat-nav systems such as Google Maps reroute traffic regularly into villages with a huge impact on congestion and safety for those communities. The Towcester Road is the most common route for traffic from many villages beyond Greens Norton to access the local town. It is the only entry on that roundabout with no traffic light controls, as it's give way into a system where all other traffic is directed by traffic lights. Can you please refer to map 1? And imagine that you're sitting at the front of the queue on the Towcester Road, shown as the blue car, heading into Toaster, and you're waiting for a gap. In the first map, the A5 lights are green and there are 2 lanes of traffic heading north coming across the Toaster junction. Any traffic wishing to turn right to head east up the A43 has to stop on the roundabout at the red light. Please refer to photo 2. So this is what's ahead of you when you're sitting on the Toaster Road trying to access the roundabout. And this shows queued cars in front of you, and particularly a green van blocking the access to the right-hand lane. So you can't enter the roundabout even if there's a gap in the crossing traffic, as your car would then be positioned across the live lanes heading north. Moving on to map 3. You're still waiting to enter the roundabout when the A5 lights go red and the A43 lights go green. If you're lucky enough that all 3 lanes on the A43 are slow off the mark, you might get a second or 2 to pull out. But if there are already cars queued on the roundabout, as we saw previously, there's nowhere to move into until they move forward. And at busy times, it's very common for no cars, or occasionally just 1 car, to be able to get onto the roundabout in a full cycle of the traffic lights. When you finally get onto the Tove roundabout, you will almost always be stopped at 1 or other set of lights. It's terrifying to be the 3rd or 4th car in the queue at the lights, and this is shown on the map, map 3, because your car will be sticking out into the right-hand lane where the traffic is generally moving at 40 miles an hour. And HGV drivers are aware that the 3 lanes on the roundabout will narrow to 2 shortly further up the A43. So they're accelerating hard. At busy times, the queue at the Toaster roundabout can be a great deal longer than the 11 cars counted in the traffic survey, not infrequently back to the farm shop, which is almost half a mile back. But the number of cars doesn't give a good indication of the delay. The queue moves so slowly because, as I've demonstrated, a maximum of 1 car will enter the roundabout at busy times on each cycle. And when the traffic is heavy, many cars will do a U-turn, even when there's a relatively short queue. Where do the cars go after they've turned round? Well, they may go out through the tiny hamlet of Dunkirk, which is connected to the A5 by a lane which is so narrow, in practice it has to be treated as a single track with passing places in field entrances. And then they would have to enter the A5 with no acceleration lane, with traffic thundering past at 60 miles an hour. An alternative route for traffic that's turned round would be to go through the centre of Greens Norton to reach Mill Lane to gain access via the Abthorpe roundabout, where recently the queue was back almost a mile to the damaged bridge where there's temporary traffic lights. My second point is about interactive maps rerouting traffic through the villages. 2 weeks ago, I was driving into Greens Norton along the Toaster Road at 8:45 in the morning, and there was a steady stream of traffic coming from the Caswell Road, which is usually a quiet country lane. At least 6 cars pulled out ahead of us, and I could see in my rearview mirror that there was a continuous stream following us. When I got home 5 minutes later, I checked Google Maps, and screenshot 4 is what I found. And you can see that Google Maps is diverting traffic off the A5 through the village of Dunkirk and into Greens Norton, or there's an alternative through Coldham, Foxley, Blakesley and Silverstone to avoid the A5 and the Tove roundabout. In case you think this is all related to the A43 roadworks, there may be some component to that, but you can see that the recommended diversion enters the A43 before the roadworks. Once in the centre of Greens Norton, there are 2 options for through traffic, either down the tiny residential roads of Churchview and Sycamore Road, or past the green and along the narrow high street. I've seen the absurd sight of an articulated lorry using the pavement to try and negotiate alternating parked cars here. And in the village, there are also 2 day nurseries and a primary school. So in addition to parked cars, through traffic will encounter nursery staff with toddlers and buggies, and parents meeting children from the primary school, and it will pass the playing fields and the children's play area. Greens Norton Parish Council's recent request for traffic calming measures had been refused. Meanwhile, villagers who have to park on these roads experience lost wing mirrors, scrapes and dents to their cars with increasing frequency. And again, just in case you think the previous screenshot of Google Maps was entirely due to the A43 works, at random did another check just looking at the A5. So from a point at Foster's Booth, north on the A5, to a point south of Toaster. And this shows a diversion again down the effectively single track road into Dunkirk, Greens Norton, the Tove roundabout, up the A43 and across a very fast dual lane carriageway at Hulkert and down a residential road in Toaster. So these delays and heavy traffic through unsuitable rural lanes and narrow streets are a daily occurrence now. These issues predate the current relief road works on the A43 by several years. They're unpredictable in location and timing, though more frequent at peak times. Normal traffic flow is at a tipping point where any small disruption or for no obvious reason, the traffic turns to chaos. I've read the proposed mitigations for the proposed DHL development, and the changes to the roundabout appear to optimize for A5 traffic and widen to 3 lanes, the west side of the roundabout, which will make it even more difficult for traffic entering from Toaster Road to get into the right-hand lane where most traffic is heading. Toaster Road on that mitigation remains give way. It feels as if insufficient attention has been paid to safety where rural roads and the strategic road network intersect. This month, Northamptonshire coroner Anne Pember issued a prevention of future deaths notice following a fatal accident where a village road from Tiffield meets the A43. The Tove roundabout may be the next avoidable death from an RTC where an explanation to the chief coroner is required. So I anticipate that the DHL development will increase traffic volumes at the Tove roundabout. Villagers will find it even more difficult to access their local essential services, and the villages of Dunkirk and Greens Norton and others will become a permanent default route. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask you about the your last map?
Yes.
It may just be the way it's been described. You said Google Maps directs traffic through villages to avoid the Tove roundabout, but it's actually going through it. But I'm right in thinking the route it's directing it is through the Tove roundabout, but just not on the A5 approach to it.
Sorry, you mean the screenshot?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It crosses that. And at this point, there's no delay at that roundabout. That's true. But, sorry. But this is the sort of thing that 5 minutes later.
I'm just trying to understand. So presumably, Google Maps, if it was correct, thought that traffic was slow either on the A5 southbound heading towards Tove roundabout, or on the A5 from the Tove roundabout into Toaster.
Yes.
It presumably thought that was where the problem was.
Yes.
Okay, but I get the point the general point you were making. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mellor.
This will take about 9 minutes, so there should be a little bit of time for questions if necessary. So first of all, I'm very grateful, sir, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Graham Mellor. I live in and work in Shatlanger, and I've lived in villages around Towcester since 1989. For the last 22 years, I've been writing and publishing articles about the environment, sustainability and air quality. So I was astonished to learn the applicant's claims in this regard. This is the applicant's air quality assessment, and as a scientist, I find it ridiculous, and as a local resident, I find it insulting. My written comments provide further details and explanations of why I have those views, but for the benefit of those present, I can summarise them as follows. And they cover two issues, air quality first, and secondly, climate change. So addressing air quality, the applicant has claimed that the air quality effects of the proposed development would be not significant. This seemed unlikely to me, so I studied the air quality assessment to try and find out how they could draw such a conclusion, and B, installed a continuous air quality monitor in Towcester's Market Square on the 2nd of September last year, courtesy of the butchers. The monitoring data so far has shown that the applicant's model dramatically underpredicts nitrogen dioxide and overpredicts PM 2.5, for example. But how could they be so wrong? They have used standard guidance from DEFRA and the Institute of Air Quality Management, after all. Well, in my written comments, I explain how the AQA model amplifies uncertainty from each of its data sources. For example, number one, the monitoring data is drawn from old-fashioned diffusion tubes, which are commonly accepted to have an accuracy of plus or minus 25%. In the environmental sector, we call this catnip, cheapest available technology not involving prosecution. Number two, background air quality data is drawn from DEFRA maps, which have a 1 kilometre square resolution. Number three, weather data is drawn from Luton, over 35 miles away. Bizarre. The applicant has chosen receptor locations at which to model air quality. As I understand it, they get the option to choose where they do so, but for some reason, they haven't chosen the locations where there are the most people and where the air quality is likely to be the worst. A traffic model, which itself has estimated traffic vehicle emissions, has its own levels of uncertainty, and this also feeds into the air quality model. As a consequence of all this accumulated uncertainty, the scientist in me is affronted by air quality predictions with a 0.1 microgram per meter cube resolution. I'm not alone in my view, and I reference here the paper entitled Garbage In, Gospel Out, authored by academics from the Centre for Health Services Studies at the University of Kent. And the next point I want to make is particularly interesting in these circumstances, because the monitoring data that I've found so far points a finger of suspicion at the traffic data. And this is because a high proportion of PM 2.5 fine particulate sources are non-vehicular, whereas most nitrogen dioxide is derived from vehicles. So if the applicant's model underpredicts NO2, which it does, the suspicion is that they are underpredicting traffic emissions in their own model, which has implications for their projections going forward. The applicant's proposal focuses entirely on national air quality objectives, which is common practice. But even with these objectives, 28 to 36,000 people are dying prematurely every year from air pollution. That's around 3 times the number of alcohol-related deaths. It also means, and I recognise that this is not scientifically robust, but mathematically, that means that with, say, 13,000 people in Towcester and 69 million people, and that amount of people dying, around 6 die in Towcester every year prematurely as a result of air pollution. The continuous monitoring in Towcester shows us that pollution rises and falls dramatically as the traffic levels vary. Importantly, the air quality is worst when children are walking to and from school and when old age pensioners are queuing outside the post office. During these times, NO2 levels are unacceptably high, and most of the time, PM 2.5 fine particulates exceed the World Health Organization guideline. The air pollution page on the Gov UK website says short-term increases in levels of air pollution can cause a range of health effects, including effects on lung function, exacerbating asthma, increases in respiratory and cardiovascular hospital admissions, and mortality. Why do I mention this? Well, it highlights the seriousness of the problem and means that we cannot be complacent. The planning system must not allow cumulative developments to make air quality worse. Since the original application proposal, air quality objectives in this country have tightened through the Environment Act 2021, and the World Health Organization, as I mentioned, have got new guidelines for PM 2.5. So, sir, how do my air quality comments help you to make a decision? Well, the applicant's air quality model is obviously flawed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their no significant claim is invalid. However, it does considerably undermine the level of trust in which we can place their models, particularly those that relate to traffic. The applicant may point out that the measurements from the monitor that I installed, whilst differing wildly from their projections, are still on average below the current national air quality objectives. But A, this is just one point on the Watling Street, where the butchers were happy to power the device. And B, we were exceeding the WHO guideline on fine particulates. And C, the issue here is whether an army of heavy-duty vehicles is going to make air quality even worse. You could accept the applicant's predictions because they have used standard methods, just the same as many other projects around the country. But at some stage, somebody has got to point out that the standard methods are outdated and riddled with huge levels of uncertainty. And I hope, sir, that that person will be you. The only way to reduce these uncertainties is to validate and calibrate models with continuous monitoring. So I find myself asking, why did the applicant not install continuous monitors right from the start, years ago, when we first had the public announcement at the rugby club? Why were they not installed then? Could it be that they were too frightened of what the data might show us, especially when the cumulative impact of other local projects, such as the rail freight interchange at Junction 15, start to kick in? The second issue is climate change. And my comments here are quite simple and shorter, you'll be pleased to hear. Given the climate emergency and our commitments to net zero, major proposals such as this have to be assessed according to their greenhouse gas emissions. The new National Planning Policy Framework is quite clear. It says the planning system should support the transition to net zero by 2050. BREEAM is a sustainability assessment of a building, which is not the same as the sustainability assessment of a logistics hub. The analogy I would make is only assessing the greenhouse gas emissions of drilling an oil well in Surrey or the Rosebank or Jackdaw oil fields, rather than the greenhouse gas emissions of when that oil is burned. So if the applicant is to convince you to decide in their favour, they must satisfy you that the proposed development supports the transition to net zero. The only way they can do that is with data, actual numbers on greenhouse gas emissions. The definition of greenwash is providing islands of good environmental information amid a sea of otherwise quietly held bad news. So you must be provided with the complete picture to allow you to make the right decision. In summary, a logistics hub and a small market town with an air quality problem is a marriage made in hell. So DHL must not be allowed to drive a juggernaut through the heart of this community. In my, excuse me, in my view, this is the last paragraph. In my view, this proposal is not supported by the data that will be needed to allow you to decide in its favour. Instead, it is riddled with uncertainty. So, to protect the health and the lives of the people of Towcester and to support this country's transition to net zero, I urge you to reject it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any questions.
Anybody?
Thank you. Ms. Harrison. Oh, that was the lady who wasn't here, wasn't it? So Miss Harrison, Rosie Harrison, still not here? No. Okay, Mr. Dineen.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Right. My background is in logistics. And I worked for 38 years in the industry and 28 at a senior level, including time at DHL. During that time, I've been involved in many projects, including new startups, network re-engineering, and the relocation of contracts. Firstly, though, let me dispel the claim made by DHL regarding the economic bounce benefit in the Quad statement, page 15, paragraph 3.38. Jobs created will lead to a spend of £3.9 million annually in the local area. I've got the full quote. These new sites will provide subsidised catering facilities for their staff, a full canteen at best, or at the very minimum, vending machines and microwaves. Also, and again, this is from personal experience, staff are not allowed to leave site unless given permission by their line manager. This is a strict requirement under health and safety rules and is a given in any warehouse operation. But even if they are allowed to go out, staff on admin and warehouse shift patterns get, in an 8-hour shift, one 15-minute tea break and a 30-minute lunch break. In a 12-hour shift, this extends to 2 15-minute tea breaks and 1 half-hour lunch break. Therefore, the ability to walk into Toaster or even the Bell Plantation to get a lunch and return to work is not feasible, nor would it, given the wage rates and warehousing, be economically viable for any individual. This is a prime example of where aspiration clashes with reality. It questions the accuracy, and this has already been highlighted, and credibility of any DHL assumptions and data surrounding this application. In the meantime, have DHL considered about the lost revenue to the local area from all those people who would have spent money in the town's cafes and shops, but decide to go elsewhere because they're put off by the increased traffic congestion at the Tove and Abthorpe roundabouts? And we've heard plenty of concerns about that. We already know that these two roundabouts are heavily congested, so any additional traffic volumes will seek to drive people away from the town. That is an economic harm, not a benefit. And have DHL taken this into consideration? DHL may be planning to relocate their life sciences pharmaceutical operations currently in Banbury. These operations are, sensibly, right beside the M40, which gives fast and easy access to the motorway network. No impact on the town, no negative traffic impact, no noise and no light pollution to the town. Sensibly and strategically placed. The opposite will be experienced if an operation like that is established in Toaster. I will also address one serious health and safety risk shortly that falls out of any pharmaceutical operations. But back to my own experience, DHL have emphasised the strategic nature of this development. However, in any project that I worked on, a strategic plan needs to encompass several factors and not just a pin in the map. The following criteria needs to be met. Location. Is it near motorway road networks? No. Toaster is not situated in an ideal location, unlike the warehouses along junction 18, 16, 15 of the M1, and lately 15A. A series of roundabouts between Toaster and the M40 does not lend itself to efficient transportation. The M1 is the closest motorway, but given the recent levels of accidents on this stretch, one unfortunately fatal, any closure of either the A43 or the M1 has a major impact on the local road network. These closures happen all too frequently. Resource. Is there a readily available workforce? No. Toaster has very little unemployment. In fact, it's borderline negative. It also has a mainly white, skilled and white collar demographic, and therefore many of the temporary agency labour needed for these operations will have to be bused or drive in. Is there an adequate road rail access infrastructure? No, and I think that's been adequately covered. Is there affordable housing for incoming staff? No. There's very little affordable council estates available in the town, and the average house price in Towcester is £380,000. And you'll probably find on the new developments that's closer to 400. Average warehouse wages, and given the median, is £28,000 per annum. Do the maths. Does the development affect DHL's much vaunted environmental programme? No. Increased traffic flow, increased air pollution through the town, noise and light impacts. There is no attempt to recycle brownfield sites that are currently available in Northampton or Milton Keynes. And there's been no appetite to take any of the available plots at Junction 18. And on the health and safety matter, if DHL install a pharmaceutical operation, this will necessitate the inclusion of ammonia tanks. Any leaks from these will be catastrophic for the area. A recent ammonia leak at a logistics site in Wellingborough led to the site evacuation and site closure for 2 weeks. They may say that's rare, but that happened in December last year. And there's a second one that's happened to my knowledge. In September 2021, I met with the then DHL Vice President of Property Acquisition. This meeting was arranged because no one from BECG, who were the kind of, what would you call it, the people presenting what would happen with this development, none of them had any logistics knowledge. So they arranged for me to meet one of the DHL guys. I asked them why DHL had not taken any of the land which was available at the new development near Junction 16 or any of the upcoming developments at Junction 15 and 15A. He replied that his department had been, and I quote, slow off the mark in getting the land needed. I stated that it seemed very unfair that this area should suffer due to the incompetence of his department. I think it's worth noting that he left DHL 3 weeks later. I also why DHL had not taken any of the plots at Junction 18 on the Durft estate or to look at the brownfield sites, and he declined to make any comment. I firmly believe that this purchase was a knee-jerk reaction to his departmental failure to secure a relevant site for this development. He also tried to arrange a meeting between me and the then Vice President of Projects. Due to holiday commitments, neither of us could meet at the proposed date, but from then on for 3 years, that guy has avoided all my phone calls and all my emails. My personal experience with the DHL project teams is that they can be very adept at promising much but delivering little. My role was the operational advisor on several DHL projects, and my role was to challenge the solutions teams to ensure that the proposals being made were viable. I had a lot of arguments. The most visible example of this overpromise under delivery was when DHL brought the national network of KFC outlets to a halt due to severe service failures. It's worth noting. As far as the practice of campus operations go, this campus title is just a rebranding of a logistics park. It's meant to make it sound hip and groovy, for want of a better thing. And it sprang out of, the name sprang out of Silicon Valley when people wanted to demonstrate and had the ability to share and remove resource within the IT industry, which is very easily done. It was a brand name given to attract the IT community. The demands of a logistics operation actually work in a totally different way to this. with little or no ability for sites to dynamically move staff across differing operations. And when you actually dive into and analyse buying processes, buying patterns, delivery patterns, the peaks and troughs that maybe applied 15, 20 years ago don't exist anymore. We shop 24/7. So the ability for customers to predict future trends is volatile. Customers also have 7 different peak periods during the year where demand for staff exceeds planned levels. So they all compete and vie for staff. So the notion that people will smoothly put people into warehouse B when warehouse A is quiet doesn't happen. This purchase was, by their own admission, a mistake. And Sarah Bill has mentioned that earlier. And DHL, in order to justify this, have woven quite a lovely little tale. But the harsh reality will be totally the opposite. I do not believe that this development satisfies any of the key criteria needed to set up an operation of this scale. The council's original decision to refuse it should be upheld.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Black.
Hi there. My name's Mark Black. I live at Bairstow's Lodge, which is directly opposite the field where the tallest Zone 2 warehouse is proposed. I don't know, are you aware where Bairstow's Lodge is? It is the house directly opposite, just checking that.
Yeah, on the other side of the A5.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously I strongly object. I'm not going to take too much time going over the technical areas. I think they've been covered by everybody. I think I'd just like to move on to the residential and quality of life, the impact it's going to have, and it has had on that. So I mean, obviously, the development will have a severe impact on my family life and the wider community. Increased noise, HCVs, floodlighting, everything that's been discussed earlier today. The sheer presence of such an industrial complex will destroy what makes my area and the other people in Toaster, it makes it a desirable place to live. I mean, all the way through this process, I mean, I've been going through this process for 4 years. I mean, DHL has consistently sought to downplay the true impact of this development and sidestep legitimate concerns raised by residents. I mean, the latest one, so 4 years ago, I heard about the development and our house completely overlooks that field. So I started to let the hedge grow. So the hedge has grown probably 4 or 5 feet in the last 4 or 5 years. I've kept it under control, but I've made it grow past our windows so I don't look over the potential development area because of what it causes, the anxiety, everything that comes with it. So now it's being claimed that my hedge will provide suitable mitigation for this development, which I just find unbelievable. A hedge, I mean, if it means that much, I will cut the hedge down to stop this. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, for me, it's a classic David and Goliath situation. As an ordinary residents of this area, we're up against a powerful multinational corporation, extensive resources, legal teams, planning consultants who are determined to force this project through at any cost. But planning rules exist for a reason, to protect the community like ours from inappropriate and harmful developments. Allowing this application to proceed despite these tactics would set a dangerous precedent and undermine public trust in the planning system. This proposal is wholly inappropriate for this location. The size, scale of the buildings, the increase in traffic, the environmental destruction, the severe impact on all residents, the quality of life makes this unacceptable and unsuitable development. And finally, beyond all the technical failings, I want to highlight a very real 26. We talked about delays, like the council and everybody else, Save Toaster now have put on this 4 years of delays. I would say turn that around. What have I went through? What have the residents went through? We purchased Bairstow's Lodge 25 years ago. It's a derelict dwelling. Unfortunately, at the time we bought it from the council, and now it seems to be reversing due to decisions that were made. We purchased a derelict dwelling, and we spent the last years turning that house into the family home we have today. I mean, it now looks like we're in the threat of our home will soon be overshadowed by this industrial giant. Basically, I will walk outside my front door and I will look at a 21-metre wall. That's what I face. And everything that was talked about the traffic, everybody talks about simulations, data. Whatever way you look at this data, you can look at it from a different side and you can come up with a different number. I've been there for 25 years. That traffic does queue up on that road. And that traffic does queue up for hours when there's an accident on the M1. I don't even understand why DHL would consider it, because when there's going to be an accident and that road gets blocked, and DHL have got their vehicles coming through there 24/7 as well, it's just going to be unbearable. I mean, just to finish off where I am, I mean, for me, the emotional strain, my family for 4 years, I mean, it's been unbearable at times. I mean, no resident should have to go through this. I mean, I know I'm one of many, but I'm just saying, and we shouldn't have to do it. A planning system should be there to serve and protect the community, not wear it down with endless uncertainty. I urge the inspector to recognise the immense harm that a proposal like this would cause, not just to me, but the whole of this area. Please listen to the locals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris Bomer.
Hello, my name's Chris Bomer. I've been a Greens Norton resident for 27 years and chair of the Parish Council for 8 of those. I'm going to talk a bit more from the view of the Parish Council rather than the local resident, because Dr. Walker did that rather well, but I'm still going to need to talk to you about traffic, because that's the area where we regard ourselves as expert in the local area. Anyway, so the Parish Council made a lot of objections, and we still stand by what we said in January 2022. None of that has really changed meaningfully. But the frustration for us, and there's definitely a lot of frustration, is that all the traffic models are focused on the strategic national network. No one's done any modelling on the traffic coming through Greens Norton. It will undoubtedly increase. Local highways tell us that they can't object on our behalf because the issues arise on the national highway, and national highways have no remit for local roads. It just doesn't connect for us. Doesn't make any sense. And in the same way, the idea that each individual application has their own traffic modelling and it's not done as a conjoined group, that made no sense to us originally. It took a long time for anyone to accept, which admittedly DHL did, that it should be done in a connected way. But having a connected application with all the traffic considered seems obvious to us. But you'll note when you look at the maps, the village of Greens Norton lies in a triangle from the A5 to the A43. So between Dunkirk and the McDonald's Abthorpe roundabout is effectively a triangle. So the route through our village is essentially the shortest route through. On Google Maps today, it's a minute slower, and that's half term. It's a shame you've come at half term. It's so much quieter at the moment. But even today, the single track road that is Dunkirk, the large village and the treacherous bridges still make our route through the village only a minute slower on Google Maps. It doesn't take a great genius to work out how little extra congestion is needed on the A5 or the A43 to make that Greens Norton route a faster route on Google Maps. And I'm astonished about the Google Maps thing, but that's got so much better Google Maps has got so much better at avoiding congestion in the last 3 or 4 years. It's so much better that you know that instantly there's congestion, that traffic will come through the village. And we see it every day. There is more congestion every day through our village. And particularly the M1 diversions. I'm really interested in that. The M1 diversions see a real mess through Towcester. We did some data, and I'd be interested for anyone to come up with some other data. But on average, in 2020, the M1 was congested 5.1 every 5.1 days. That's more than once a week. There's congestion on the M1. More than once a week, just the M1 will congest the A5 and the A43. Additionally, and quite important, I think, the DHL mitigation includes a new roundabout further north on the A5 from the current roundabout. So there's a new roundabout further north. Well, the only thing that seems to me that will do is move the congestion further north, which makes it much more likely that cars will divert through Dunkirk and Greens Norton. So what I'm looking at is a huge additional lump of traffic from time to time, maybe all the time. And when we're looking at that, we look at all of the congestion problems that Dr. Walker raised, making it difficult to get out of the village and undoubtedly damaging the well-being of our residents. And when we look at the school, the care home in Dunkirk, the various other elements of our village, it will very much damage our way of life. And I'm really, really unhappy about that. And it should be the sort of thing that we take into account. I had a lot more to say. Don't need to say lots of it. We talk about air quality, we're talking about traffic, we talk about risk of injury, and those things are really significant. And I really, really hope that this inquiry will take account of that. And just interestingly, on your last goal, I had to write this down. There is no current planned access for pedestrians or bicycles from the west of this site. There are no routes across the A5. There is no way that pedestrians or cyclists can get from Greens Norton safely across the A5. There isn't anything. And that suggests it doesn't meet your objectives. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Penny German.
Ooh. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
To bear with me, some of the evidence makes me emotional. Right. I'm here to speak as a resident of Caldecott, and Mr. Bishop rightly acknowledged that that's where owls screech and sheep bleat, and I sleep soundly in my bed currently. Caldecott is a small hamlet adjacent to the proposed development and is the closest in proximity, about 250 metres, and in regards to the impact that a huge logistics depot will have on us and other villages and the wider area. Caldecott is what I call a working hamlet with 3 productive farms, a livery stable which have been here through the generations. There are few, if any, commuters slipping away at break of day and contributing little to the village. Sheep are often driven through the village and children play on its verges. The hamlet relies closely on its closest village, Tiffield, where our own children went to school and many from the village still do. Tiffield and Caldecott are linked by a single track lane with 3 blind bends, a vulnerable bridge and a strew of potholes resembling a war zone. Walkers from Tiffield and around, dog walkers, pedestrians and horse riders use this road daily. Crucially, however, this lane also acts as an emergency run to join the A5 to the A43, which you will see on the map, effectively cutting off the Tove roundabout, which is usually at a standstill. The lane has seen a rise in traffic since the introduction of GPS, which proves problematic as the rat-running drivers are unaware of the problems on this lane. Passing places are few, 3 to be precise. Walkers often jump onto a muddy verge to avoid cars and hold-ups occur due to two-way traffic trying to utilise this single-track road. It often comes to a standstill. This problem would be hugely exacerbated if DHL build their proposed warehouses. They fob us off with travel plans stating that HGVs will be fined if they use the lane. This is not the problem. HGVs can't use the lane due to the unstable bridge and the lack of turning places. However, the cars of staff, delivery drivers and visitors alike, added to the GPS runners, will be uninhibited by these rules and will act with impunity. I'm not against appropriate development on this allocated site. Caldecott has positively embraced the building of a new SEND school in Tiffield, which will certainly lead to a rise in traffic through our hamlet, because we welcome this much needed facility for our area and we wish to support our community. What we don't welcome is an opportunistic bid to use our area to satisfy corporate expansionism. Further traffic problems will occur on the A5, which you've heard, which is the route into town, into Towcester for many village dwellers from miles around. This will have a further impact on shops and services in the town and will be the death of yet another high street. Currently, a trip to Towcester can very often be hindered by miles-long queues caused by closures on the M1, which appear to be growing in frequency, or accidents at the Tove roundabout. And DHL will certainly worsen this problem. Walking or cycling along the A5 is not a safe option now, particularly approaching and crossing the Tove roundabout, and only the most reckless parent would allow their child to use that pathway to access the proposed football pitches. DHL traffic will only make this route even more dangerous. Progress is necessary and growth is vital, according to our government, but these sheds belong along the motorways where DHL have an operation already. They simply saw a cheaper alternative on the edge of our beautiful market town and submitted a proposal regarding.
It does sound like it has probably the battery, but you may need. Oh, I think there's another one coming to you.
Thank you. WNC clearly thinks it is not within the spirit and vision of the local plan, and the Strategic Planning Committee voted 11-1 against this application, precisely because they realised it would not work. With regards to visual impact, the land in question is sited at the gateway to our historic market town of Towcester. It's my understanding that large B8 warehouses will have to be built on a plateau of 5 to 7 metres in order to accommodate the extensive footprint required. Alternatively, medium and or small buildings, B2, do not require such plateau, and they were the intention of the local plan. The large footprint warehouses would be seen for miles and would certainly overshadow the village of Caldecott. Assurances that the warehouses are to be designed to the highest quality means very little. A box is a box. Planned 24-hour operations would prove life-changing for our villagers. The impact of noise and light cannot be satisfactorily mitigated nor understated. In the current mental health crisis our country is facing, the village is in danger of adding to those statistics. Light pollution is inevitable, as even downlight doesn't prevent light bouncing off the buildings themselves. And what about the intrusive headlights from lorries and cars? Noise and light pollution are hugely detrimental factors and will mean this site impacting on the well-being of villagers 24/7. Our footpath, Our footpath, SB1, is currently a pleasurable walk through pony paddocks and sheep fields, whilst these plans mean walkers will now be expected to take their leisure and exercise walks through an industrial estate, closely skirting past huge buildings and vehicles emitting noxious fumes. The laughable mitigation offered of a community picnic area and orchard does not sit well. I, for one, would not wish to sit in a highly toxic atmosphere beside HGVs. DHL's argument that people of Towcester will wish to walk and or spend their leisure hours in such an environment is clearly nonsense. In summary, whilst this development draws many disadvantages, the benefits to our community seem very scant. You've heard of the lack of unemployment in Towcester and the lack of local demographic to fit with the employment on offer from a logistics hub. So are we to be sacrificed for the sake of jobs for people from Peterborough and further afield who will add in-commuting traffic to our overstretched road network? Of course, land is required for employment, but an employment use that works for a small town like Towcester with a rural hinterland. This is not a major town or city with all the immediate infrastructure and workforce to hand. Development land is a finite resource and we must not waste it on inappropriate and unworkable proposals such as this. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibbons.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Robert Gibbons and I'm here on behalf of my family. We currently live at Brickyard Farm House and we're the owners of Brickyard Farm Kennels. We've owned the kennel since 2002, so for 23 years. We look after up to 60 dogs and we employ 4 people. It is our business and we love it. So for the past 4 years, the threat of this site has been this development by DHL into a logistics depot has been hanging over our heads. If it goes ahead, our home will change forever and in all likelihood could close our business down. Running the dog kennels is highly regulated business and I am inspected as to whether my premises is suitable on a yearly basis by the local authority. Without that licence, I cannot operate. DEFRA's Animal Welfare Regulations 2018, updated in 2024, the licensing of activities involving animals states in Schedule 2, paragraph 5.2 under the heading, a suitable environment, and I quote, animals must be kept at all times in an environment suitable for their species and condition, with respect to the following conditions. Firstly, its situation, space, air quality, cleanliness and temperature. Secondly, noise levels, incoming and outgoing. Thirdly, light levels. Dogs that may be adversely affected by the barking of other dogs should be located in the quietest part of the kennels. Excessive noise must be avoided at all times. In 2020, Mark Bishop carried out a noise survey at our property, and it's in his professional opinion that the general vehicle activity noise during the early hours of the morning and reversing beeper noise were clearly audible during all nighttime hours and discernible during the day. The predicted levels of excess noise above background will likely lead to stress and deep sleep disturbance with the animals and ourselves. As a result, the DHL development would likely result in a significant noise impact to both my family and I and the dogs. How can it not? They will be operating 24/7. And in addition to the constant operation noise from the site, the land directly behind the dog's exercise field is allocated for a number of football pitches, which could mean floodlights, whistles, shouting, all of which can trigger the dogs to start barking and to be anxious. I'm not sure who would want to board their dogs if in an environment that I can't control their anxiousness. For the record, no one from representing DHL has ever visited to discuss noise or pollution with ourselves. Sir, I urge you when you visit the site on Friday to please visit the rear of my property and stand on the bund to the rear of Brickyard Farmhouse and take a look into my bedroom window. This is how close this development will be. So on that, I would please urge you to uphold the decision of West Northampton Council to refuse this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I did notice the your property when I did my tour the other day. I did stop out just outside it. Mr. Lowe. Mr. Lowe? Oh, Mr. Lowe.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the opportunity to speak at this inquiry. My name is Nick Lowe. I live the opposite, the southern side of Towcester, on the Burkett Park estate, on the southern urban expansion zone. I've lived in and around Towcester for the last 22 years or so. I also happen to have enjoyed a career in international logistics of more than 40 years, and now I operate as an independent consultant in the logistics sector. And talking about logistics, clearly there's no denying the fact that there's an increasing demand for logistics capacity in the UK for a variety of reasons. We've heard about that previously. Just a couple of quick statistics. According to the Office for National Statistics in 2021, just to illustrate that, the UK had 88% more transport and storage businesses than in 2011. And in that same year, 21% more than in 2019. And the East Midlands accounted for the largest regional warehouse construction spend in 2021. Yeah. You can't hear. Okay. Is that better? Okay, sorry. I won't repeat all of that. Just making the point about statistics showing that clearly there is a demand for more warehouse capacity and logistics capacity in the UK. We heard a little bit about the Golden Triangle earlier, which is the concept that began as a relatively small area around Lutterworth many years ago, now takes in a much larger area within the East and West Midlands of 289 square miles. And it's defined as the area being within 4 hours drive of 90% of the UK's population. We'll come back to that shortly. But against this regional backdrop, particularly of ever-increasing infrastructure development, all the more reason, therefore, for the planning process to ensure that any new warehouse developments are established in the right places with the least possible unintended consequences for local amenity, visual intrusion, congestion, and road safety, to name but a few. Indeed, a helicopter view might lead an uninformed observer to believe that generally the South Northamptonshire location, but actually 6 miles south of the southern apex of the definition of the Golden Triangle, in Towcester, not too far from the M1, literally at the intersection of Tove roundabout of 2 major national trunk roads. Maybe people might think it ticks a lot of boxes. But if you adjust the telescope and focus in on the detailed local map, we've been hearing about that earlier, a different picture clearly begins to emerge. Despite major government funding and the major disruption that we suffered in the Towcester area in the mid-2010s, while the improvements to the Tove and the Aberthorpe roundabouts were happening, the area has again, as we've heard, has a dire and worsening traffic congestion problem, especially but not only at peak times, resulting in the A43 and A5 through and around Towcester being frequently log jammed and causing massive pollution and travel delays. DHL's proposed sites increase traffic movements. Inevitably, cars and trucks will only exacerbate this issue. And bear in mind that on the Tove roundabout itself, which we've heard about, so the roundabout is so constrained that only one HGV can snack on any arm, and more than 2 cars causes a problem because it's just so cramped. It's said that the Tove roundabout will be improved to help mitigate inevitable congestion, but that's happened before. It's difficult to imagine what else could be done to have any material impact. It's said that the relief road would help mitigate this, but it's, as I've also heard, it's not a bypass, it's a non-dual link road with 5 roundabouts, not conceived, and indeed practically, as we've also heard, not going to be additionally accommodating the largest HGV traffic, and so which will still pass through the centre of Towcester. So clearly, that doesn't in itself provide a solution. It's not going to bear the major HGV traffic for northern Towcester logistics developments. The current construction of the roundabout just along from Tove and Abthorpe roundabouts on the A43, at the end of the link road, will be ongoing for a year. I think it's due to finish in March next year. And that's in addition to a number of other new roundabouts, including those on the new link road itself. And that link road bisects an intensive expanding new housing estate, which will be around 3,750 homes, displacing pollution potentially with some trucks, at least the smaller ones, from the centre of Towcester to the detriment of the new houses. Has anyone considered that? And clearly, in the construction stage itself, with the construction of the new roundabout, which was mentioned before on the A5 by the new site, I can't imagine how long the construction itself will last, and that will make lives of local residents that dependent on the Tove roundabout to get anywhere at all an absolute misery. It's just the same story that will continue and worsen over the years. And beyond that, we've also heard there's a question of additional truck and car traffic, which will inevitably be generated between Towcester and the M1 in both directions. We've heard about the St John's Junction on the A43 at Tiffield, which is subject to the Prevention of Future Deaths report, and the new school that's under construction there, which is a whole, which understandably the benefits of that school, but clearly there's a major potential road safety issue there, which was going to be exacerbated by the increased traffic levels, which will inevitably happen. And even traffic heading up the A5 to junction 18 of the M1 and coming south again, vice versa. We also heard about the Banbury Lane crossing, which is Foster's Booth, Patisal, which is another major road safety issue. So the new access roundabout on the A5, the new roundabout proposed at the Hulkett turn, just a short distance up the A43, admittedly that's to do with the AL3 development. This is all representing a significant number of roundabouts when trunk roads are supposed to achieve free-flowing traffic. More roundabouts added to the existing ones will inevitably slow traffic down and lead to longer journey times, which seems to fly in the face of the National Highway's stated raison d'etre, which is to keep goods and people moving efficiently across the UK's strategic road network. So you have to ask the questions about the overall impact on national economic activity being addressed, and has that been quantified? So anyone who knows Towcester and the surrounding area knows that the traffic congestion and delayed journey times are a daily frustrating reality now. And the A43 and A5 around Towcester do not allow for reliable or predictable journeys. And it seems clear that this has not been taken into account in the DHL traffic modelling statistics that have been proffered. Tove roundabout is 6 miles from junction 15A of the M1. As I said, it's south of the known definition of the Golden Triangle. Surely, and it's, I'm afraid being the 9th or 10th speaker, there's inevitably going to be some repetition, I apologise, but a location adjacent to the M1 must surely be a more suitable place from a transportation efficiency and environmental perspective for logistics developments of such significant size and scope as we're talking about here. 116,000 square metres or 1.2 million square feet of warehousing on an overall 32 hectare overall site. And again, we've heard other options which could have been considered but clearly weren't for whatever reasons from DHL's commercial and logistics real estate strategic policy, which resulted in them buying the plot of land here without any planning permission. The strategic rail terminal at junction 15, which is, I understand, going to be constructed until 2028. It's also a strategic rail terminal as well as a logistics park. Phase 3 construction at the Daventry International Rail Freight Terminal. And there are others. Both of those particular examples that I've mentioned clearly have the crucial advantage that all the access road infrastructure and other relevant amenities are shared already in situ and they're purpose-built strategic logistics locations as part of a national infrastructure plan. The Toaster site clearly isn't. So the questions have to be asked really, why has DHL chosen this site at Toaster when there are other very good options in suitable locations within West Northamptonshire? Has this really ever been questioned as part of the overall process? Where is the joined up strategic and environmental thinking, therefore, in consideration of DHL's preference for a Toaster site? And how, from an environmental perspective, from a wider perspective perhaps, does this fit in with the net zero strategy and the increasing potential of rail freight? AL1 will never be rail connected, as far as I can tell. So in summary, to conclude, there are undoubtedly valid commercial reasons why DHL considers that its proposed warehouse real estate development at AL1 represents a viable investment project. But its intended location, in my opinion, is in completely the wrong place, and I find it difficult to believe that the consequences have been fully thought through. There is a strong belief locally that the implications for the local community, as well as the highway network, whether the A43, the A5, or the inevitable rat running through wholly unsuitable back roads, will be significantly negative on balance, causing severe and debilitating environmental, traffic congestion, and road safety problems for many years to come, including what is likely to be a lengthy construction phase. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mullin. Mr. Mullin, Mr. James Mullin. No. Okay, obviously he wasn't not here. There were, I think somebody said a couple of other people who wanted to speak. Could you put your hands up? Is that it? Just one. Would you like to come up then and we'll take you finally? If you could just tell me your name, please.
Yes, my name is Liz Crussell, Crussell. And you'll be pleased to hear that most of my points have already been covered in far more detail and more professionally than I can. I do have one update though. The much vaunted football pitches may not be needed at DHL because the new community centre that's been built at the other end of the town, the racecourse, will have a community centre with all the facilities, toilets, pitches, etc., etc. And we're being asked to make our comments on that at this moment. So I think it's very likely, I have a grandson who plays for one of the teams, that's where we'll be going. I went to a presentation.
Can I just interrupt you? You say we, so who do you represent or who?
I don't represent.
Oh no, but who you, it's just you say we as if.
The football.
Club, so you're involved with the football.
The grandmothers who have to go and stand in the freezing cold. And watch
Okay.
Their
I just wanted to understand
yeah.
Who the we was.
Yes, that's the we. I went to a presentation at the Sawpit Centre some years ago now by DHL and its consultants, very professionally done. And at the end of it, I spoke to one of them and I said, okay, what's in this for Toaster? And he was disarmingly honest and he said, not my concern. This is business as usual for DHL. Okay. So it seems to me that business as usual for DHL will no doubt improve their balance sheet and their profits. But for the quality of life for us who live here, our quality of life, our enjoyment of living here will not be as usual. It'll be hugely diminished. And an interesting thing I heard on the other day on a project that had been actually refused, just because it can be built, despite huge opposition from the community and from our local council, our unitary council, doesn't mean that it should be built. So thank you for letting me squeeze in at the end.
Okay. Right, well, thank you to everybody for that. That's been very helpful and useful to me. We will break for lunch now, a slightly delayed lunch, but I thought it was best to complete that section of the inquiry. I suggest we start at 2:15. Is that enough time for people?
Can we extend it to 45 minutes here rather than 40 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine, 2:20. Yep. Okay. So we'll return at 2:20 too. The interested parties, obviously, you're welcome to stay, but we know you've got lives to get on with as well. So I won't take it as a lack of interest if you don't stay. Right, well, 2:20 then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Right, it's 20 past, so we'll make a start, please. So unless there's, is there an item of administration, that's the word I was looking for.
Yes, sir. Sir, you asked a question with regard to policy AL1 and the interaction between the first and third criterion. And sir, the last sentence makes reference to so a variety of employment types sought to reflect need for diversity and resilience, ... as expressed in the council's economic growth strategy. So we've looked in the core documents in relation to that, and that's not in the core document. It's actually the most recent one is a 2024 consultation document, which is, we think, the latest iteration of a council growth strategy. So we were minded to add that to the core documents list with your permission, sir.
Right, sorry, so the latest one isn't in, or there isn't any?
There isn't any in the core documents.
Perhaps I'd read somebody summarising some bit.
Sorry, yeah, just to clarify, the policies includes reference to the economic growth strategy in the local plan part 2. There hasn't been one prepared until the end of 2024. It was consulted on at the end of the last year. So with your permission, I think we'd like to add it as a core document.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, I mean, it's plainly an omission, sir. So, and obviously the planners can pick up any points that arise from that next week. But that's just identifying. We don't want to add things to the core documents unless you still are happy with it.
No. Okay, anything else? No. Okay, Mr. Stedman-Jones, over to you to introduce your first witness.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Adam Wood. Good afternoon, Mr. Wood. Hopefully you've got accessible to you on your laptop, or if not on the hard copies next to you, a copy of your proof of evidence, which is core document 120.5 for anyone who's looking for it.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And as you've seen earlier and just now, we use the microphone, so I'll try to. I don't know if we'll try and turn mine off and we'll try and alternate. Let's put it that way. And if we get a horrible echo,
I think.
Can we leave them on at this? Yeah. Is it okay? Yeah. Well, if we get a horrible echo, then we'll revisit. Thank you, Mr. Wood. So do you have a copy of your proof of evidence in front of you?
I do indeed, yes.
Okay, so turning to the first, on the first page, your full name is Adam John Arden Wood, and you're a resident of Caldecott, and you've lived in the locality for 26 years, 7 in Caldecott itself.
Yes.
You're giving your evidence on behalf of Save Toaster now. Your academic and professional qualifications are that you hold a BA degree in urban estate management and a diploma in town planning from the Polytechnic of Central London. You're a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, and you're a retired member of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
Correct.
Your professional work experience is that you've worked in the private and public sector for over 40 years in relation to property development and management. And you've worked in the last 20 years in economic development and the regeneration of areas. You currently work for a former local enterprise partnership, which is now part of a county council that doesn't relate to West Northamptonshire and doesn't have any involvement with West Northamptonshire. Just pausing there, do you want to describe anything about that experience? Anything further about that experience? Okay.
I guess, yeah, thank you. I've worked in economic development for 20 odd years in a variety of forms, most recently for a local enterprise partnership. I did add a bit in there that, so far as I know, they have no connection with West Northamptonshire Council. So far as I'm aware, there is no conflict of interest there. But the area that I work in, I have a lot of involvement with all sorts of commercial developments.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Now, your evidence addresses the main issue 1, which is about employment and the accordance with the local plan or the development plan. Paragraph 1.6 of your proof of evidence, you highlight that Mr. Weeks deals with planning policy matters. Do you just want to explain the division of responsibilities in a little bit more detail between you and Mr. Weeks in relation to this evidence?
Yes, thank you. I've picked up in terms of planning policy matters as they relate to employment. So Mr. Weeks, later in the week, will go into more detail across a wider range of planning policy issues. So mine specifically relate to employment and all the different elements of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Now, in section 2, you set out the context when the application was submitted and validated and so on, and the nature of the application. In section 3 of your proof, you deal with planning, relevant planning policy references, and you highlight 4 documents, but 3 of which are the main planning policy documents. Do you want to just explain your choice of those? I mean, I think probably everyone's familiar with what they are, but just to give your explanation.
Thank you. Very briefly. Yes, the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, WNJCS, as I will refer to it, covers a variety of employment-related policy issues that I've highlighted there, and I go into more detail further on in my proof of evidence. I should just say that's almost the sort of starting point for then informing the South Northamptonshire Part 2 local plan, LPP2 as I've referred to it, which starts to drill down and to be more specific in terms of how those planning policies are applied in particular areas, including, of course, AL1. And then the third document, the Employment Site Allocations Development Brief Supplementary Planning Document, which I've called SPD Employment. Although it touches on employment issues, quite evidently it's far more to do with landscape and visual impact, but nevertheless I do think it has some useful things to say in terms of employment.
Thank you. And in paragraph 3.2 you refer to the Savills labour market appraisal and local labour strategy from 2022. We've now had the appellant's evidence since the 28th of January. Have you had an opportunity to look at that?
I have indeed, but I think the original Savills report is a very good starting point for that.
Yeah. Which your evidence is narrow in scope, or at least it's different. It's got a slightly different focus, hasn't it? To Mr. Brooks, to be clear.
Yes, indeed. So my focus has been on, in particular, addressing the nature of the employment development proposed on the AL1 site, and I drill down in a certain amount of detail on that, and in particular addressing the appellant's suggested benefits of that development. And I've addressed those elements across 4 areas. So local labour market, level and impact of proposed development, skills mismatch, and out commuting.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Now, it might be helpful here, just because obviously the inspector raised this point earlier in terms of the connection or otherwise between the different parts of policy AL1, for us to just go to that quickly before we get into the meat of your evidence. It's core document 40.02, which is the local plan 2, and then within that document it's policy AL1. I don't know if you've got that to hand or can get to that. It's internal page 127 of the local plan 2, which is the policy.
Yes, here we are.
So you've got the policy in front of you. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So just with the inspector's question in mind, can you give your views on the interrelationship, well, the policy as a whole, but the interrelationship in particular of section 1 or paragraph 1 of that policy and section 3 or paragraph 3 of the policy?
Yeah, thank you. I guess from my perspective, the AL1 policy needs to be read in the context of the local plan as a whole, LPP2 as a whole, which is quite clear in my reading of it that it encourages small and medium-sized development within the Towcester area. And then policy AL1 starts to drill down in terms of the land at Bell Plantation, that specific area of land, and then starts to so it drills down, setting out what the requirements are for development within that specific area of land, but in the context of the local plan as a whole and the policy and narratives within the plan as a whole. And then obviously part 3, land uses employment, requires an independently assessed market evidence proportion of the different elements of what was then called B1, B2 and B8 uses within the site.
Different types of employment potentially could be one thing. Very good type. However, with 3, and it's got the what if those are all what if taking out directly in this case, what if not and I'm going to be what all of them all the market plan going to be what and that.
Well, I think you still need to have the point 1 is still looking for a variety of employment types. So if you have a predominance of one particular employment type, I don't think you're meeting the requirement of point 1, which is looking for a variety of types. Well, I think that would be potentially conflicting. Well, there's a risk it would be conflicting with point 1, which is looking for a variety of employment types as set out right across the plan as a whole. There again, I mean, you're setting out certainly, theoretical position, and the market evidence report did actually set out a variety of types, albeit there's a preponderance of B8, and which we think for all sorts of reasons is a dominance of one particular use in that area.
Thank you, sir. Moving back to your proof of evidence then, please, Mr. Wood. Section 4, you deal with the site and locality as described in the committee report. At section 5, can you this is where you touch on the benefits that are suggested by the appellant of the proposal. Can you just give your assessment of the appellant's description of benefits.
Okay, so the appellants set out their benefits as they saw them. So firstly, creation of jobs in the South Northampton Council and West Northampton Council areas, GVA or gross value added contribution to the regional economy, construction jobs during the construction period, and then permanent operational jobs, obviously once the warehousing is up and running. And they also touch on local spend from new workers, new employees. So what we have done, what I've done in my proof of evidence, is address these claims across 4 headings. So local labour market, level and impact of proposed development, skills mismatch, and out commuting. And it does also address GVA proposed or suggested GVA contribution as well under that.
Thank you. Now, in section 6, you set out that Save Toaster Now's case is that DHL, this development doesn't meet the requirements of the Joint Core Strategy and the Local Plan 2 and other policy documents we've discussed. And you say that DHL's argument is that the local labour market should be based on the wider West Northamptonshire Council area. At section 7, you go into the detail of why you consider that to be wrong. So can you just, first of all, please explain what your choice or what Save Toaster Now's evidence, what the choice of a local labour market is for that evidence?
Well, that was based on the, when you look at the former South Northamptonshire area, and the local plan was specifically written for the South Northamptonshire area, not the YNC, the West Northampton Council area, which is a later iteration with the amalgamation of various local authorities. So the local plan had the SNC area in mind when it was written, and the local plan has been developed on that basis, not the wider area. And then in the paragraph 7.2, I then go into a bit more detail about the different areas, in particular the market towns of Brackley and Towcester, which were in the SNC area the two main settlements under the local plan.
Thank you. We've touched on these already, so only if necessary. But in 7.4 and 7.5 and 7.6, you deal with each of the main policy documents. And just, is there anything you'd like to expand on or discuss in relation to any of those 3 documents?
I think that under 7.4, the WNJCS specifically talks about Towcester as a rural service centre, and we've heard that mentioned a number of times in this morning in the various statements that people have made, with a focus on renewal and regeneration of existing employment areas. Well, that's not the case here. Local employment provision within sustainable urban extensions. In the case of Towcester, that is the area of residential development to the south of the town, and then large warehousing is expected to be delivered in existing employment areas such as Swan Valley, Bedford Road, and Durft at north of Daventry, with a new strategic employment site at Northampton M1 Junction 16. So in my reading of it, the WNJCS was quite clear that it saw Towcester as a rural service centre, which was expected to deliver local employment to meet local needs, whereas large-scale employment, particularly with warehousing, was to be delivered on the edge of Northampton.
Can I just check, is that reading from paragraph 5.71? Of the 5.71 of the core strategy?
Let me just check back on that.
I think it's 5.71, yeah.
We confirmed it is 5.71. Is that correct?
You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
I apologise if there is an error in the numbering, but the narrative doesn't change on that. I would see local employment provision. I do go into it in a bit more detail later on, but I would see it as employment that is targeted at a local workforce. And in the particular case here, with Towcester as a rural service centre, I would see local employment as generated in and around Towcester itself, so within a short distance of Towcester.
So I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm being asked for you to put your
Oh,
mic.
sorry, I do apologise. So no, so only little businesses locally, not anything, not any sort of regional or national.
Well, I would read that as SME, small and medium-sized enterprises.
So locally generated.
So locally generated, and that would be, and that would translate into terms of small and medium-sized buildings, very roughly.
Right. Okay.
So that's my interpretation of that.
Okay. Sorry again.
Thank you, sir. So that's the joint core strategy. 7.5, you set out an important part of the local plan too, from your perspective. Any comment on that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so LPP2 in under 13.1.4 talks about allocating additional employment land by facilitating more local employment growth, and highlights that new sites supported through the Part 2 plan are intended to meet local demand and strengthen the rural economy. And to my mind, that dovetails with Towcester as a rural service centre.
Thank you. And then on the SPD?
Yes, and then on the SPD, as I said before, although the SPD is focused primarily on landscape and visual impact, it does talk about the South Northamptonshire's economic growth strategy, which sets the backdrop of the 5 employment allocations, and it sets out the themes there: improved skills and employment, effective business support. Theme 3, which I've highlighted, strengthening the town and village economy, which again fits into the Towcester as a rural service centre. And then the SPD employment then sorry, I beg your pardon. The SPD employment in 2.8 then talks about the local plan was to increase the number of jobs so its resident population could remain within the local area for work and help to increase spending with the associated settlements and attributing to their vitality and so forth. So again, the SPD employment, to my mind, is then reinforcing both the local plan and in turn the WNJCS in terms of promoting local employment.
Thank you. Now, you heard this morning in the appellant's opening submissions just the point being made, which we know that in law, it's the policy text which takes primacy. I mean, the supporting text or SPDs and the like can't trump the policy in the plan. Do you have any comment to make about that in the context of the policy documents that you've been discussing?
Well, I mean, the purpose to my mind, of a local plan is to provide a rounded document about development in across its locality, in this case, the South Northamptonshire area. So it's to set out the background narrative supporting the justification for development and growth within the area. And then the policies then are the next step on from that in terms of setting out what the specific policies are. But I don't think you can detach one from the other, and you need to read the policies in the context of the wider background that's provided. And my reading of the local plan, I think the thrust is pretty clear that they were looking, the intention behind it was to develop local employment for the local population. And I think that comes across when you read the local plan as a whole. The AL1 policy, I think, broadly fits into that, but I think that South Northants Council maybe should have drawn it up slightly more tightly than they did. But certainly the driver behind it is the narrative that supports it.
Thank you. Now, you go on to then consider the development split, if I can put it that way, in terms of what's proposed, and the fact that there's 96% or thereabouts of floor space for B8 on the site, and then you talk about, and then you do a comparison with the other AL or two of the other developments. Do you want to explain your views about that?
Could you just give me a prompt?
Sorry, 7, 7, 9, 7, 8 and 7, 9.
Oh, sorry, fine, thank you. Yes, so what I did was take the information in the Savills document and look at the proposed floor space for B8 warehousing on the AL1 site, which is around 96.5% B8, and whereas around 3.5% is non-B8, and I'd take that to be B1 use. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong section. I do beg your pardon. I note that it was the committee report actually that noted that 96.5% of the floor area is for large B8 warehousing, and only 3.5% would be small scale development. I do beg your pardon, that was my fault. If you then look at the wider area, which includes the adjoining Bell Plantation site, then B8 drops to around 75% of floor area. However, the current Bell Plantation site proposal has been refused planning permission. I know it is indeed has gone to appeal, and the hearing set for May or so. Nevertheless, that permission is not in place. So at the moment, the DHL proposal is for 96.5% of B8 warehousing. And at its very best, including the Bell Plantation, it will still only be 75%.
But that's including the AL3 site as well.
Forgive me, I thought that was just the AL1 site.
I'm just reading what's said in, unless I'm misreading 7.9. If other, so it's the 96.5 on the proposed development alone. If other phases of the wider allocation are considered, such as the remainder of AL1 allocation recently refused, and the AL3 allocation outline approved secured, then the large scale B8 drops to 75%.
Sorry, I do beg your pardon, sir. Yes, you're absolutely right.
And
I was getting ahead of myself.
Okay, just as a factual, so I'm clear on this, the AL1, the other thing development, as opposed to your thing, that's at appeal, is that B8?
It's a mixture of B8 and also it's also an extension of the existing units that are operating at the Bell Plantation site at the moment.
All right, and then the AL3 then, that's presumably not much B8.
That's predominantly B8. AL3. Sorry. AL3 is the IM Properties site, and that's predominantly warehousing, B8.
Right, so I'm wondering quite how we get, if it's all predominantly B8, I'm wondering how we go down from 96 to 75. But anyway, perhaps that'll all come out over the next few days.
Yeah, okay. I think it's because of the Bell Plantation. That's the bit that makes quite a difference to the figures.
Right, okay, fair enough.
So I don't know if it's helpful, and it's not really for me to interrupt examination in chief, but this is genuinely trying to clarify.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I think paragraph 7.14 of the officer's report, which is referenced in the same paragraph, does give you the 75% figure, but that's just an AL1 putting the two parts of the two appeals together rather than adding in AL3.
Right, okay.
Which I think was certainly what Mr. Wood initially said, and we think that's right.
Right, so it may be just the wording in 7.9 that's not quite right.
Yeah, I think it's if you add in AL3, we think that figure will be different, but we can check that.
Right,
But certainly, if the derivation of the 75% is from paragraph 7.14 of the officer's report, then it's just AL1 together with the undetermined, including both appeals, essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt again.
Thank you. Yeah, so on paragraph 7.10, you deal with the new MPPF policy, and obviously that's been cited by the appellant as supporting its case for this appeal, the changes that were made in terms of paragraphs 86 and 87 of the MPPF in December just gone. Do you have, what's your views on those new policies? What are your views on those new policies?
Thank you. The NPPF does indeed note the importance of storage and distribution operations at a variety of scales and being in suitably accessible locations. So again, it's not a carte blanche to go and build logistics storage and distribution operations. It's still in the context of being in suitably accessible locations. Sorry, and I was going to say, and it does also, I do go on to say, it also, if we're looking to meet wider regional national logistics, then clearly better locations adjacent to the strategic road network junctions need to be nearby to service them. And I have put two examples there, although there are plenty of others, of examples of developments along the M1 motorway. So the new Segro development, which is a rail hub as well, is 5 million square feet at junction 15. And then Durft 3, 7.5 million square feet at junction 18. So if you look at it in that context, both those sites and numerous others, or a good number of others along the M1 at junctions from 14 through to 18 do have sizable development sites that would be more suited to the DHL proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So in section 8 of your brief, you go on to the level and impact of the proposed employment, and you deal with construction jobs and operational jobs, and you refer to an Annex A. Can you give us your views on the jobs that are claimed for the proposed development, and then also explain perhaps by reference to your Annex A?
So in terms of construction jobs, in my experience, these sorts of facilities are, these sorts of buildings are built by specialist companies. Steel work is often ordered years in advance at scale. It's specialised steel erectors, specialised cladding companies, and so forth. So I just cast doubts on what opportunities there will be for local businesses and local employment in terms of not just jobs, but money into the local economy from the construction period. I'm not saying there wouldn't be any, but I have grave doubts that there would be much in the way of that work. I mean, clearly, excuse me, without having detailed knowledge of DHL's procurement policies, and I don't know whether there would be a requirement in that to employ X number of local people, but my suggestion is that the likelihood is limited in terms of local benefits.
And do you want to explain your Annex A?
Yes, so
Please.
With Annex A, what I have endeavoured to do is dig out some key statistics for the South Northamptonshire parliamentary constituency area compared with the West Northants Council area. And the reason for using the SNPC area is that because the SNC area, the local authority area, no longer exists, it's difficult and there are gaps in trying to dig out data for the SNC area. But because the SNPC area is quite similar in terms of geography and population and so on, it's not exactly the same, but it's pretty close. It does, to my mind, provide a reasonable proxy to compare one area with the other. And the statistics in the table are for population, economic activity, socio-economic classification and qualifications. And there are many, many indicators that one can use, but that's a reasonable basket to compare the two. And then if you turn to Annex 1, it was really to sort of illustrate the labour market profile between the two different areas. So, for instance, if you look at economically active population, SNPC is around 81.4%, WNC is at 78.4%. These are from the Census 21 figures. Unemployment is, the sample size is simply too small for the SNPC area, but at WNC it's 3.2%. And then economically inactive in SNPC area, it's 14.2% compared with 18 for WNC. I've also looked at the socio.
Yeah, I think we can probably take this as read. I've looked at it and I've got some questions on it for later, but
okay. Yeah. I was to illustrate the difference between the two, and really to highlight that the SNPC area is an area of very low unemployment, high employment. It's a highly skilled population, and more so than WNC area. And then if you applied, for instance, East Midlands to that, there would be an even bigger gap between the two. So that's really why you developed that table, and then I do refer to it further on. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, was there anything more you wanted to say on the proposed new jobs in the development now that we've gone to Annex?
I've endeavoured to calculate roughly the unemployed number of people in the Toaster and Road area. It is quite hard to do because I've had to use WNC's unemployment rate of 3.2%, which is almost certainly too high, but at least it gives an indication of the sort of scale of the number of unemployed people in the area. Then when you overlap that with the likely number of jobs being created, which is on the DHL site is around the 1572 to 1628 number, so call it 1,600 jobs for the sake of argument. That is wholly out of proportion with the potential pool of unemployed people within the Toaster and Road area. Now, I appreciate that that is not every unemployed person is necessarily going to be getting a job at DHL, and there will be all sorts of personal reasons why it isn't suitable, skills mismatch and so on. But it's about the scale of gap between the two. And then when in 8.7, you then add to that the potential employment coming out of the AL3 scheme at roughly 1,000 jobs, and the Bell Plantation scheme, which they've published as 531. You're talking about new jobs in the Toaster locality of somewhere between, well, around the 3,100 new jobs in the area, compared with an unemployed population of around the 500 mark. There's a big mismatch between the two.
You then go on to highlight the average house prices, which we heard about this morning, and then also you deal with the claim of the local net spend in paragraph 8.9 of 3.9 million, and you say you've got considerable doubts that those claims are going to materialise. Can you explain why, please?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, the calculation of £3.9 million has, I understand, been based on the Treasury Green Book guidance. And that's a high-level desktop-based guidance on what the sort of local spend you'll get from a development of this scale. That's fine, except that the reality of the DHL scheme is very different from that in my view, and there are a number of factors for that. Firstly, it's a 24-hour operation, so it's reasonable to assume that there will be, say, 3 shifts in that. Toaster Town Centre is some distance walk away, and although Tesco and Aldi are slightly closer, realistically, as somebody working on an 8-hour shift who may have an hour for lunch, but it's possible that they will have less than an hour, are they going to walk to the town centre, buy their lunch and then come back again? And that's on a daytime shift. An evening shift, there won't be anywhere open to do that. So I think there's a question mark about the reality of that. And also the DHL scheme, as I see it, is quite a sort of self-contained scheme. It's got a 56-seat canteen. It's not unknown for food to be subsidised in canteens, although I don't know if that's the case here, but nevertheless, it sort of militates against a workforce leaving the DHL building to go to the centre of Toaster for lunch or food and beverage or whatever. And so I just don't think that the £3.9 million impact on the local economy will actually materialise in reality.
Thank you. Now, you go on then to say that there's likely to be a similar uplift to the benefit claimed from this development by any development that comes forward in the allocation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So, yes, I'm sure there may well be an uplift in GVA, but any similar development would deliver a GV uplift. So it might be similar to that. It could conceivably be higher, but certainly there will be an uplift. But it's not unique to the DHL development.
Finally, then, under this section, you deal with skills that might better suit the local area. Do you want to just expand on or explain your views on that?
It was just really to touch on that, although this proposal is for B8 warehousing, there are other well-developed employment opportunities in the vicinity. So I've touched on their Silverstone Circuit and Silverstone Park, which is linked to the circuit, which is built around automotive engineering and advanced engineering and advanced manufacturing. Those are immediately on the almost on the doorstep of Towcester, and they have a mix of smaller and medium-sized units rather than the very large units at the DHL scheme. And it was just really to touch on that there is an emerging technology-related employment corridor along that section of the A43. So it's to highlight that there are other skills, there are other employers in the area which have a better local skills match with the Towcester workforce.
Thank you. Now, moving into section 9, we've already been to your Annex A, and I think you've been through most of those figures. At 9.2, you summarise that the Annex A demonstrates that people in the area are more economically active, more highly qualified, and have a significantly higher proportion of people employed in higher managerial and related positions and a higher level of home ownership. And in every category, therefore, the South Northants area or parliamentary area outperforms the wider West Northants area. You highlight that the Savills report acknowledges something similar, and so does the South Northants logistics study. Now, going on from there, do you want to draw anything out, I suppose, from the next few paragraphs?
Yes, well, what I was trying to do was just sort of try to work through how many staff within the DHL development would be employed in particular socioeconomic groups, to endeavour to link them across to the skills availability within the Towcester area. So I used the range of employment opportunities based on skills level drawn from the South Northamptonshire logistics study, which just gives us an indication of the types of employment going on within a warehouse, a logistics operation. What I couldn't find from either the DHL development or the South Northants logistics study was any breakdown of the numbers in those particular employment groups. And so what I did instead...
Can I interrupt there? I mean, I think I've read this and I know this. We are very pressed for time, so can we focus on what's additional to what's anything that's in writing, really?
Okay, it was just really to illustrate that a large proportion of the Towcester population are employed in higher skill levels around managers, directors, senior officials, and process plant and machine operatives and elementary occupations account for only 13.8%. So there's quite a mismatch between the two. That's where I was getting to, sir.
Thank you. And then in your final section on outcommuting, can you, how will the appeal scheme impact on that objective?
Okay, so
or reducing outcommuting.
What we conclude from all of that is that relatively few DHL employees will live in the Toaster and Road area. And although one of the objectives of the local plan was to reduce impact on, reduce commuting levels, out commuting levels, we suggest that the DHL scheme is not only removing the opportunity to address out commuting, it's actually going to have the complete opposite effect of that, that it's going to lead to a significant increase in commuting to the area, because the labour supply for the logistics and warehousing will not be available locally. So that will then have an impact in terms of transport and so forth, but that's not my remit. So really, you could find the situation where you've got a qualified warehouse worker.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think I've got the point. I understand the point. Yeah, thank you.
All right, sir.
It's the pressure of time that, you know.
Thank you, sir. Just two final questions. The first final question is just, obviously I've already asked you about specifically about Mr. Brook's evidence and the scope of his evidence, but you've read all the appellant's evidence. Is there anything you want to respond to that you haven't already discussed?
I think I've discussed all the particular points that I wish to. Thank you.
And anything further you want to say for the second and final question?
No, thank you. I'm quite happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further questions, but if you wait there, my learned friend will have some.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Wood.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Wood, I've got a few questions I want to ask, but I just want to ask a few questions arising from your examination in chief, if I may, at the very outset. First of all, you and indeed at least one other person today has talked about local spend during work hours. Local spend can take place both before and after work hours, can't it? For example, you finish at 3 o'clock and then you come into town and go to the post office, that sort of thing.
I suppose that's perfectly possible. Excuse me. It depends when the shift hours are actually arranged. Nevertheless, I don't feel it's my view that there will not be that much spend going into the local economy. If you've got somebody who lives outside the area, they've just done an 8-hour shift, they're likely to jump into their car or into the shuttle bus if it's provided, and go home. So whether they're going to be hanging around and spending locally, it's possible, but I doubt it.
You doubt it? Because I was going to follow through with the obvious second question, which is the issue between us is then not whether there would be some local spend, but the degree of local spend, and your view is it will be less than we've assessed based on Green Book. So are you saying there wouldn't be local spend?
I believe that there will be less local spend than you put in your the 3.9% as suggested by the Green Book appraisal.
So that's a yes to my question, is it? Yes, you agree there will be local spend, but it will be less than we've assessed on the 3.9 million.
There may be some local spend, but I think it will be significantly less than the 3.9% as suggested in the documentation.
So I'm just curious about your qualification. So there will be less. You're not in a position to quantify what that how much less are you? You've not done that work.
I'm not aware so that anybody has done that work. It's a theoretical Green Book appraisal. And if there was a more detailed analysis, for instance, based on one of...
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wood, because my question wasn't that. My question was whether you had done any work as a better figure than the 3.9. I appreciate you've expressed doubts. It's whether there's another figure that you can point to, because you told me you think it may be less. Is there another figure you can point to which you say is more likely?
Well, what I've done is given my reasons for why I doubt that the figure will be £3.9 million. And I think I feel that I have given reasonable reasons for why I think it will be less than £3.9 million, given the circumstances of how the DHL site will operate.
And the answer to my question is? You've got the point, sir. You've not done the work. You don't know what the figure is. Is that fair?
I'm happy to run through what I've just said again if you'd like me to.
Forgive me. It's going to help me and it's going to help the process of the inquiry if a direct answer could be answered directly, and I will not stop.
No, sir, I do not have a figure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next point. You drew attention to paragraph 5.71 of the joint core strategy. Could you just turn to that, please? 5.71, sir. Which is on page 51 of the PDF, 48 of the hard copy. Do you have that to hand?
Yeah, sorry, I was just getting up on screen. Could you just tell me which paragraph it was?
Yeah, 5.71, page 51 of the PDF, page 48 of the hard copy.
Yes. Thank you.
When this document talks about strategic employment, it's talking about sites of more than 40 hectares, isn't it?
Well, this was specifically talking about where it wished to see large-scale warehousing in the across the West Northamptonshire area.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wood. My question was specific. When this document talks about strategic employment, it's talking about sites which are in excess of 40 hectares, isn't it? It's multiple places. 5.63, for example, it tells you that.
Yes, I accept that.
Right. So when 5.71 is talking about the allocation of strategic employment, it's talking about sites which are bigger in this context than the appeal site, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's helpful. Next question arising from your evidence in chief. Construction jobs and your doubt about the proportion of construction jobs which will be locally sourced. Have you or has a member of your team drawn to your attention the draft planning obligation in this case, in which there is an obligation on my clients to maximise local construction work? Have you seen that, or were you aware of that when you gave your evidence?
I was not aware of that. Does that specify, may I?
You can ask me a question, but I'm afraid I won't be answering it. If you're not aware of it, my next question was whether or not you wanted any changes to it, but since you're not aware of it, I can't ask. But it's fair to say your answers to my learned friend were in ignorance of that obligation in the 106, self-evidently. Is that right?
I was not aware of that.
Thank you. Next, from your examination in chief, can you turn back to the core strategy, please? Different parts of the core strategy now. Paragraph 14.8, I think. Which I have on page 188, page 185 for those who were dealing with the analog version. Of course, sir.
Could you just give the
so it's 14.8, directly above policy T1, spatial strategy for Toaster, page 185 of the hard copy, 188 of the PDF.
I'm sorry, I don't have it. Page
185 of the hard copy, page 188 of the PDF, the section of the core strategy which is entitled the spatial strategy for Toaster.
Oh yes, sorry, fine, I have that. Thank you.
Okay, good. At the start of this section, it tells us that Toaster is a town of 10,000 people, This paragraph tells us that the spatial strategy anticipates it will grow by 3,200 dwellings if the spatial strategy is fulfilled. So that's an additional 3,200 households over the next 10 to 15 years. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So when considering who might be employed at the new employment development across the north of the A43, the inspector should have in mind, should he not, that this is a town which has been slated for substantial additional housing growth. Is that fair?
Yes, the housing growth has been recognised as part of the South Sustainable Urban Extension. I did recognise that in my proof.
Yeah, but when you focus upon who might work at the new employment allocations, that's a well of potential new workers, isn't it?
It is new people coming to the area, yes.
Yes, it's a potential well of new workers. I'm not suggesting that all of them will work there, nor am I suggesting that we live in a command economy where you can direct where people work. But that is a potential source of new employment, isn't it?
Some of those people may well be moving to the area, but already in employment. So yes, they're a potential, but but they could well already be in employment.
So I'm taking the yes, there is potential as a yes to my question. Thank you for that. And in terms of new employment opportunities, it's not just the unemployed that can take up new employment opportunities, is it? It's also the non-economically active, or indeed people moving from one job to another because they fancy a new job. There's a whole range of potential wells from which you can draw new employment. Agreed?
There are indeed. What I was illustrating in my original, in my proof, was that if you get people moving from into an area and moving jobs, that's not a net gain, that's displacement. They are moving from one job to another.
For example, because they may be nearer to home.
There may be all sorts of reasons why.
Yeah, but that's one, isn't it?
That is one of quite a number of reasons.
Yeah. The point is, and it's a point Mr. Brooks makes in his evidence, that there are a whole variety of reasons as to why you look significantly beyond just simply local unemployment figures for a parliamentary constituency. Do you agree?
What I was trying to do is illustrate...
But again, Mr. Wood, please give me a direct answer. Do you agree or disagree that you look beyond simply the number of unemployed in a parliamentary constituency as you have done?
I certainly, what I was trying to do is illustrate that maybe you do look beyond that, but it was to demonstrate that the potential number of unemployed people, the available labour market in the Towcester area is significantly lower than the number of jobs that are available, that are being provided by DHL.
Trust me, you don't have to restate your case and answer to every question. Am I right in taking that maybe you do as a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. That's helpful. Right. Let's turn to the second part, the local plan part 2. If you have that to hand, which I have as core document 40.02. And you'll be amazed to hear that I'm about to take you to policy AL1.
Okay, yes, I have that.
Okay, good. So my question is going to ultimately come to whether this policy within the 4 corners of the policy is breached. And that's because you can't import additional policy tests by the reason justification. So looking at the policy, the appeal site is within the 35 hectares of mixed employment generating development identified, including Towcester Town Football Club, isn't it, within criterion 1?
Yes.
The next sentence says a variety of employment types will be sought to reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy as expressed in the council's economic growth strategy. In giving your evidence, to Malone and Friend, have you consulted the council's economic growth strategy? This must be a yes or no.
The answer is yes, I have.
You have consulted it.
Yeah.
So you can help with the inspector with the multiple references to the importance of the logistics industry in terms of this district's local economic growth strategy. Can you?
Well, I will endeavour to.
Okay. Are you suggesting that what's proposed here is out of kilter with the council's economic growth strategy, which highlights the importance of logistics? I was anticipating this was a question I was going to get ducked to Mr. Weeks, given that it's not in the core documents. Are you able to help with that, or is that a question I should direct towards Mr. Weeks?
I think you should direct it to Mr. Weeks.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful. No part of your evidence that it's out of kilter with the council's economic growth strategy, though. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that?
It is no part of your evidence to suggest that what is proposed here is out of kilter with the council's economic growth strategy. You're not giving that evidence, are you?
I'm certainly, to the best of my knowledge, it is not out of kilter. No.
Thank you. Criterion 3, land uses, an independently assessed market evidence proportion of B1, B2, B8, ... with supporting uses is required to be provided. You see that?
Yes.
There was a 2021 report by Messrs Savills, which was updated in 2024. The update is core document 70.06. I presume you have had the opportunity to see those.
Yes.
Both reports strongly stress the importance of the local logistics market, particularly large-scale logistics over 100,000 square foot, don't they?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just check which document you're referring to at the moment?
The 2024 Savills report. So 24, I'm sorry, so January 25, I'm sorry.
24.
Yes, 25, January 2025. It's core document 70.06. The one that's in the core documents. Yeah, 70.07. 06, yes, 70.06. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Good.
Yeah.
You've read that report?
Yes.
And you can confirm that that stresses the importance of the local logistics sector, particularly large-scale logistics, can't you?
The report as a whole, yes.
Thank you. During your, and I'm going to come back to that report in just a moment. During, and sorry, I should say the earlier Savills report is core document 02.01, but I'm not going to take you to that. During your evidence, you hypothesized that with Bell Plantation 2, the one that's coming to appeal in June, that there would be an increased proportion of non-B8. And the officer's report at paragraph 7.14 says it will be 25% of non-B8.
Yes.
Okay. Across the whole of the allocation, sir. Forget about AL3. It's just AL1.
Yeah.
So if that's allowed, then it will be 25% across the whole allocation. Just pausing there. My instructions are that's been refused on essentially similar grounds to this appeal. Too big and also highways.
That's my understanding as well, yeah.
But nothing to do with the mix of uses as we understand it. Is that your understanding?
Those were the two grounds that it was appealed on.
So in relation to the mix, if these two appeals are allowed, you would have 75% logistics, including large-scale logistics, and 25% non-B8.
I don't think I can comment on a hypothetical. It hasn't been allowed. It's gone to appeal.
Forgive me, nor is this one, and you're commenting on this appeal. That's why
okay, if it were to be allowed, then it would be, yes, 75% across the two sites.
And there is flexibility within zone 4 of this particular scheme for non-B8, isn't there?
There is some non-B8 on this scheme, yes.
So same question really in relation to criterion 3, is it your case that the appeal proposals taken together with the undetermined appeal at the smaller part of Bell Plantation would be out of kilter with criterion 3, which requires a market evidenced scheme, and we've only got one market evidence source, which is from Messrs Savills? Is that your case?
Sorry, there was a cough just at the critical moment.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Is it your case that what is proposed, looking at the two appeal schemes together, would be out of kilter with the market evidence which is before the inspector, i.e. large-scale logistics is the predominance of the local market. There is some evidence of other uses coming forward, albeit a much lesser proportion. So is it your case that that will be out of kilter with criterion 3?
Certainly the 75%. Yes, forgive me, it would be out of kilter with it.
It would be out of kilter. Okay, well, we'll need to dive into the report then if you're going to say that.
Okay.
With Mr. Brooks's report.
Sorry, I misunderstood it. No, it is not out of kilter with it. I do beg your pardon. I misunderstood the.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Now, that's the policy. Let's just dip our toes into the reason justification, or the explanatory text, or the supporting text. It's called lots of different things these days. And let's just have a look at page 122 of the PDF, page 121 of the hard copy.
This is the local plan.
This is the same document, the local plan.
Yeah.
Okay. Firstly, can we agree that although I'm going to cherry pick and I'm going to ask you about specific parts of this, the inspector should read this section as a whole and in full?
So this is section, can you please confirm which section?
Section 13, the preamble to policy AL1?
Yes.
The inspector should read this in full, even though you and I are, because we're not going to spend all afternoon just reading it to each other.
Yes, the section employment allocations, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. This gives you some background in relation to the role of Toaster, doesn't it? As an employment generating location.
Yes.
Thank you. Tells us in 13.1.3 about the joint core strategy, and we are going to look at that in just a moment. But it then says 13.1.4, this part 2 plan allocates additional employment land by facilitating more local employment growth. It aims to attract new investment to provide more jobs to match the skills of local people, thereby balancing the ratio in and out commuting. It's also recognised the district will deliver a slightly higher level of housing that's required by the core strategy, and there's a need to seek to ensure this is complemented by some additional provision of housing, of employment land. Firstly, doesn't actually tell us what local means in the first sentence, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, but it does tell us in the second that there is an attempt to balance overall housing and employment within the district. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then we've got 13.1.5, which says strategic employment generation is focused through the joint core strategy at Toaster. You see that?
Yes.
Now, if you were to take the employment allocations together, so if this was an application for AL1 and AL3, you would be above the 40 hectare, but that wouldn't be out of step with what's set out for the intention of Toaster in paragraph 13.1.5. Looking at that, would it? Because it's saying overall strategic employment generation is focused at Toaster.
But then it goes on to say,
yeah, I know what it goes on to
meet
say.
Local demand and strengthen the local rural economy.
And I'm going to come back to that in just a moment, but can we focus on the first bit? Saying in terms, strategic employment generation is focused at Toaster. If you were to add the employment allocations together, this would be consistent with that, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. It then says, because it's important to read all of this, the district has 65 business parks and the new sites supported through the Part 2 plan are intended to. Then firstly, meet local demand. So the district is being discussed at that stage, and then it's saying what the Part 2 plan is intending to do. That's not saying just look at Toaster, is it? It's a matter of English. So it's the sentence that says the district has 65 business parks and the new sites supported through the Part 2 plan are intended to. It's talking about more than just Toaster, isn't it?
You mean in reference to all the sites?
Precisely so. Yes, so exactly. So it's saying the district's got 65 business parks, and then it's saying the sites through Part 2 are intended to. You see that? It's talking about the district, isn't it?
Yes.
But it talks about the new sites as being meeting local demand and strengthening the rural economy. It's not just talking about Toaster, is it there? Let alone the Toaster parliamentary constituency. It's leaving it open as to what is meant by local demand, which could include the district.
I must say that wasn't the way I interpreted it when I read it.
What does a local plan cover?
The
whole district?
Yes, yeah.
What does a local development document cover? Is it also the whole district?
Okay, yeah.
What does a local employment partnership cover? Local can mean a whole district depending upon context, doesn't it? You've got to apply a judgment.
That was certainly not the way I read that section. But I'm prepared to concede that it does read like that.
You see, I'm not necessarily saying it precludes a narrow interpretation. What I am saying to you is you need to apply a judgment as to what it covers. But what it certainly doesn't do is it doesn't say town, does it? And if it meant to, it would have said it, wouldn't it?
That was certainly the way I read it was different from the way you've described it. But as I've just said, I'm prepared to concede that I think I read it in a different way.
No, well, that's a very fair answer. Look at 13.1.6. The Part 2 plan has considered whether a limited number of further allocations need to be made in urban and rural areas to support the delivery of a flexible supply of employment land and help strengthen the economy of the district. So it's talking about flexible supply and also talking about these sites contributing to the overall district's economy. Agreed?
Yes.
Thank you. And then if the next paragraph, which is ironically one that was introduced by the inspector, where these allocations come forward through development management process, it is expected that they shall be accompanied and supported by an independent study providing market evidence on the proportion of B1, B2 and B8 required with supporting uses that are demonstrably subservient, etc. And it talks about there being an independent expert that provide advice on mix of use, etc. So it's saying these sites, the Part 2 sites, are helping the economy of the district and also informed by market evidence in relation to the district. You see that?
Yeah.
And then if you go down to 13.2.1, which I think potentially confirms this point, but I'd welcome your thoughts. At the very end of the first page, which is hard copy 122, electronic 123, there's a sentence that says, which follows on from telling us that Toaster is strategically located to the M1 and the M40 and the A5 and the A43. It says, although there is no specific identified need. Do you see that?
Yes.
Although there is no specific identified need for additional employment to meet the needs of the town based upon housing and employment requirements in the core strategy, it is considered to be important to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities to provide additional choice and opportunity for the growing population and to look to reduce out commuting. Then talks about the football club.
Yeah.
Now, again, that's making it crystal clear, isn't it, that the allocations are not just to meet the needs of the town, because this is saying there isn't a need for additional employment to meet the needs of the town. It's facilitating growing population and also a general desire to reduce out commuting. You see that?
Well, it says to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities.
Got that?
To provide additional choice and opportunity for the growing population.
That's the first part. It's the second and third I was asking to look at. And provide for growing population and to look to reduce out commuting.
Well, it's the entire sentence.
Of course it is. That's why I said There are a number of roles that are being proposed for this allocation or these allocations at Towcester. Strengthening the local economy within the district, providing an opportunity for growing population, the point I talked to you about a few moments ago, and to look to reduce out commuting. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't say out commuting from the town though, does it? You can read that as a matter of judgment, or you wish to do so, as being the district. Opportunities for the growing population and to look to reduce out commuting. Doesn't just restrict it to the town, does it?
But if you look in the paragraph as a whole, so the start of 13.2.1, Towcester is centrally located within South Northamptonshire and so forth. And then before the start of the sentence, although there is no, it talks about extensive historic park and garden for Towcester. So the whole of that paragraph is embedded in a narrative about Towcester.
I understand that. And in terms of providing small scale opportunities for Towcester, yes, that's a positive from these allocations. Doesn't restrict that in the policy. There's nothing in the policy which says only small scale development to suit Towcester, to serve Towcester's needs can come forward on these allocations, does it?
Well, you were specifically talking about reducing out commuting. And what I'm saying is it is in the context of the section of 13.2, Towcester employment allocations. And so I read that as reducing out commuting in relation to Towcester because it's under that section.
Ultimately, this will be a matter for the inspector to read and form a view about. But where this talks about needs of the town or specifics about the town, it says so, doesn't it? For example, the opening words of that sentence. No identified need to meet additional employment to meet the needs of the town. There afterwards, it talks about some small scale employment opportunities to provide additional choice and opportunity for growing population and to look to reduce out commuting.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't restrict the latter to the town, does it?
Well, I don't agree with that. My interpretation, because it falls under the section Towcester employment allocations, and then 13.2.1 is talking specifically about Towcester, and then in the final part of that paragraph talks about Towcester Town Football Club and so forth. I read that as out commuting in relation to Towcester because of where it sits in that entire paragraph is devoted to Towcester as opposed to Daventry or somewhere else.
And we've just looked at the preamble in 13.1.6 that talks about strengthening the economy of the district, but I'm not going to take you back to that. Let's look at a different point. 13.2.3, Bell Plantation Town, I can't say it. The Bell Plantation site represents an appropriate employment location for the provision of additional small and medium-sized commercial buildings close to the town as its planned expansion takes place. Doesn't say only suitable for those, does it?
No, it doesn't say only. It talks about additional small and medium-sized commercial buildings.
And the expectation from the bits that we've read before is its development which will assist the district's economy, and it will be governed by a market report, and it provides opportunities for other things like small and medium-sized businesses. You see that? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Good. And there is nothing within the policy itself which seeks to restrict development to only that which is generated from the town or to medium and small sized commercial buildings, is there?
It doesn't have the word only in there.
Good, I'm pleased about that. Can you then turn to the inspector's report, please, which is core document 40.02.
I'm going to have to dig this out from.
I've got it as the inspector's report, the local plan inspector's report, 40.04. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's a cracking read. I can strongly recommend it. Twist at the end is extraordinary. So if you've got access to the core documents, it's on.
Could you just give me the
Yes,
40
they've got
points?
40.4, and it's
point.
internal page 26 when you get to it. It's one of those rare instances where the PDF matches the hard copy.
Page 20. The page numbers have fallen off here.
It's paragraph 93.
Paragraph 93.
Which is the bit that deals with site allocations.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And the reason for taking you to this is that the inspectors heard a good deal about what it is that was intended by the policy. So that's the reason for looking at this, because this provides some insight, one might think. So this is talking about the employment allocations, the site allocations in the Part 2 plan, okay?
Yeah.
Starts off in 93 by telling us that allocations at a scale below 40 hectares should be considered positively in the preparation of subsidiary plans. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Then it talks about the employment study, which was before that inspector found very limited capacity within the existing employment sites to accommodate additional employment space, ... and then talks about a further economic assessment pointing to a shortage of quality space to meet demands as a result of economic growth. See that?
Yes.
And then we've got a discussion about logistics and the golden triangle, a sentence so good that myself and Mr. Riley Smith nicked it for the opening submission, and then talks about the inspector being mindful of the findings of the South Northamptonshire logistics study, that the district will be well placed to take advantage of this location and the projected growth in logistics and distribution sectors. Moreover, the logistics study also finds that local growth in logistics and distribution can be opportunity driven and led by the supply of appropriate sites. You see that?
Yes.
Then a discussion about the views of the LEP, then a discussion about unemployment, and then the inspector says this: the above considerations taken together provide a compelling basis for the second part of the local plan to allocate sites in order to provide additional and flexible opportunities that will sustain economic growth. In these ways, the second part of the plan plans proactively to meet development needs of business and support an economy fit for the 21st century, support existing business sectors, and identifies and plans for emerging sectors likely to locate in the area, plans positively for the location, promotion and expansion of clusters or networks of knowledge-driven, creative or high-tech industries. The reason why these allocations were brought forward is crystal clear, isn't it? It is in part driven by the substantial growth of the logistics industry and the opportunity presented by the geographical location of this site. That's clear, isn't it, from what the inspector was saying?
Well, it's certainly talking about expansion of clusters or networks of knowledge-driven, creative or high technology industries, which includes logistics, but includes other things as well.
Beautifully sidestepped, but is the answer to my question also yes?
Well, it can include logistics.
Yeah.
Yes, but amongst other technologies.
And by referring to the above considerations, including the logistics study, it's plainly including logistics, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
By drawing attention in the preceding paragraph to the South Northamptonshire logistics study, his florid discussion about the golden triangle, etc., it is plain that he's considering logistics, isn't it?
Well, as I said before, it includes logistics, but it also includes other technologies and other sectors as well.
Right. So is that a yes? It's plain it does include logistics.
Yes, it does include logistics.
Thank you. But the inspector puts a bit of a coda into this by what he says in paragraph 99, which is on the page 28. There's a sentence that says furthermore to ensure. Do you see that? Furthermore, to ensure that the allocations would supply the range of property types referred to in the evidence base, a modification to the supporting text is necessary, which outlines the requirement for supporting studies on the range of uses to be included on the sites to be provided at the planning application stage.
Yes.
That's what ultimately finds its way to criterion 3. So the inspector's saying this is not just an esoteric opportunity-based exercise. This is a market-led exercise based on evidence. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. So to be clear, therefore, whilst there may have been the opportunity for some of these allocations to accommodate small and medium-sized enterprises, it would be a wrong conclusion, wouldn't it, to conclude that logistics were not full and forefront of the mind of the inspector and the council in allocating AL1 and the other allocations. That would be a wrong conclusion, wouldn't it?
Well, it includes logistics. I think you said full and, I couldn't remember your exact.
Full and forefront. That's because I was drawing attention to paragraph 95 onwards.
Yeah, I don't know whether it would be full and forefront, but it certainly includes logistics.
Okay. Next point I think we might be able to deal with quite quickly. Mr. Brooks, within his report, considers the extent of logistics, both in his proof of evidence and also within the 2025 report, considers that. He considers, and it's his paragraph 7.1, that there is only 1.9 years of supply of logistics floor space within the primary market area that he considers. And that's a big area. That's more than simply West Northamptonshire. It covers much of Northamptonshire. You've seen that?
Yes.
And also, he draws attention to the, I'm not sure how you pronounce this, I think it's a Welsh pronunciation, HENAU, H-E-N-A-U, the evidence base for the emerging local plan, which he identifies shows that there's actually only 2.56 years of supply of logistics, large-scale logistics in West Northants, and 4.12 years supply in South Northants. Do you take issue with those figures?
I do not take issue with the figures. Mr. Brook has more expertise than I do in terms of market demand and market conditions and so forth. So, yeah.
That's why I'm not going to take you through the detail of that, because it's probably not fair if you don't consider that. But if you're not taking issue with that extent of need, but if those figures are,
we're not challenging the HENAU, however it's pronounced, figures.
Yeah. So you are taking issue with the extent of benefits and how they would arrive locally. You're not challenging the extent of the need for the logistics which are being proposed on the site. Is that a fair conclusion?
We're not challenging the HENAU figures. Yeah.
No, this is a really important question. If the HENAU figures are right, 2.56 years supply of logistics in West Northants, and that doesn't even take account of the 8% vacancy assessment that Savills use, and 4.12 years supply in South Northants, as would have been. That shows a clear need for further logistics development, doesn't it?
Across a wider area, yes.
Well, West Northants and South Northants.
Yeah.
That shows a clear need across those areas, doesn't it?
Yes.
So across the Northamptonshire wide, the PMA wide, it's 1.9. And on an odd basis for assessment, which doesn't take account of vacancy, there's also a need, whether you look at West Northants or South Northants. So can we agree that there is a need for logistics of this type that's been proposed?
Do you mean specific to the site or across the wider area?
Across West Northants, South Northants.
Yeah, no, I'm accepting that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Your point, nearly finished, sir, if I may. Nearly finished, yes, sir. Thank you. So on that basis, the inspector can note that the Rule 6 party is not challenging the need at a South Northants, West Northants and primary market area assessment. Your point is that there isn't a need which arises from Toaster itself.
Yes. I do not believe there is a need specific to Toaster.
But we've already looked at the local plan, which said this is not actually meeting local.
But I was looking at it in the context of skills match and issues like that.
Okay, let's have a look at that very quickly.
Okay.
Skills match. Your Annex A.
Okay. Annex A.
Annex
Yeah.
A. I'm not at all decrying the locally available skills within Toaster, but it's a point that Mr. Brooks makes in his rebuttal evidence. If you look at the socio-economic classification in Annex A, proportion of managers, directors and senior officials all the way down to process plant, machine and operatives, Mr. Brooks makes the point that if I look at the parliamentary constituency and I look at the West Northants proportions, they're broadly speaking within 10% of each other. In fact, some of them much nearer. It's not that out of kilter, is it?
Well, I would have said that they are, in the SNPC area, they are all higher than the WNC area.
Well, they're not.
Consistently.
They're not.
Sorry, they're not all, but they are all, sorry, the 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 are all, sorry, 1, 2 and 3 managers, directors and are higher than West Northants area. 4 and 5 slightly lower, and then the lower skilled socioeconomic classifications 6, 7, 8 and 9 are all lower in the SNPC area, and there's quite a jump in the 8 and 9 category.
Yeah. Mr. Brooks says that even on the first one, the 1, 2 and 3, it's within 10%, isn't it?
It's certainly within 10%, but there's a noticeable difference between the two.
And let's have a look at the economically inactive that we talked about at the very outset. This is telling us within the parliamentary constituency, which is wider than just the town, there are 12,000 people economically inactive, another well to which one could draw for new employment opportunities. Do you agree?
Potentially, yes. It depends on what barriers they are for inactivity. I mean, economic inactivity is a UK-wide issue.
And then finally,
I was just to finish that point. I was doing it to illustrate the point that there are still there's a noticeably fewer proportionately economically inactive people in the SNPC area compared with West Northants. So the point of the table was to really illustrate the fact there are some differences, in my view, in some cases quite significant differences in terms of socioeconomic groups, skills differences and so forth between the two areas.
The inspector can see the figures. So, and finally, let us assume that you're right. I don't accept you're right, but let us assume you're right, that in terms of out commuting in Toaster, bless you, that the appeal proposals would not deal with out commuting in Toaster. Don't accept that. We've got growth in the town, etc. But let's assume you're right. But it would create a more sustainable pattern of development and reduce out commuting in West Northants. Why isn't that a good thing? Taking West Northants as a whole.
I don't know whether it would address out commuting in West Northants.
Hence the reason for the if. Make that assumption and humour me. If it would address out commuting at a wider level than simply the town, because there is a shortage of employment land, because this is an opportunity to boost the economy of the district, all the points I've taken you to. If it achieves that, why isn't that a good thing?
I think reduction in out commuting generally is a good thing, whatever the area.
That's a very fair answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. I'm happy to finish on a point of amity. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. But looking at the socioeconomic together they make up.
So apologies, microphone.
Oh, sorry. Together they make up almost 30%, don't they, of the employed population. Now, that's not necessarily saying that every person who's a carer or works in leisure or some other service occupation wants to go and work in distribution, but they may well do that. They may find the pay's better, it suits them better or whatever, isn't it? So that's potentially sort of 30% of people who might seek a job in distribution. Is 30% of the population, of the working population, something just to ignore and say, well, that's not important?
No, of course not. No, it's a sizable proportion of the population, but they may well be in employment at the moment. So it's about displacing people from one. It's not about but it's sort of employment growth. It's about displacing people from one job to another job, albeit at a similar skill level.
But since would they not be more likely to be out, since there is, if they lived in or near Towcester and were working in distribution, for example, they would be much more likely to be out commuting from the area, the Towcester area, wouldn't they? Because there aren't the facility, there isn't the B8 here at the moment. Is that not right?
I can't comment on whether they are sort of out commuting at the moment, that particular group, but there's certainly, it's recognised that there's out commuting from across all sectors. It might be that there are more people in categories 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 who are out commuting, and certainly in SMPC area that accounts to something like 70%.
And why might there be more in that category?
I can't say for certain, sir, but certainly there's a lot of commuting to Milton Keynes from this area, and that tends to be a sort of white-collar destination for employment.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you. 30%, that is a sizable chunk of the working population.
Okay, thank you. Any re-examination, Mr. Stedman-Jones?
Thank you. Yes, sir. Not a large amount.
All right. Okay. Should we do it and then have our break? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's fine. I mean, it's only one point of clarification, I think, and I'm not. I'm not sure whether confusion entered into the questioning on this point or not, but I think it was suggested to you at one point that your use of the South Northamptonshire parliamentary constituency was actually meant to be a proxy for Towcester. But if we go, and maybe that wasn't what was intended by the questioning, but just for clarity, can we go to where you introduce that the use of the parliamentary constituency? So it's your paragraph 8.3, and you introduce Annex A there in 8.3, and you say that you've used statistics for South Northants parliamentary constituency as a comparator to the wider West Northants area. Are you at paragraph 8.3 of your proof?
Just getting there now.
Sorry.
8.3. Yes. So the SNPC parliamentary constituency area is used as a proxy for the SNC area.
Yeah, so for the old council district area that was the district for the plan area.
Yes.
Thank you. So those are the statistics that you're using in Annex A.
Yes, that's correct.
Not just for Towcester or a smaller. No, thank you. Thank you. That's my re-examination, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Wood. It's just coming up to 5 past. Let's take a 10-minute break until 4 to pass.
Yeah, so just one very small point. There was reference to the economic growth strategy being added to the core docs.
Yeah.
Because it's mentioned in
Yeah.
AL1. Can we just be clear though, because I thought there was reference to the 2024 growth strategy. That's still a consultation draft.
Yeah, there's two. There's which we were looking to add, and I'm going to discuss this with my learned friend. One of which is, I think, a 2016
To 19,
document.
yeah.
Yeah, 2016 to 19, and the most recent one is the draft one, which was published in 2024.
Yes, I mean, the only thing is they're not exactly identical because the 16 to 19 is for South Northamptonshire. The 24 draft is for a much wider area after.
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah, so.
When you say much wider areas, West Northampton.
And North and South Northants, as I understand it.
Yeah, is it strict?
It's the current district as it now is.
West Northants.
Yes.
Yeah, so not wider than the current planning authority area.
No, but wider than the 16 to 19
Yeah.
document, because at that stage it was not a reorganized
But
authority.
covering the local planning authorities area. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. If after the break you could give me just the formal names of those, because if that. Oh, well, I suppose if you add it to the, can you add it to the thing fairly quickly and then I can access it by there? I'm just thinking if an email sent to PINS, it'll be about 12 years before. So that's because I just don't like to open my emails when I'm away because I get bombarded with all sorts of horrendous stuff, not because PINS is inefficient at passing on emails.
So I sympathise, and there is a question really in terms of admin, which I think we're indifferent to, but it's a matter for you as to whether it's helpful. Documents which come in during the inquiry, for example, the helpful document in relation to Tove Roundabout that was submitted
this morning.
I assume you're wanting an ID series created on the website so that we can just add them in sequence.
Inquiry document, as in inquiry document. Yep, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Fine,
So it
fine.
might be that we could add these as inquiry documents, and that may be the quickest and easiest way, if that would be acceptable.
So we're adding both the.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And obviously defer that for the discussion with the planners.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a break till just before 20 past.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, if we can make a start, please. People can take their seats. Thank you. We've done okay-ish today with time, to which I thank everybody. I think in total, we've got an hour and a quarter indicated as the maximum here. The challenge I set is for this to be in an hour. Not that I'm wanting to ridiculously rush you, but that is the challenge.
So I ought to be able to assist in that because I've got 6 additional points to ask Mr. Brook and then tender him to my learned friend for cross-examination.
Tomorrow for cross-examination. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
Hand him across to the tender embrace of my learned friend.
That sounds fine. Thank you.
Can I introduce my first witness? Are you Rory Brook, despite the fact I kept adding an S onto your name earlier on?
Yes, I'm Rory Brook.
Good. You're going to have to come up close to the microphone. Otherwise, you won't be audible by those sitting behind. You tell us about your qualifications. You've got a bachelor's in mathematics and economics from the University of York, a master's in town planning from Cardiff. You're a member of the RTPI and the Institute of Economic Development. You tell us about your experience at 1.1.2, the scope of your evidence in the next section. You also note the areas that you cover in your proof of evidence. Can you confirm whether the contents of your proof and rebuttal are true to the best of your knowledge or belief?
Yes.
Yes,
I
they
confirm.
are, or yes,
Yes,
they're
I
not?
confirm they are.
Excellent.
To my best of my knowledge.
Thank you. And your evidence relates to both your main proof and your rebuttal, is that right?
Yes.
Let's start off with the first question. If you aggregate or combine the 2 undetermined appeals on AL1, to what extent is the floor space large-scale logistics and non-large-scale logistics?
So yeah, that's summarised in the January 25 report, core document 7006, and that's set out on table 2.2 on page 11. And so you can see there the last column. Well, it gives, so the total is just under 1.6 million square feet, and of that, 24% is under 100,000, and that's with the unit 4 in the DHL proposal being the non-B8 flexible use, and then the mix of uses in the Bell Plantation scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Brook.
Could you speak into your? I don't. It might be a bit low or a bit.
Is that all right?
That's better.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
They're highly directional, it would seem, so you just need to lean into it.
Right.
So the extent to which the supply market is unconstrained or constrained, your reports use an 8% availability rate as a benchmark. Could you just explain that in words of one syllable for the non-economists in the room?
Yes, sure. So the point is that for an efficient operating of the market, you need to have some leeway for companies to move around. If you had 0 availability, then the company needs to grow or shrink or is established. There's no choice for it. So it's a market mechanism that you'd have a degree of vacancy and availability within the market. And various studies have been carried out over the years that have recommended a figure of 8% of total stock as availability as being a market equilibrium.
Thank you. And you look at different geographies in relation to what supply is available. You look at the primary market area, which is essentially a little bit more than Northamptonshire.
Mm-hmm.
You also draw attention to the findings of the HENO, however you pronounce that. And you look at both the current West Northamptonshire area and the South Northamptonshire area. Overall, the figures are below 5 years, so 1.9, 2.6 and 4 point odd. What do you say about whether that demonstrates or doesn't demonstrate a need for large-scale logistics?
It very clearly demonstrates need for large-scale logistics and other uses as well, not just large-scale logistics.
Thank you. And how does that tie in with your assessment within the 2025 report in terms of the extent of demand for large-scale logistics?
Sorry, how do you mean by the extent of demand?
How does the assessment about there being a shortage then tie into demand, i.e. to what extent is there market demand for this sort of use?
So yeah, we've we and the Hernell study assessed demand, doing it in different ways. We incorporated a suppressed demand element and came up with our estimate. And so our estimated significant demand and not enough supply over the plan period.
Thank you. The Savills report tells us that I think 71% of demand is for over 100,000 square feet. So in terms of what's proposed on AL1, how, if at all, does that correspond or differ?
It's in reasonable alignment. It's not exactly lined up, but AL1 in total provides 75% for over 100,000 square feet versus the number of 72% around the nearest percent.
Now that's the immediate position. How's it looking going forwards?
In terms of?
In terms of supply meeting demand.
So it gets increasingly out of sync. So if you, let's turn to the right page.
So if we look at core document 70.06, which is the 2025 report.
Yeah, so if you turn to page 52, you can see how the estimated supply deficit steadily increases over time. So you can see that it's a relatively modest deficit compared to total demand and supply in 25 to 29, and then that grows increasingly large over time.
So deficit, does that mean that supply is greater than demand, or supply is less than demand? How?
It means that demand is greater than supply. There's not enough supply coming forward, is our estimate for those time periods.
Yeah. And how would you describe the extent of need if you are in a negative position? So it's not 1.9 years, you're dropping below the zero mark. How's that?
Well, yeah, so it's clearly you're saying that that property and development is becoming a major constraint on the economy. So that's really when we talk about suppressed demand, what we mean by that is that it's demand that's not able to express itself because there isn't enough supply coming forward. And so economic growth and potential is being held back by property as a constraint on the wider economy.
Thank you. Out commuting. To what extent would the development of the appeal scheme assist with regard to out commuting issues, and at what geography should one consider out commuting?
Well, it would clearly help address the issue of out commuting. The geography, you can look, I mean, the wider point is about catchment areas and labour mobility. But as was being discussed earlier, I'd say probably West Northamptonshire is the most relevant geography. You could look at it South Northampton as well, and indeed, yeah, those are the two obvious geographies.
And I think this is a point you deal with in your rebuttal at paragraph 2.1.4. So help me with this. To what extent will the appeal proposals help or not help with issues of out commuting looked at a West Northants level?
Yeah, hold on, let's go to that paragraph. Yeah, I mean, so what I'm saying there is that generally the larger the labour market geography, the higher proportion of the local workforce will have jobs in the local area. And so obviously if you chose Towcester as your geography, you're not going to have many people living and working in Towcester, and that doesn't matter whether you're working at a large logistics company or a small SME, it's still going to be the same issue.
So on a West Northants level, to what extent will this assist or not assist in terms of addressing out commuting?
But so the proposed development will definitely help address out commuting at the West Northants level.
Thank you. It's suggested that the predominant factor one should look at when looking at the match of a new jobs proposal adjacent to Towcester is with the South Towcester parliamentary constituency unemployment rates. What observations do you make in relation to that?
So it was touched on earlier on. So I think unemployment is one factor, but not a dominant factor, I'd say, in offering jobs to local economies. So as you know, I think as you said earlier on, a lot of jobs will be taken by people moving around between different jobs, moving homes, jobs closer to their homes. There'll be students that will be taking their jobs. There'll be a whole range of different things. And I think the important point to emphasise is that economies are dynamic things and they're constantly changing and adjusting. People are picking up and learning new skills, either on the job or through training. Companies growing, companies are shrinking, different sectors are growing, other sectors are shrinking. And so what's important is to have a flexible approach that allows the economy to respond to that.
Thank you. Next point, skills matching. You, within your rebuttal, it's paragraph 4.1.2, draw attention to the British Property Federation report, which is core document 70.22, as well as your local market appraisal report. What do you say about the proposition that logistics jobs are predominantly at the low-skilled end of the skilled sector?
Yeah, so I think this, and it was said a number of times during the course of today, this is a misconception about the logistics sector. And so, for example, if you turn to page 17 of the core document 70.22, the BPF.
So this is the BPF report, core document 70.22, page 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see that the diagram at the bottom left of that page, or the bottom of page 17, you've got the socioeconomic groups, which is the same as Mr. Wood went through earlier on, and the first three categories are what he was focusing on and emphasising how they were sort of disproportionately represented at the South Northamptonshire level. But if you add up those proportion of jobs in the logistics sector, it's very similar to the proportion of those jobs in South Northamptonshire. So
I haven't got that immediately in front of me, so could you just read out those figures then?
So if you turn to Mr. Wood's,
well, not so much the comparison, just with what that says.
Yeah. So what it's got there, and it's not got it in percentage terms, so it's not directly comparable, but I've checked the numbers. So what you can see from that graph is that the managed and senior officials, professional occupations, and associate professionals and technicals make up a reasonably significant proportion of the total jobs in the logistics sector. And so,
page 17.
Let me just get the document. It's
70.22, sir. Which is the British Property Federation report.
But it's missing, I think. But anyway, hold on, I'll have a quick look.
So,
sorry, carry on.
Are you with me? So you can see, so that in that graph at the bottom, you've got
17, did you say?
Page 17, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see there that the first three categories on the left, which correspond to the categories 1, 2, and 3 that Mr. Wood went through earlier on in his Annex A.
Yeah.
So it's not immediate, doesn't immediately jump out at you. Well, you can sort of get a sense of it, but you don't get the exact sense of it from that graph. But Mr. Wood was saying that those three categories represent 54% of the workers in South Northamptonshire. And in terms of the workers in the logistics sector, it's almost exactly the same. So that the point I'm emphasising is that there's a misconception that the logistics sector jobs are all about low-skilled jobs. They're not. There's a significant number of higher skilled jobs that are in the logistics sector.
It's almost the same, but those, I mean, we haven't got the exact figures there, but just looking at those first three columns, does that add up to almost 50% of across all the columns?
Yes, that's right. Does. Yeah. So I can provide it in a different format.
Okay, I'm sure it just doesn't obviously look like that, but
I don't know if Mr. Brook has drilled to the figures which underpin that, and that would be helpful, sir. Would a quick note on that be helpful to tell you the exact fact figures?
It would be, yeah, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll get
set you some homework, Mr. Brook.
Yep.
You don't escape lightly. So your point is whether there is a mismatch or not between the local workforce skills, and you've given your answer to that. Even if there was, is there a mismatch in terms of skills in terms of West Northants?
So no, I mean that as I say, the West Northants. It's the same point for South Northants and West Northants, is that there's a significant number of higher skilled jobs in the logistics sector, which broadly correspond to those geographies. And yeah, so the point that's saying it's all low skilled jobs is misleading. And I think one of the things is that unemployed people will tend to be in lower skilled jobs. So there is a concentration of lower skilled in logistics, but it's also with a concentration of higher skilled jobs. That's the characteristic of it.
And we looked at economically inactive people on the same annex. To what extent are jobs opportunities relevant for economically inactive people?
Well, yeah, of course, there'll be, as I say, economically inactive will tend to be lower skilled people, and there is a high proportion of lower skilled jobs in the logistics sector, but there's also a higher proportion in higher skilled jobs. It's the middle skilled that there's less of.
Thank you very much. Would you wait there, Mr. Brook? My friend may have some questions for you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Brook.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to start, please, with the joint core strategy. We're going to go to the policy documents. I mean, obviously, you're not the planning policy witness, so I won't do planning policy as completely as it were as I will next week. But I do want to touch on some of the policy requirements and the descriptive or explanatory materials underpinning the policies, partly as my learned friend did with Mr. Wood earlier. I'm also going to go to the market assessments, at your market assessment, and to the DAS, and to the draft plan, and a couple of other documents. But have you got everything on your laptop?
I think so, yeah. We'll see. Yeah, either between hard and laptop.
Thank you. So if we can go first of all then to the joint core strategy, and in that, if we could start please at page, it's policy S8, which I believe is at page 48 internally, which is I think 51 in the PDF. Might have got that wrong.
Sorry, which page?
Sorry, it's page 46, apologies, in the
S8.
Yeah, exactly, S8, starting out with S8.
Yeah, okay, I've got that.
You got that?
Yeah.
Obviously, on the basis that the policy is the policy wording is the starting point, we can see in policy S8, can't we, that there is extensive provision made in that policy for employment development, including logistics within that. So we've got obviously point 1, the majority of new job growth. So this is about the distribution of jobs in the area. And we see in point 1, the majority of job growth, new job growth, will be concentrated in the principal urban area of Northampton, first of all. And we've got, among other things, references to a variety of different kinds of development, including the allocation of the strategic employment sites by the M1 at junction 16. And on into 2, we've got employment opportunities in Daventry, haven't we? And again, there's reference there to Durft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we get to 3, which is employment provision within South Northamptonshire district. And that's where we are, isn't it? That's where Toaster is, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously subsumed within West Northamptonshire now, but yes, yeah.
Yeah, and so we've got there the list of job distribution, if I can put it that way there. There's no, I mean, there is provision for existing renewal and regeneration of existing employment sites. We know that there's the reference to Silverstone, high performance technology, you see that. And local employment provision within the sustainable urban extensions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tourist and visitor development. But there's no provision in S8, at least, within South Northamptonshire for extensive or large scale employment, B8 or distribution or logistics.
Well, it's the
sites.
local employment provision.
Yeah, so that'd be small scale though, wouldn't it?
Well, I think they define that as less than 30 hectares, isn't that right?
Less than, but yeah, but exactly, but smaller scale than ours.
40, isn't it?
40 is
hectares,
strategic, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's how they.
But it's existing.
Isn't that how they define local in the joint core strategy? I think that's right.
40 hectares is a strategic site. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so I think they mean local is less than 40.
So, so what are you pointing to here? Local employment provision within the sustainable urban.
Well,
expansion?
I mean, there's obviously this predates the
allocations.
local allocations in the Southampton local plan. So it was before those sites were allocated.
Indeed.
And so in this sense, it's just talking about sustainable urban extension.
Right, but there's no provision under there, is there, for something like the allocations at this stage? We come to that obviously in local plan too. I'm not suggesting that they don't exist. I'm just dealing.
Yeah,
with
no, that's right. But that in the context of it being before South Northamptonshire, which then added those sites in.
Yeah. But in terms of thinking about the direction of policy in 2014 at this stage, the joint core strategy, it wasn't yet provided for to have extensive allocations at Toaster, was it?
That's right. That at that stage, there were those AL1, etc., weren't allocated. At Toaster.
And then specifically in relation to warehousing, now we're into the explanatory or supporting text rather than the policy itself. But and my learned friend asked Mr. Wood questions on this earlier. But if you go on to the next page, so page 48, paragraph 5.70, we deal with warehousing specifically. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that 570 in particular says the area, so we're talking about the area, the whole plan area here, remains attractive to the warehouse industry, and indications that it's likely to continue, that's likely to continue.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it says, however, delivering new space to cater for the warehousing sector on a trend-based trajectory would not be desirable nor sustainable in the long term in order to achieve a balanced economy. You see that?
Yeah.
Right. So what's being said there, and my learner friend didn't go to this paragraph, he went to the next one, but what's being said there is that there needs to be some balance, and we're not just going to follow a trend-based trajectory.
Yeah.
Almost actually an analysis similar to yours. I mean, this is 10 years ago, but it's similar to yours in the sense that you're looking at the trends, the recent trends in market demand for warehousing, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. And I take the point that they're making there, and I think
it's not policy, so we take
I
point.
agree. And so I think at some point the trend does need to adjust, but we're along in terms of the balance of supply and demand, we're a long way off that point.
No, but if the point was that there is demand for a number of things, there might be continued demand for warehousing, even strategic level warehousing. There might be demand for other things, more B2, more B1, whatever else.
Yeah.
If there's demand for a number of them, what this paragraph at least is suggesting is that we want a greater balance between those things. We don't just want to plump for the warehousing or the strategic level scale of warehousing. Okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Now, we know also that in 571, again, a point my learner friend did go to with Mr. Wood, and we know it from the policy itself. But there is within the core strategy policy, there is a distribution and there is provision made within this plan for larger scale strategic warehousing in other sites. That's right, isn't it? And it's we know what they are. There's the Durft site, there's the M1 sites, and so on. Yeah. So it's not that there's no provision made for those kinds of large.
No, far from it.
Exactly. Good. Thank you. So I think we agree with those on those points. If we could now then move, please, to the local plan 2. And this is Core Doc 4002. You've probably got it hopefully near you.
And again, we're going to start where we should start probably, which is AL1. Yep, you're there. Good. So we've looked at this already a few times, and no doubt we're going to continue to do so. Point one, and I think this is the point. Obviously, the inspector's asked a few questions about today. We know that we've got the description of the development and the site, and we see that it's 35 hectare site and so on. So it's under the 40 hectare threshold. Just on the thresholds, actually, while we're on this, it's certainly true that 40 hectares is the definition of a strategic site in the local plan, in the joint core strategy, isn't it? But am I right that 25 hectares is considered a strategic warehousing site for the purposes of the NOW?
Yes, that's right. Sorry, it's for the purposes of what, sorry?
The HENOW, which is the Housing and Economic Needs Assessment update. Right. And that is the reference to that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Now you've confirmed the document.
It's core document 60.22, sir.
Yeah. So whilst it's true that this isn't a strategic site in planning, in the planning policy terms of the joint core strategy, I think certainly your evidence is presented and describes it as strategic in terms of strategic warehousing. Is that right? Is that fair? Sorry.
Yes, in the sense that it's big enough to accommodate units of over 100,000 square feet, we categorise it as capable of meeting that part of the market need. Yeah.
Yeah. And just again, actually, sorry, we should have. Have you still got your joint core strategy open, or is that?
Yes. Yeah.
Apologies. Just on paragraph 5.71 again, briefly on this point. New large warehousing developments, which are defined even in the joint core strategy, large warehousing developments as in excess of 40,000 square meters. Does that reflect this distinction between what might be a strategic site in sort of planning policy terms and then a strategic site in warehousing terms? The reference there to sites that are large, basically.
I couldn't do the mental arithmetic off the top of my head, but there's a question then on comparing that with the different site areas and so on. But yeah, I mean, there's various different definitions that can be used in different contexts, and it's about understanding.
Indeed, yeah. Fine. Sorry, we jumped around a bit there. But yeah, going back to policy AL1 then. So we see in the policy itself at section 1.
Yeah.
The description of the site, and then the point that's been discussed already. A variety of employment types will be sought to reflect the need for diversity and resilience in the local economy as expressed in the council's economic growth strategy. Now, do we find in this, again, is it fair to say that here is an echo or restatement in slightly different terms of the balanced economy point that we've already looked at in the joint core strategy? I mean, i.e., is there a thread going from that to this in that reference? Is that fair?
Not exactly, no. I think what there's a mixture of things that I would say is probably behind that. So it's different scales and types of site and the mix of uses that are on them, and obviously in the wider context of on the joint core strategy, a longer term strategy on not being so dependent on the logistics sector.
Okay. So, and I mean, I think I agree with that. We agree with that. So that's not controversial. We do get some, that's the policy wording. We know that what you're doing primarily, at least, is section 3 of the policy, aren't you? You're doing the independently assessed market evidence proportion of B1, B2, B8.
Yes, that's what our
that's your role.
2021 and then updated 2025 reports cover.
Yeah. Okay, good. We do get some help as well, don't we? Going now to the policy, the supporting text as to what might be meant in 1. And again, I'm not going to go through exhaustively, but there are a couple of paragraphs that I did want to just take us to. First of all, 13.2.1, we see that we see a description of Toaster in the first part of that paragraph. We see that it's strategically located with good accessibility to the M1, the town, that is, and further development to the south and west of the town is constrained. And then we see that although there's no specific identified need for additional employment to meet the needs of the town based on the housing and employment requirements set out in the Joint Core Strategy, it's considered to be important to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities to provide additional choice and opportunity for the growing population and to look to reduce out-commuting. Now, my learned friend was putting to Mr. Wood, I think, that out-commuting reference could refer to the wider district, I think. But I think in context, it's right to say that this is referring to the town, isn't it?
Well, I think those points were rehearsed earlier on, and
they were. But I'm getting your view now.
So, well, I think it's appropriate to consider it. I mean, I think it doesn't really make sense to talk about out commuting at a town level because it's such a small geography that most people are going to be out commuting. So whatever you do in that, in that town, so it makes more sense to consider it at the South or West Northamptonshire level.
It may make sense to consider it at both levels or multiple levels, but the point about Toaster is that we're at the intersection, aren't we, of two major A roads, and therefore there are significant issues around commuting and commuting times and so on in Toaster itself.
Well, I'm not.
Well, we're going to deal with transport separately, but
I think, I mean, the point I meant, well, it sort of touched on earlier on as well, is that clearly, I mean, from a sustainable transport point of view, obviously, the more the local jobs match the local workforce, the better. So I think that's the sort of same point wherever, more or less, wherever the geography is. One of the points that was touched on earlier, and I've touched on, is that there's sort of a conflating of small and medium-sized businesses as if they are more likely to be like jobs for local people rather than big businesses, and there's no obvious reason why that should be the case. So you can live locally and work at DHL, or you could work locally and work in Milton Keynes. It's working for a small business in Milton Keynes, or you could live locally and work in a big business in Toaster. It's not
sure.
There's not. It's sort of a false logical step to say that small businesses mean that you're living and working locally.
Well, I'm not sure that is the point that's being made. I mean, again, you're obviously not. I don't want to stray into other areas in terms of LVIA or indeed transport. The point is merely to note here, not say. I mean, you're right. Clearly, that SMEs could be catering to a variety of different things. But it is important to note here, leaving aside out commuting, the references here. Again, having point one in the policy itself in mind, the reference to the purpose that's at least stated here in 13.2.1, that it is considered to be important to facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities.
Yeah, I agree.
Provide additional choice and opportunity.
No, I agree. But I think it's also, I mean, generally, that's right. But I think it's also wrong to conflate the DHL proposals with not including small-scale employment opportunities. Obviously, there's the plot 4, which is for smaller scale units, but within plots 1 to 3, there's also it's not necessarily one single occupier of each building. And DHL have made this point in their letter, which is Appendix 2 of our January.
They say potentially, and I think you repeat it, potentially there could be a number of occupiers, a number of different businesses within those units.
Yeah. So I think the point I'm getting at is that you need, in my view, it's important to unpack what you're trying to achieve in saying facilitate some additional small-scale employment opportunities. Does that mean employment opportunities for the businesses, or does it mean employment opportunities for the labour force, or both? So, you know, I think...
But just on that point then, so you say that part of the DHL proposal it would potentially be for some small scale employment opportunities, and the wider AL1 would provide some more potentially for small scale employment opportunities. But just so I'm clear, you're not saying that the DHL B8 warehouse proposals, plots 1, 2 and 3, if I've got that right, are small scale employment opportunities?
There depends what you mean by small scale.
Well, I'm asking you.
So yeah, that's right.
You.
That's pressing it to my answer. Clearly they're not small scale in terms of the size of the buildings. So, you know, 100,000 square foot buildings are big buildings. And if they were single occupiers of those buildings, then that, you know, that would be large scale in this definition here of SMEs being below 250 employees. They wouldn't be small scale in that sense. But if they were subdivided, you could have companies that taking space that are employing less than 250 people in the big buildings. But just to further sort of be clear about what we're saying there, it could be, it could be someone like Lotus that wants to store some of their materials that take some space, and they might have, a couple of dozen people working there, but it's in the context of them having, hundreds of people working elsewhere. So it's sort of being clear what you mean.
Well, I'm asking what.
Yeah, well, that's the point I'm making, is that the way this is expressed is you need to sort of unpack what it is you're actually trying to achieve behind what you're saying. And I assume that probably what you're ultimately trying to achieve is sort of a dynamic and balanced local economy that gives opportunities to different businesses of different sizes, and and allows the workforce to get the jobs that they want, and to grow wealthier and add more value to the economy. And so to do all of that, it's not just a simple question of small businesses versus large warehouses. There's all sorts of permutations and combinations of those two things coming together.
Okay. I might come back in a minute on that, but anyway, sorry for interrupting.
Well, so I might be anticipating what your next thought would be, or I might not. But I mean, we see, don't we, that there's a discussion, and it's proceeding at two levels here. One is that there's a discussion around small and medium-sized business units on the one hand, and then there's also a discussion here. I mean, for example, if one goes to 13.2.3, where with what's discussed there is this is an appropriate employment location for the provision of additional small and medium-sized commercial buildings. So there is actually, in a sense, a linkage of the two here, in at least in this explanatory text. I appreciate that.
No, I agree. I mean, and I'm not denying that, of course, small and medium-sized businesses can occupy small and medium-sized buildings. So of course that's right. But the point I'm making is they're not one and the same thing.
No, and you're saying, your point, as I understand it, is that there may be some smaller or medium-sized businesses within DHL's bigger buildings, basically.
And when I say businesses, they might not technically be in the business in its entirety be a small and medium-sized business, but that sub-operation will be there. Fit that category.
But they're all going to be B8 when they say that they're going to, when we're talking B8 buildings. I mean, there's the B2 elements, isn't there?
I mean, if that's what the application's for, so I assume they need to. I mean, obviously within the wider context of, obviously B8 buildings will tend to have some office space, etc. So it's not within complying with the planning land use designation. There's going to be a mix of activities.
Now, so I mean, so it is fair to say that the policies here. I mean, I don't think it's necessary to go to the SPD, but you probably have
have you read the?
I've had a look
SPD?
at the SPD.
So you'll know that in the SPD, I mean, I'll deal with it in more detail with Mr. Guthrie next week, but similar points are made in the SPD that emphasise or track through from the points made in this document. Again, there is a thread, I think, running through, isn't there, from the balanced economy point and the distribution in S8 through to AL1, through to these passages, and then through the SPD, at least, that the council seems to be seeking and hoping for small, medium-sized businesses and smaller and medium-sized commercial buildings.
Yes, I mean, as was covered earlier, that's not exclusive. It's as a component of what would be acceptable development on the site.
I mean, we'll leave aside the exceptional circumstances or not debate as well until next week, probably. I mean,
so just to be clear, that it's not exceptional. I'm not sure. Just picking up on what you mean by that. So having other uses other than small and medium-sized businesses, small and medium-sized buildings is not. I wouldn't classify that as exceptional sort of circumstances for that development.
No, well, I was saying that's a debate whether we need to have it or not. But it's probably a debate I'll pick up with Mr. Guthrie.
It's definitely a Mr. Guthrie point.
Yeah. Understood. Exactly. But I do want to, just before we leave the policy side, I do want to touch on. I think you do discuss the draft plan in your assessment, and there is, again, I think you acknowledge this, so not a criticism, but there is a similar emphasis on small and medium-sized commercial buildings in the draft plan, isn't there?
Yeah, it's less prescriptive than the current plan. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned, though, that there isn't any reference to relevant definitions in the draft plan, but there is references, and I don't know if we need to go to it, we can if we need to, but there are references in the draft plan to the SPD, aren't there?
Yeah, if you say so, I don't.
Well, let's go to it, because I don't want it to be controversial. So it's called document 50.01.
Hold on a second. Tell me that I've referred to it in my January report, so it's possible.
Yes.
The same thing. So I'll have a look here first, and if it's not, then we can.
You do.
Okay. Yeah, I've got the relevant section of my January report.
Which point?
Sorry. In the draft plan, we're talking about. We are, I think, make sure I've got the right references. 84.5, I believe. So that's page 154 in the new draft plan or the emerging plan, which is the section 8.4 on employment and economic growth. And we've got 8.4.2, we've got the reference to the site, the allocations.
I better get the document. So
sorry, it's 50.01 is the draft plan, and the references that I'm looking at are in section 8.4.
So 50 point what, sorry?
It's CD 50.01.
Right, yeah.
And it's page 153 onwards, although 154 is the reference I'm talking about, but it's the section on employment and economic growth.
Yeah.
And that's where the allocations are discussed. The allocated sites at 8.4.2. But then if we go to 8.4.5, you can see there are references to the SPD.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just picking you up really on the point that you were making that in your market assessment that there are no references to the relevant definitions of SMEs in the draft plan.
Mm-hmm.
So there may not be a reference to the definitions, because you'll remember there is one in the local plan too, and I think that's what your point is.
Yeah.
But there are references to the SPD, aren't there? And the point being that in the SPD there are definitions of sizes of both SMEs and buildings.
I don't remember offhand in the SPD, so I'm taking your word for it. You're saying that.
Okay, well, I mean, we could go to the SPD if you like.
I'm happy to. If you're saying that's right, that's fine by me.
Okay. Good. So just in conclusion on this policy section, basically, you'll remember the point made in the JCS with which we started, not to cater for warehousing on a trend-based trajectory. I mean, isn't that, as I said, isn't that what your report is doing? I mean, you're seeking to show that there is a trend in favour of a demand for this type of warehousing use, and then you're providing the evidence for that trend-based trajectory, and that's.
Yes, you're right to a degree, but as I said earlier, the context is that the difference between supply and demand is so extreme that even if you modify that trend, you're still going to have a significant need for warehousing land and development.
So we're probably at cross purposes on that, because I don't think we dispute, Save Toaster Now doesn't dispute that there is a demand, a wider demand for this type of use.
Yeah.
Okay, so can we move then to the purpose and the intentions of DHL and its vision for this site? And we've touched on that with what the comments you were making about SMEs, but can we go first of all, please, to the DAS, and that's the document I'm looking at. There's three segments, or there's the reduced version, and I think it's 90.04, core document 90.04. Or 01, sorry, 09, so it's 09, not 90, 09.0.01D is the reduced DAS.
It's just after 5 o'clock. How are you doing time-wise?
I'm afraid I've still got a way to go.
Because you said half an hour and you've had your half an hour. I have said that we're not going to be sitting materially past 5 o'clock. I don't mean 5 o'clock on the dot, but how is the time going? How much longer do you think you need?
I mean, it's probably only another half an hour, but I can't, I mean, yeah, I mean, that I certainly wasn't, I did say that those estimates were subject to change, and my other estimates are not likely, I mean, this is an important
it is an important
point,
topic, which is why I identified it as a main issue. What concerns me here is, despite all the smiles and the assurances this morning, I'm increasingly concerned if we continue like this, we will not finish this inquiry in the next 2 weeks. What people suggest.
So might I suggest that perhaps we carry on for another 10 minutes, draw stumps at that point. Mr. Brook is in the same hotel as myself, and I'm sure he would welcome the notion that he's not having to dine with the rest of us, and then we have a 9:30 start tomorrow morning.
So I'm happy to do that. I'm just conscious that we've got 2 weeks. If we sit late and start early, it becomes extremely wearing. I think
I would like to point out, it's something that I was going to mention this morning but didn't, but actually looking at the amount of time per witness that you're cross-examining and calling, the council has got twice as much time per witness as anybody else. So I'm concerned, I mean, that would be great if that's reduced, but I'm very concerned if that's not reduced. Mr. for the appellant has been much shorter than he anticipated, so that's good. But I do have significant concerns that this is going to go on longer. And rather than us keeping on putting it off, saying, let's put this off, let's now, if we start again tomorrow morning and finish this off tomorrow morning, and from there on in, everything is considerably shorter than the indicated maximums, then we shouldn't have a problem. But I fear that will not be the case.
Yes. Yes, I know where you're coming from, so with long experience with the best will in the world, things take as long as they take.
Well,
my intent,
if people let them take as long as they take, for example, evidence in chief, we don't need to go through all the. Not that I'm suggesting you're going to do this, or any other parties are going to do this, but. People don't need to, in effect, go through their statements, saying it in a slightly different way to the way it's already been said. We can take them as read. Yeah. I'm not just looking at you, I'm looking at both, but this is a major concern. Otherwise, we will get to the end of next week. We will not have finished the evidence. We will be returning potentially in September. And that's obviously of concern. Well, it's a concern to everybody, but mostly it's a concern to the local residents who've already expressed the concern at the delays in this and the decision, and that will just extend their upset and concern and uncertainty. We need to look at ways of reducing this inquiry time. How are we going to do that?
Well, so I mean, I think like Mr. Tucker, I'm sure I've given maximum times, and I would hope that I take shorter than the time that I've identified. But obviously the reason for identifying the time is to be realistic in a sense, and to give you the best estimates. My anticipation is, but I can't be held to it because I know how things go sometimes, is that I will be shorter in chief with Mr. Reynolds tomorrow. And I think that's my main contribution to tomorrow is evidence in chief of Mr. Reynolds. I don't think I have any other anticipated role tomorrow.
Okay, right. What we're going to do, I don't, if we aren't going to continue, if we're not going to finish today, then we might as well finish now. I don't see the point in going for another 10 minutes because then we're just delaying tonight to then delay.
No, it was only if my learned friend had not reached a point where it was a convenient point.
It was a natural break actually, so that's okay.
Yeah.
If it helps, I've got no re-examination so far.
Right. Thank you. Are people okay to start at 9:30 tomorrow?
Yes, if we draw stumps now, then 9:30 is fine.
Right.
Personally, I prefer to finish today, but obviously it's your decision.
I understand you would much prefer to, which is why I also deliberately designed the programme so that people weren't being kept in Purda overnight. If people had thought that we were not going to get this done in the time, I wish people had advised well in advance rather than coming with timings that well exceed the obvious available time.
So this has nothing to do with me. This is the evidence so far.
No, I appreciate.
But...
I'm sorry, I'm looking at you, but I'm concerned because we've yet to start the council's evidence, and the council is the biggest.
Yeah,
that's my concern. Right, what we will do is we will finish now, if that's a logical point. We'll start at 9:30 in the morning. I'd be grateful if you could, Mr. Stedman-Jones, go through and be ruthless with yourself in terms of the questions you need to ask, albeit it is an important point. I'm then going to say that from then on, please, in evidence in chief, please just pick up on points that are additional to the points that are set out. We do not need to be taken through the thing. If there is a point I don't understand, ultimately this is for me to understand your cases. If there's a point I don't understand or have missed, I will come back and ask, but we don't need to be taken all through it. So that hopefully should reduce evidence in chief. In cross-examination, I've said in relation to landscape, the most useful thing for me is what I see out there. So we'll work on that basis. We will see where we are after we've done finished the first main issue and had evidence in chief on landscape from the council. We'll see where we are in terms of timing. If things are still looking problematical, I will be saying, right, you need to go away. We need to sort this out, because otherwise this will be next Thursday or next Friday morning, and we will be nowhere near finished. Sorry, I keep on looking at you.
Don't worry,
I've got to look somewhere.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry.
We will not be finished. So that's all I'm saying. Has anybody got any particular concerns about that?
So I think that's quite right. Let's check where we are after Mr. Reynolds' evidence in chief, and if we are worried, then we will have to come up with a strategy.
Actually, what I would what you can do between you, not that I want this, but you can between you be saying, well, what do we do if we don't finish this evidence? Sure. Don't just leave that to me.
Understood.
Because that's going to be on your plates to deal with. So
that's understood, sir. So I wonder if I might just perhaps in open inquiry say this. Obviously, I don't want to just walk up to Mr. Brook and tell him this without anybody hearing me. Mr. Brook is an experienced witness, knows the rules. Mr. Brook will not be spoken to by any member of the team. The only thought I had was I can't recall whether Mr. Brook got a lift to the inquiry or not. But if so, we'll have to arrange a taxi for him back to the hotel. But
I'll drop him back.
No, we'll have a taxi, thank you. Although a friend's role as an Uber driver perhaps is misguided.
Just to say, yes, whatever. A lot of what we have to do here has to be taken on trust. Everybody's got to trust that nobody's shoved £500 in used paper, used £500 weight of used paper bags, more likely, in my £500 worth of weight of evidence. It has to be taken on trust, so I do take people on trust. I think we all have to do that, but obviously you don't want to put yourselves in positions where people might suggest things that aren't the case.
Of course.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much. What I would like to say actually is I would like to thank the interested parties who spoke this morning and who all stuck to their time limits that I had imposed, not themselves had imposed. So I do very much thank you for that, and hope you appreciate why I'm having to do this in terms of the timing of the inquiry. Okay, thank you. So we'll adjourn now and we'll start again at 9:30.